Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Valorant North American Challengers. We're now 3 weeks into Split 2. We're starting off Week 8, Day 1, looking strong. Our first matchup is going to be this one, Disguised versus Turtle Troop, and this one's going to be very, very interesting because I think in Disguised's perspective, it's sort of do or die time. I mean, this is your moment right here, right now. If Disguise does not take this win here, honestly, they could be looking at not qualifying for playoffs, which means Ye, who formerly was playing on a tier 1 team, cannot pull through for his team and get them to the playoffs of tier 2 competition in North American Challengers. Now, going into Split 2, I wasn't, even if Ye wasn't a part of the team, I wasn't necessarily anticipating Disguised, making it to Ascension in the playoffs or anything like that. But it is definitely still slightly disappointing to know that Disguised isn't going to be performing maybe on par with what I would have expected or what a lot of people would have expected, considering they did have a strong Split 1. Now, that being said, coming into this week, Disguised has decided not to make any player changes from the previous week. And yes, that includes no Disguised Steel being the IGL for Disguised this week. I believe Exalt is going to be that IGL role. I'm pretty sure he was IGL last week as well. But yes, so Exalt's going to be staying as the replacement for Steel. And so he's still going to be on this team. Steel, he's still a part of the team. Just for right now, they're going to let Exalt have another week, just see how it goes. Because last week wasn't great, but it also wasn't horrible, and they just want some more time to to sit with this sort of new team comp and these new players. So there's a lot to talk about, but the first thing I'll talk about is just really quickly give a brief overview of my predictions for this week. So you look at week 8 down here. I've already made these predictions, and I have Turtle Troop beating Disguise today. And the reason is because, well, Turtle Troop looks like a pretty solid team, and Disguised already took a loss to Shopify Rebellion last week. And I would say that Turtle Troop is probably better than Shopify Rebellion. So if Disguised lost to Shopify Rebellion, I expect them to do the same against Turtle Troop. However, no matter how badly I want them to win, it just doesn't seem like Disguise is going to be that strong here. OR versus Faze Clan, the second game we have today. I'll talk more about that after Disguise versus Turtle Troop, but I expect it to go to OR just with the simple and pretty blunt fact. OR beat G2 Esports in week 1 of this split, so I'm anticipating OR to continue to look like a strong team. They went 11 and 13 on both maps against the Guard last week, so they're looking really solid. And Faze Clan is not looking as solid as OR, so I think OR should be able to take the win there. M80 versus Shopify, pretty easy prediction. Shopify is one of the bottom 4 right now, possibly maybe bottom 5 could be in that 5th place or 5th to bottom place. But yeah, still not looking great, and of course M80 looking strong as always. Moist Moguls versus the Guard. I give it to Moist Moguls. I'll probably talk more about this prediction today and of course tomorrow. But I think Moist Moguls may be able to take the Guard here. Again, OR Esports was able to go 11-13 against the Guard on both maps that they played. And Moist Mogul's round differential right now is much better than the Guard. The only reason that the Guard is currently above them in the standings is because they're going off of map differential rather than round differential. So currently Moist Moguls has a +3 and the Guard has a +4 just because Moist Moguls did lose a map in their matchup against G2 Esports, okay? So if it was purely based off round differential, Moist Moguls would be above the Guard right now. And honestly, I think Moist Moguls does have the potential to beat the Guard. Again, this is going to be a really close match, and it's sort of a coin toss, but I'm going to give it to Moist Moguls just because I'm a little bit biased. G2 versus Mad Lions should go to G2. Sure, G2 hasn't looked super strong in the first 2 weeks of this split, but it's still not a bad showing from them, and it's Mad Lions who does not look very strong so far coming into this. So yeah, I expect G2 to be able to beat out Mad Lions here. And then Oxygen versus TSM, I actually give it to Oxygen. Not just because Oxygen has beat TSM before, but also just because I feel like Oxygen is a team that is pretty powerful. TSM is too, but I just think Oxygen might be a little slightly bit more powerful. But that's my entire predictions for this week. We'll see if these come to fruition. Let's get ready to talk about Turtle Troop versus Disguise. This is going to be a very interesting matchup to look at because, again, it's do or die time pretty much for both of these teams because whichever team takes a loss here, they're not going to be looking great coming into the final 2 weeks of this split, and it'll be very difficult for them to claw their way back up to trying to play for playoffs, to try and qualify for playoffs. I'd say it's more important that Disguise takes this because I think Turtle Troop is already in a good running to qualify for playoffs, but Disguise is not looking great. It's not looking like they're going to be able to qualify for playoffs. So if Disguise loses this, it'll be a pretty heavy loss that they'll have to sit with, and so they should definitely be trying to get a good win here. Turtle Troops, of course, pretty much in the same position, trying to get a good win and continue to try and ensure a spot in the playoffs. So we'll see how this does end up going. I'm thinking we might see a 3-map series. We might not though if Turtle Troop does decide to push through. Again, I expect Turtle Troop to take the win here. I expect it to be a 2-1, but if Turtle Troops can push through or Turtle Troop can push through, they should be able to take. They could even be able to take a 2-0 win over Disguised. Of course, that is a maybe, a big maybe, a big asterisk next to it because I'm not entirely sure that's possible here. Just because although Disguise isn't looking great, they should have enough firepower to take out at least one map on Turtle Troop. Their pick being Ascent here, and Turtle Troop picking Lotus here. These are picks that make sense. Turtle Troop knows Disguise can struggle on Lotus a lot of the time. As far as we also just don't have a whole lot of data on Disguised on Lotus, whereas Turtle Troop does look decently strong on Lotus, although it's not super strong. It is still decently strong on Lotus. And then the decider, I believe, was split, if I'm not mistaken. So that will definitely be an interesting decider, which I do think it'll come to that. It really is gonna, it's gonna be a toss up as to when that decider is gonna come up, but we will see how this does end up going, and or how we get to that decider will be interesting. Is what I'm trying to say, not when. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this all ends up going. Um, and yeah, let's just go ahead and get ready here. I'm gonna go ahead and turn these casters up as we get ready to throw it over to the main event.
I also want to mention Ascent because we are guaranteed, right, with it being map 2, and that we heard Sean talk about it in the spike down, saying they look a little figured out, that being DSG. They look a little readable, and that win felt kind of fluky. I think that kind of bodes well for DSG going into this one because you can't really look at that footage. You're expecting them to not play like that this week, right? You're expecting them to be a bit more drilled and maybe have a little deeper of a playbook. So I think map 2 looks pretty good for DSG.
Are they singing right now? Are they doing a little karaoke before
Where's
the match?
Mic check? Give us the mic check. We need that.
That's what we need. Hey, love to see high spirits, and that's great going into this too, because of the fact that we are here in week 8, and things are kind of at a funky point for some of the teams, because this is, I hate to beat this one at the ground, this is kind of the do or die week. This is where we need to see those changes come together. So seeing players relaxed and assuming confident going into this, Tanner, I think is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, Weeded's looking like he just came out of the locker room, right? He's got the towel on his shoulders. He's ready to go. Also a player who so much personality. I think one of our strongest personalities kind of at the inception.
Look at these guys right now. I mean, they look dialed in. This is truly going to be one of the more interesting matches. There's going to be a lot of close matches we see this week, or I wouldn't say there's going to be a lot of close matches, but there's going to be a lot of pivotal matches as far as like deciding matches between some of these teams, and this is one of them. Again, whichever team loses this is going to have a very difficult time qualifying for playoffs, so whichever team can win this should be able to at least give them a backboard to try and start to qualify for playoffs. And Disguised, I would say, needs this more than Turtle Troop right now, just with the way map and round differentials are looking right now for Disguised. They really need a win here against Turtle Troop. Let's go and take a look at the agent select, though. Weeded and Nerf, both on Omen. Yay and Governor, both on Jet. Exalt and Dazzle, both on Sky. Clear and Adder, both on Killjoy. And Gangsta and Rossi, both on Viper. So we've got double controller setups for both. No Harbor for either of these teams, which is definitely unique. We typically see Harbor on Lotus, but it's not uncommon that there's an Omen and a Viper double controller setup. And again, it's identical picks from both sides here. So this guy's going to be starting on offense. We will see how this goes. I've brought it up before, and I'll bring it up again. This is an offense-sided map. So, this guy should have a little bit of an edge here. It's not going to be completely out of the picture book that they are able to find a win here on their offense. We'll go ahead and just take a look here. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit out of it right now. I'll try and get back in the zone as we move forward. Disguised, they've got 3 pushing up through B main right now, just looking to maybe find some contact or vision, but it looks like they're actually going to be moving more towards this C push.
Oh, no way. That's a way to start. That's a way
This dog comes through, and it's going to clear Mound and the entrance into C for Disguise. They've got 2 in that B entrance, but it looks like they'll probably just be waiting to rotate your door, possibly go for a lurk. The Sky Bird comes through from Disguise, and it flashes, I believe that flashed Yay, so he's not able to do very much entry. There's going to be some contact from both Adder and Weeded, and they start to push in, do some damage to Yay. Meanwhile, Governor going to catch Clear with the lurk over in B main, and he's going to get picked off. Now Disguise going to push more aggressively into C here. The blind comes through, and Weeded's not going to find... Oh, he's going to find 2 off of that blind, although those players weren't blinded. He did find 2 after pushing through that blind. Adder also going to take out Gangsta. Only 1 pick came through for Disguise, which means Nerve now going to be alone in a 1v4. All he has is a classic. Governor Sheriff going to do more than enough damage to finish him off in this round. Goes to Turtle Troop. A pretty solid round, I'd say. See, that was that was well played from Turtle Troop. And again, it's an offense-sided map, so Disguise should be able to take the lead going into the next half. The only issue would be if Turtle Troop can put up a good enough defense, these guys may not be able to find that lead. So again, it's an offensive map, so Turtle Troop should be okay taking a round disadvantage going into the next half. But they, you know, as many rounds as possible is still what they'd like to see. And again, getting that pistol round is really big for that. If this guys wanted you there, they could have even forced. The reason Lotus is so offense-sided is because it's a long rotate for the defense. It's really difficult for them to rotate, even just between like A and B and C and B, but especially between A and C, which does mean you have to play pretty separated from your group. So if the offense can push aggressively and take out the people who are holding the site, it can be difficult to counterplay that. Another issue you'll encounter on the defense is that the offense can rotate super quickly in between the sites. Okay, a lot of engagement already in C main. 3 picks come through for Turtle Troop, and that leaves Ye and Nerve alone. But Ye's Sheriff looking deadly, able to find one, looking for another, but it doesn't. We did, gonna finish Ye off, and now it's down to Nerve. And Adder gonna finish him off. But as I was saying, it's a quick rotate for the offense. On Lotus, because if you look at that A main site, and I'll use my mouse here to point it out, if you can push up into here, it's super quick to just go through Breakable, and now you're on B. Or if you're pushed up into B, you just open door, go to C, and vice versa. If you're pushed up in C, you can open door, go to B. So these are really, really quick rotates in between the sites for the offense, and it's difficult for the defense to counterplay that. Even if they have all their players still left alive, if the offense is able to push up far enough that they can just rotate, by the time the defense has already rotated to the site that the offense is pushed up onto, the offense is gone, and then the defense has to rotate back to that. So yeah, it's a difficult play for the defense on this map. Speaking of offense, Disguise is going to be starting to their push into A here. It's going to be their buy round against the light buy, or not light buy, but the bonus round from Turtle Troop. Although Governor has decided to get that operator, and it's on Governor, and it looks like Clear is possibly aware that there might be an operator in the hands of Governor, so he pushes up and then backs up a little bit. Tazza going to start this push onto site. Sorry, start trying to defend the site. He sends that Skydog out, and now Disguise just going to start their push into B. Now, they don't necessarily know there's an operator watching Breakable, but there is an operator watching Breakable. Governor about to encounter Ye, and he's going to win that exchange. He got an operator. He's going to win that. Governor takes Ye out. Now the push onto B has begun. Spike's going to go down, but this guy's going to have to play a 4v5. Now, they do have the gun advantage, but again, they're down a player, so it will be difficult for them. And the gun advantage they do have is pretty minimal. Rossi has a good rifle. Governor has the operator, and then there's 2 Bulldogs. The only person with like a real gun disadvantage is the Stinger on Dazzle. Speaking of Dazzle, he's getting ready to push through with Weeded through Breakable, but it's denied by Nerve, and then Exalt. Just gonna lock down the set. I need a replay of that. Just to absolutely deny any hope of a retake for Turtle Troop. And not only that, but the operator gets picked up for Disguise. My Nerve was blinded when he got those 2 picks on Dazzle and Weeded. And then Exalt. I mean, that looked beautiful and effortless from Exalt as he just quickly took out all 3 players pushing into B. Now, that being said, like I mentioned, Disguise had the gun advantage, and it was a bonus round from Turtle Troop. So Turtle Troop's job there was just to get as many kills as possible. And they didn't get all, they didn't kill the majority of Disguised players, but they did find 2 picks, which does mean the econ isn't great for Disguised, and it'll be a little bit difficult for them to gain some stability, but this guy's still going to be able to full buy this round, and their econ is still on a decent start. And again, they got to pick up that operator, so yay. Has an op here now. Operator on the offensive Lotus is definitely difficult to use well, but it should still find a few picks here, especially knowing who is holding that operator. This guy's was peeking into A, where they had 2 or 3 peeking into A, but now they're going to turn their attention towards C, it looks like. They're not even going to send any lurkers on B quite yet. So they're just going to start pushing into C here. And Governor has that Marshall. He's looking to do some damage with it, and he does. Now he has his knives up as he takes out Exalt. Going to use them to take out Nerve, looking for more, but Sky just grabs the spike, and now they're backing up. Now they're running it over to be the spike on Gangsta, though. Doesn't make it through the door, so the push is going to be much, much slower than they would have liked. Ye still has that operator. Again, he's looking to do some damage with it. And now that the spike's going down, he may be able to watch it. Clear going to be watching from that upper position. The spike going to get denied, the plant. And now Rossi going to take out Ye, the last remaining player. And that's it. Sorry, I didn't do very good, a very good play-by-play there. I'll get back into those. Preoccupied, but get into it now. So, Disguise off of that loss, and, you know, their econ was decent going into that round, but still, they did not have enough money to afford a full player loss, so they're going to be on a save here and a light buy, or a light buy, in the case of Exalt. But, yeah, Turtle Troop now going to be on a buy of their own off of, I believe that was a buy in the previous round, excluding Governor, who had a Marshall. He does have that operator back in his hands, though, off of that round win. But Ye, with the Sheriff, gonna win that exchange. Now the operator's been picked up by Ye. He's already using it. Gonna find a pick on Weeded, and now he pulls out those knives to continue to clear this site. Nobody else is on A site, though, which means the spike is gonna be planted in this save round, looking like it might turn into a win if Ye can find... He does find one more. Could have maybe found more, but he has a little too many of those shots, and Dazzle shuts him down. Now it's gonna be a 2v4. Again, the two-player advantage now in the hands of Disguise. The gun on Nerve, not gonna do very much damage. It doesn't matter, though. Gangsta's still going to be able to finish Adder off. And now it's a 1v3 here for Dazzle. A gun has been picked up for Clear, but it's only a Stinger and a Sheriff for Gangsta and Exalt. In this save round, looking like it'll go pretty well here for Disguise. The operator's been picked up by Dazzle. He's going to be able to get away with it, which means Governor may be able to have that operator, although Exalt is pushing into CT here. The operator going to find one, is looking for more, not going to be able to. Clear finds the pick. The operator is not going to be picked up by Disguise. Oh, maybe it will be. No, not quite. But the guns are going to be in the hands of Disguise for the two remaining players. And he may be saying, alright, well, they lost the majority of their players. Yeah, but it was a save round for them, which means that their econ's going to take a massive boost off of a round win in general. But especially it being a save, they're going to get a pretty massive money or econ boost there. You see Clear with 4,000 credits. That's a good amount. Also, speaking of Clear, he's got that lockdown to use this round as well, and they know it's going to be a buy round from Turtle Troop. Speaking of buy rounds for Turtle Troop, if they lose this, they're not going to be able to buy next round. So the econ, not really very stable for Turtle Troop. And if they lose this round, it really won't be that stable for them. This guy's making some noise, quite a bit of noise, shooting through, opening this door, letting it rotate around, trying to clear tree. The Viper Molly does come through. Ye knows Rossi's holding it. Question is, does he predict how close Rossi is? Ye just continuing to open this door to keep Turtle Troop paranoid and keep them preoccupied, make them have to hold that, or making them have to hold or forced to hold that tree room as they don't know if anybody's pushing through. Meanwhile, the lockdown does come through, and it's going to be used to help clear B site, but the spike, which is going through Breakable, is going to get taken out. Clear, though, going to take out Adder and Rossi, trying to pick that spike back up. Gets traded off by Weeded, which means Turtle Troop does still have that player advantage. But Weeded just going to back up on from that spiking Gangster, who is still holding B site. It's going to be able to defend him while he does it, and now the spike should be able to go down. Nerve will get his ult up. I don't know if it'll be super useful here, but he will have it. Looks like Nerve can be holding from main, and I imagine Gangsta will want to join him. Oh, that ult comes out from Weeded. Now they know Nerve is holding from main. Don't know where Gangsta is, though. I don't believe they spotted Gangsta. But maybe they were close. Now Turtle Troop coming in from those two CT entrances, getting ready to clear the site. The site is clear. Now they know they're holding from back. The Viper Molly comes through, and I believe it misses the spike, so the spike's just going to be defused. Dazzle also able to take out Gangsta, leave Nerve alone. He'll get away with his life, but the round loss does come through for Disguise, and that was not the most expensive round for Disguise. I did say their econ was pretty good going into that round, but it's definitely not a great round for them to lose. They're going to be able to buy this round, but again, expensive round, and this will be their last buy round if they do lose this. Turtle Troop, who needed to win that round to continue to, or not to continue, but to try and start to build their econ back up, did win that round, so their econ's going to start to stabilize here. There's a lockdown for Adder to use this round. There's a, give me 1 second here. There is, I remember what it's called. There is a From the Shadows in the Omen ult for Disguise to use here. In the hands of Nerve. We'll see if that does end up coming through. The dog comes through to clear A, and Ye, who's trying to clear, does get blinded, so he's going to be halted in that process. And Weeded, able to flank 2 of the players, does good damage, but it doesn't matter. Ye and Exalt going to trade those 2 kills that Turtle Troop gets off, which means that it's going to still be a 3v3, plus Disguised has the sight, so Disguised can be in a pretty good spot here. They just need to defend this spike. Dazzle coming in from drop, going to be able to take out Exalt to start this retake. Now it's going to be a 2v3 that Disguised has to play through. It's a 3v2 for Turtle Troop. The Seekers come out. They're going to start pushing through, and now Turtle Troop going to have to defuse the spike, although this guy's in a position to hold it. Gangsta gets spotted, and now he has to back up, trying to reload. Kills come through, and it's a 1v1 between Clear and Governor. Governor wins it, and this spike will get defused. Now Disguise is going to be on some pretty poor econ coming into this next round. Although they may be able to buy, although I'm not entirely sure about that. If they can buy, it'll be just barely. Turtle Troop, though, their econ definitely starting to look stable. Although that was still an expensive round, losing most of their players, all but 1. So their econ's not super stable, but it is starting to stabilize a little bit. Definitely need to start getting some more round momentum here, though, if they would like to stabilize that econ. And yeah, Disguise will not be buying. Although there are 3 ults for Disguise to use, if they so choose. Turtle Troop has 2 ults of their own. They've got that Lockdown and the Viper's Pit, and it looks like Rossi getting ready to use that Viper's Pit in the entrance to C, maybe just waiting for some contact, and they don't find any, but they still send that Viper's Pit down to try and push onto C back, but Disguise isn't actually pushing into C. They're mostly challenging A here, and it looks like they want to be pushing through A, through Breakable, and into B. There's 2, along with the spike, planted or stationed up in B, getting ready to push through main. Governor with the operator going to get pushed back. I believe those Seekers are the one to do it. So he's going to get pushed back. Dazzle going to try and defend the site. The Viper's Pit comes out, and this save round is going to use all but 1 of the ults so far from Disguise. And the lockdown comes out from Adder to try and push back that Viper's Pit, and Disguise looking to challenge it. Ye's going to find a pick. Exalt finds one as well. Ye gets traded off, but now it's going to be a 3v4 where Turtle Troop is down a player, plus that lockdown got destroyed, so that means the Viper's Pit is still up, so it's going to be a 3v4 for Turtle Troop. They have to retake through a Viper's Pit. Although the spike isn't planted in the Viper's Pit, it does cover most of the site, and this is going to be very, very difficult for Turtle Troop. And they know it's a safe round from Disguise, and it looks like they're just going to back up and try and save their guns, because they don't want Disguise to be able to pick up those guns, and I can't blame them. We did going to win against Gangsta, the long-range Spectre, not going to do a whole lot, as the spike comes to a conclusion. Rossi and Governor both died of the spike. I don't know if that... I doubt that was intentional. Yeah, I don't think that the money, or the ult point you get there is worth the death. I think they just thought they were safe from the spike. I guess because they knew where the Viper's Pit's limits were, they had a guess as to where that spike was being planted, and it was planted a little bit further towards them than they were anticipating. I think they thought it was planted in the divot in the middle rather than near the boxes where you typically will see the spike getting planted. So yeah, they lose 2 of their players because of that. Turtle Troop now going to be on a save, although I don't think they do sort of need to take it, because their econ didn't really have a good chance to stabilize. I did say it was starting to stabilize, but off of a round loss there, it's not going to be good. And Disguised, who won another save round, this is the second save round we've seen them win, although they did have to use all of their ults to do it, they did still do it, and now their econ's going to take a pretty massive bonus because of this. They're going to be on a buy round here, and their econ already in a pretty stable spot. It's going to be down to Rossi to defend the site. He's in tree. Gangsta going to be able to clear him out. So this spike's going to go down. Nobody else on site. So it's going to be a 4-man retake from Turtle Troop. Yay, gonna take out Adder, stop the push through drop, or through Heaven. Yay, gonna find another on Governor. Weeded, gonna take out Yay with the Sheriff, but now it's a 2v4, and as Clear takes out Weeded, it leaves one alone. Dazzle, we can't find any more damage. Clear, gonna take Dazzle out in this round. Goes to Disguised, and again, it's an offense-sided map, which I'll point out again, so Disguised is not doing great here, but that being said, it's Turtle Troop's pick, and we know Disguised isn't great on Lotus. They're not horrible either, but and this definitely isn't as well as they would be hoping to play. But it is still Turtle Troop's map pick, so Disguised putting up a decent fight here is still pretty good. But again, it's an offense-sided map, so Disguised should be taking the lead going into the next half, but it's looking like Turtle Troop may even be in a position to take the lead themselves, or at the very least tie it up going into the next half, which would not be where Disguised wants to be. It looks like Disguise is going to be pushing into C this round. They've got 2 ults to help them out. They've got the Blade Storm on Ye, but I don't know if that'll come out, only if he feels like he needs to, as he does have an operator this round to use. There's also a lockdown in Clear's hands to, well, clear the site, help them push in here, and we will see if that does end up coming out. Although, on Lotus, you do sort of have to push up into the site to a little bit of an awkward spot sometimes to use it, and in this case, they're going to push up into main, and the operator battle going to be won by Ye, and those knives do come out. The Blade Storm comes out from Ye. It's going to be a 4v5 now for Turtle Troop, and Rossi gets stuck in the lockdown. Dazzler going to try and defend him, able to take out Nerve, but Exalt going to be there to trade it off, and Turtle Troop cannot afford trades here because you're just down so many players. Weeded going to be able to take a Gangsta coming in from water, but the player advantage still going to be there for Disguise, although maybe a little bit more evened out, and Weeded didn't take any damage getting that kill either, which definitely puts him in a decent spot here. The operator on Ye looking to do some damage, not quite going to be able to. Clear, though, going to be able to do some damage of his own, finds 2 picks to finish it off. Turtle Troop loses that round. Their Econ's not going to be in a place to buy this round, so it's going to have to be a save or a light buy, depending on the direction they want to take it in. And Disguise, they've been able to tie it up with a 3-round win streak, and if they can win 2 more in a row, they can take the lead going into the next half, which is exactly where they want to be. Although maybe not as big of a lead as you might expect from the offensive side on Lotus, it is still a lead that Disguised is looking for. If again, they still need to secure the 2 rounds in a row. Governor are going to look to deny this round for Disguise, as Governor is able to find a pick already, or early in this round, as Disguise is looking to, or sorry, I forget what I'm saying sometimes. As Disguise is pushing into A, we find an early pick. Governor's able to find an early pick. There you go. And now Disguise is going to be down a player coming into this round. Now again, it's still going to be a gun disadvantage for Turtle Troop because this is a save round for Turtle Troop. But having the player advantage to start it off could help the Turtle Troop to try and secure this round. And if they can win this round, they should have decent econ. I mean, they're already going to have decent econ going into the next round, which will be the last round and a half. But winning this could put them in an even better spot. The Seekers come out as Turtle Troop wants to defend a site, as Disguise has actually been allowed to pretty much push up pretty aggressively here to start to take this site. This guy's going to be able to start to push in. Still no picks, although Clear going to take out Dazzle. Governor with the knives, trying to do some damage here. Not going to be able to. Whiffs a little too many times on Clear. Ooh, trying to catch the rotate out. Clear takes quite a bit of damage from Weeded. Down to 4 HP. And Disguise decides to push through Breakable instead of trying to take sight. So this fight goes down, and now the retake going to have to be played from Turtle Troop. And Clear has been pushed pretty far back into the entrance to A. And he's down to 4 HP. Adder going to be able to take out Nerve, and this retake going to start good, maybe. Although Exalt's able to trade it off, which means the player advantage is still going to be in the hands of Disguise. And Clear on 1 HP through that Viper wall, going to be able to take out Rossi. Now Weeded's alone in a 1v3. All he has is a Sheriff. No point in saving your gun, because it's just a Sheriff, so he's just going to try and push through here. Maybe get a few exit picks, find a kill or something. Maybe not be able to. The flash comes through. Exalt gonna just, okay. That's a little bit far there, Exalt. Just still gonna be able to take him out with that shorty. And the save round does not turn into a win for Turtle Troop, although they did have the early player advantage, and they used a few of those ults there to try and secure that round. Still weren't able to. Which means this guy's going to be on a buy round. Turtle Troop going to be on a buy round as well, although, you know, the shield, they're not going to be able to afford full shield, so Disguise will have a little bit more health. Disguise also going to go for 2 operators, it looks like, on Ye and Exalt. That is a choice. I say it's a choice because I don't know if I agree with it. We'll see if Exalt is going to be able to pull through with those operators. Maybe this guy's feeling a little bit too over. He does pick up a Vandal that they had placed down. All right. I was going to say maybe they're feeling a little too overheated, but it looks like it was just to hold that early angle and try and find some picks. Or a pick. This guy's looking like they're going to start pushing into A now. There was a little bit of a lurk in C and B, but off of no vision, those lurks are starting to push to help this push into A. And they're not really pushing up too far yet. These guys, I think they are still trying to decide if they want to go through Breakable or not. We've seen them do it a few times, and Turtle Troop isn't actually really in a position to prevent the push into Breakable if that's what Disguise wants to do. The operator on Ye looking to do some damage, but he does get flashed, so he's not really going to be able to do a whole lot. But it wouldn't have mattered. Nobody's going to peek the angle he was holding, and it looks like this guy is going to be pushing through Breakable. And again, nobody's really going to be able to stop them. Nobody on the site yet. Although there are 2 coming in for the flank through B main, although Disguise looking like they may be ready for it. And although they are, Rossi's still going to be able to take Exalt out. Dazzle going to be able to take Clear out as well, which means now it's a 4v5 here. And Rossi going to take Ganks out. Weeded takes out Ye, and now it's down to Nerve in a 1v5. Not going to clutch it out. Rossi takes Nerve out. This round goes to Turtle Troop, and they've tied it up going into the next half. And like I said, it's an offense-sided map, so this guy should have been able to take the lead coming into this half, and the fact that they weren't does not bode well for them as we move further into this map and as we go into the second half. This guy is going to have to start to look worried here. They should have been able to take the lead there in that first half, and the fact that they didn't, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Just like Turtle Troop was able to keep it even coming into this half, Disguise may be able to do the same. But Turtle Troop picking this map does, you know, show some level of confidence in their familiarity with the map. And so we should expect Turtle Troop to be able to take the lead on this half and possibly take the win. So Turtle Troop, they're in a good spot right now. Disguise is going to have to start to fumble together, try and figure out how they want to play this out. Turtle Troop starting on this offense, looking like they want to aggress C to start it off, or at least just find some early picks, maybe move on from there. They send some util out. Yay, gonna push out aggressively in B, and able to find the pick on Weeded, and that spiked down in that offense spawn. So now they know that they're not sending that spike into C or B quite yet, although they do find some players. Governor going to take a... actually, that was the Viper damage, but Governor does get spotted. He's able to get away, and that push into C is denied, but it looks like they still want to challenge that push into C. Quite a lot of controller util being used here in that C main entrance, because they've got 2 controllers on it. Both controllers on C here is an interesting choice. Usually you'll have one of those controllers maybe playing on A. That's why you run that double controller setup, but it's not completely out of the playbook to do something like this. Definitely be useful. Ooh, Nerve locking down this site, able to find a pick, but Dazzle and Rossi able to each find a pick. Adder finds 2 and now clears alone in a 1v3. Sure, Dazzle, Adder, and Rossi have all taken damage, but doesn't mean it's not going to be difficult for clear here. And the heal is going to come through from Dazzle. And that heal can be really useful in these pistol rounds. So now Clear going to have to fight against Dazzle, Adder, and Rossi, and both Adder and Rossi are up to full HP. Dazzle going to be at half, but it's not going to be easy. He peeks 2, able to right-click and take out Dazzle, but Rossi going to be holding that angle as well. He finds the pick onto Clear, and this round goes to Turtle Troop to start it off. The offense looking strong from Turtle Troop just in that pistol round. We don't have a whole lot of data, but it is enough to be able to look at it, and these guys should start to be worried here, because again, it's an offense-sided map. So these guys, if they had gotten that pistol round, could have definitely given them a chance to try and get some momentum built up and try and take the lead in this half. But the fact that they did lose that pistol round is going to make it even more difficult. On top of the fact that they already have the disadvantage just being on the offensive Lotus, and now not being able to take that pistol round is going to be an even bigger detriment here. It looks like Turtle Troop is going to be getting ready to push into B here. Now again, it's going to be a forced buy here from Turtle Troop off of a pistol round win. That's what you do. But we do see both Adder and Rossi with pistols. Although Rossi, I believe, bought Governor's gun, so that way Governor can buy an operator next round. But yeah, still going to be mostly a forced buy here. A little bit of econ saved for next round. But regardless, Turtle Troop is going to have the gun advantage here. Clear pushing out through CT, through the Viper Molly, maybe looking to do some damage. Yay, gonna get taken out by Governor, who was looking to do some damage. Now it's gonna be a 5v3 here from Turtle Troop. And this hold should be good for them. Disguised, it looks like just gonna be possibly just playing exits here. It doesn't look like they would like to take the site here. And it looks like Disguised will just be trying to die to the spike to get those ult points up.
If you finish it this way, flawless lead,
and we will see how this ends up going for Disguised.
One of the things that have also made Turtle Troop look better and better in the past couple weeks.
Turtle Troop, it looks like they would like to find those picks, and they push to Adder going to be able to take out Gangsta, but Exalt going to be there to trade it off. Now the flank coming in from Dazzle. It's Red, though. Still not going to be able to... Neither of them able to take him out. Exalt and Nerve each going to be picked off, and Dazzle going to die to the spike, but that's honestly what he wants there, because... First of all, he was able to find 2 picks, which gets those ult points up, and then he dies to the spike, and if you die, you get that ult point up. So that's just a good spot for Dazzle to be in. Not only does he find 2 picks, but he's able to, although I think his ult was already up, even after getting those kills, so maybe it would have been better for him to stay alive, but regardless, it was a decent position to be in. Now it's going to be a buy here from both Turtle Troop and Disguised. Although Turtle Troop, I thought Governor maybe was going to buy an op this round, but he decides not to. Maybe they don't want to use that offensive operator. Can't blame them. Disguised is going to be on a buy round here. And again, like I said, it's also a buy round from Turtle Troop. Clear going to be able to take out Governor using that Killjoy util primarily, and now it's going to be a 4v5 for Turtle Troop. They've been able to take the site, and Disguise has given the site up, so they're going to have to play this retake. Looks like they're ready for it. Dazzle going to be trying to clear drop. Yay, going to be watching it, able to take out Dazzle. Yay, going to also take out Rossi. He dies to the Viper Molly, but... Ooh, Adder and Weeded each find a pick at the same time. Nerve going to find a pick. Adder finds a pick. It's trades all around, but Exalt able to finish it off by taking Adder out, and he's going to be able to defuse the spike. Now, that was a buy round. I said it was a buy round from both sides, although Turtle Troop did not have to spend too much of their money in order to secure the round, which does not bode well for Disguise, and the reason is because, well, Disguise is just, is in a bad econ coming into that round, because they're forcing a buy. Like, they're buying, they know they're going to be coming to the round with bad econ. They need to be, not just winning, they need to win with a large majority of their players alive. And the fact that they didn't do that, the fact that all but one of their players died, does put their econ in a bad spot. And Turtle Troop, who went into that previous round with pretty good econ, is going to be able to buy this round to combat a force buy from Disguise. Governor with the operator pushing up into B, looking for a pick. Not going to find it. Yay, going to take Governor out. And now they know there's an operator there. And Disguise definitely would be happy to pick that up. Yay, going to be jiggle peeking out, looking to do some damage. Going to be able to find another pick on Dazzle. Now it's going to be a 3v5 for Turtle Troop this round. And although Disguise has the gun disadvantage, one of the only players for Disguise that has a gun, Yay, has been able to use it well. Able to find 2 picks. And now it's going to be a 3v5. Now, I said coming into this series, it's do or die for Disguise. If they lose this series, it means that they may not be able to qualify for playoffs. This is a big series for them to win. And if they can start it off strong here and get a win on Turtle Troop's chosen map, I mean, that could be a really big win for them already in this series. And again, they need this series if they would like to qualify for playoff. Clear, just shooting through the smoke. Gonna find the head on Weeded. Okay. Now it's gonna be a 2v5 for Turtle Troop. Players are dialed in. Rossi is actually gonna be able to push into CT. catches Exalt, able to take him out. Maybe takes a little bit longer than they'd hope. And now this spike on Adder going to be able to go down. Nerve, though, going to take Rossi out, punish him for pushing so far to CT. So now it's going to be a 4v1 for Disguised. They've been able to... Actually, I don't think they have been able to pick up guns, but they will be able to play this retake pretty well here. Adder playing from drop, going to be able to take clear out. He now backs up off of drop. This guy's playing this super slowly. Adder going to be able to take out Nerf. Adder also going to take out Gangsta before Ye finishes him off. And again, it's another round win from Disguise, and it's another expensive round win from Disguise. Looks like Ye was like, maybe I can pick up that operator, but not quite going to get there in time. And this round does go to Disguise. Again, they've been able to tie it up. And again, this is an offense-sided map. So Disguise putting up a decent performance, but they're going to need to, at the very least, keep it even and get it to overtime. And at the very best, they need to be, or at the very best, they need to be taking a win here. They need to be pushing through on their defense. But it's going to be very, very difficult, again, considering they're on the defense of the offense-sided map. And they haven't really had a good chance to stabilize their econ. Even though they've just won two rounds in a row, they were incredibly expensive rounds. And this round, gonna be a forced buy again from Disguise. The knife's gonna come out from Ye, looking to do some damage. They push out of B, and they see so many. Not able to find a pick or do any damage, but they do get quite a bit of good vision. And in response, the Killjoy lockdown comes out, which will clear the site for Turtle Troop. And there's also a Viper's Pit for Turtle Troop to use this round. They know it's an expensive round from Disguise. Like, they know it's probably a buy round from Disguise. And it's a buy round from Turtle Troop, so they'd love to win this. Ye and Clear each finding a pick. Ye finds another. Now they just have to clear this Viper's Pit. Ye looking to maybe do some aggressive damage. Not quite going to be able to do it. Rossi going to get picked off regardless, though. And Gangster takes out Weeded, and that was a much less expensive round from Disguise. Although both ults from Turtle Troop were used, Spike didn't even get a chance to go down, and that does result in Disguise now taking the lead despite losing those first two rounds. Turtle Troop taking a timeout. I think that's a good choice. Disguised on their defense has taken the lead after just 5 rounds, and again, it's an offense-sided map. Turtle Troop has been able to put up a buy every single round so far since the beginning, and this is going to be the first round they're going into a save. And despite having lost 3 in a row, each of those 3 rounds they lost, they were still able to full buy, and it was against a full buy from Disguised. And even like a little bit of a weaker buy from Disguised on those first 2 rounds of their 3-round win streak. And Disguised was still able to pull through on those rounds. So Turtle Troop does need to figure out what they're doing wrong here. And I think the main issue is they're not clearing sight very effectively. Disguise is doing a really good job of getting good vision or doing early damage and then just getting out of there. They let sight be taken, and then Disguise can retake really beautifully. And I think what Turtle Troop needs to start doing is pushing into a site and then rotating off, trying to get some movement in there to really switch it up for Disguise. And I think that could definitely be of benefit for Disguised. I think that could definitely help them out here. Or sorry, of benefit for Turtle Troop. I think that could definitely help them out here. We've got 2 ults for Disguised to use this round. We've got a lockdown for Clear, and the From the Shadows Omen ults from Nerve. We will see if those do end up coming out here. Although the Omen ult is, as always, difficult to use in any setting, especially pro play, and that doesn't change. Here, I've seen, actually, as this season has gone on, I've seen that Omen ult be used a little bit more effectively here and there for some good rotates, but we will see how this ends up going. It's a save round from Turtle Troop, and Disguise has completely given up B site. Gangsta going to start this retake good, coming in through B main, able to take out Adder. Spike is down from Turtle Troop, but the lockdown going to help Disguise retake this site. Governor going to take out Exalt. It's immediately traded off by Clear, though. Weeded going to take out Ye, but it's immediately traded off by Clear. Dazzle takes out Clear, but it's immediately traded off by Nerve. And although quite a few players are lost from Disguise, and it is an expensive round, it is still a round win, and the save round does not turn into a win for Turtle Troop. Although I will say it was played maybe a little bit better than a few of their previous rounds, considering, you know, they were able to get a few good picks there. They prevented the aggressive retake from Disguised to their best of their abilities. They were at a gun disadvantage there, and I think it did start to show. That's why so many of those trades came through. And now, speaking of econ and save rounds, what have you, it's going to be a full buy from both sides this round, although Governor going to be on the Blade Storm, so no gun for him other than a shorty. So hopefully for him, he's able to find some picks. But Disguised, going to be on a full buy. There's Seekers for both sides to use, and there's an Omen ult for both sides to use. Governor being the only Jet with an ult in those Blade Storms, using it this round. Yay, with the Operator is going to be pushed back, so he's not going to find any damage with that. Able to get away without taking any damage himself, though. So Turtle Troop has been allowed to push up into A quite a bit, or through A main quite a bit. Where they do end up deciding they want to push will be interesting to see. The Seekers come out from Dazzle, and it looks like Turtle Troop is going to be pushing through Breakable, and they've been able to. They're able to clear the site, taking out Exalt, and now the Spike's going to go down. It's going to be a 5v4 for Turtle Troop here. The player advantage going to be definitely good for them, as they may be able to play this to their advantage. This guy's going to have to figure out how they want to play this retake. Starts off good. Ganks are going to find a pick. We did, though. Going to immediately trade it off. Clear able to trade that pick off, which will keep it in an even 3v3. But the Viper's Pit, which you could tell Disguise was thinking about using, or Gangster was thinking about using, is not going to come through for Disguise. The post-plant Util going to come through here in those Nanostorms. Ye going to defend the breakable entrance, able to find a pick, but Adder and Rossi return with 2 picks of their own. Now it's down to Nerve in a 1v2. Will he be able to clutch it up? The Spike is halved, and he's able to. There's time as well, and this Spike's gonna get defused. Nerve gonna clutch the 1v2. Well played from Disguise, and the buy round from both sides turns into a loss for Turtle Troop, which does not bode well for them, and it's looking like Disguise has been able to put themselves together for this, at least this first map. And, you know, they didn't pick Lotus, but it looks like maybe they're much stronger looking than they did in those first 2 weeks. You can look at Exalt. Definitely a well-played performance here from Disguised, and, I mean, we'll see if they continue to put on a well-played performance. We've got Seekers and a Viper's Pit for Disguised to use. We've got the From the Shadows ultimate for Weeded, the Omen ult. Although, again, those are difficult to use, so I don't know if we'll see it come out from Turtle Troop. Yay, gonna push up with this Operator, looking maybe to do some damage. To counter that Operator, there's an Operator from Governor. Now, the previous round was a full buy from both sides. This is another full buy. Maybe not as much shield for Turtle Troop. Yay and Governor gonna meet each other. Again, both of them with those Operators, and Yay gonna win the exchange. Finding an Operator pick there. The Op's gonna get picked up by Rossi, who's maybe hoping to find a pick on Yay. Hoping he'll push out a little bit, but it looks like Yay's just gonna play back. Dazzle and Nerve gonna encounter each other as Dazzle's trying to push up into Mound, and off of some contact there, the Viper's Pit comes out onto C. Meanwhile, Adder gonna start this push in, in good for Turtle Troop, as he's able to find a pick. So it means it's still gonna be a 4v4, and site has been given to Turtle Troop, although only 2 on site currently. So if this guy starts this retake now, before the other 2 get on site, this guy's may be able to find some picks. Adder takes out Clear. Nerve gonna take out Adder. Weeded, though, gonna take out Yay, who's not really able to do anything there. Rossi, with the Operator that he picked up earlier, gonna find a pick. Now it's down to Nerve in another clutch situation. Not gonna do it this time. Rossi shuts it down. Gonna take Nerve out. Turtle Troop sticks around here. This guy's just needs one more round to get to that 12th round, and although this is an offense-sided map, Disguise is making it look like maybe it's a defense-sided map with how well they've been able to put up a performance here. This is beyond what I would expect from any team on defense, let alone Disguised against Turtle Troop, who, you know, I favored Turtle Troop coming into this series, but they've been, I mean, Turtle Troop hasn't really put up a good fight so far on, I mean, they put up a decent fight, but, you know, they haven't taken the lead on the offense of their offense side, of the offense-sided map of Lotus, and they picked this map, so it's a little bit disappointing from Turtle Troop's perspective to see such a poor performance from them on this offense. This is definitely the half that they should have there, or the side that they should have a little bit of an edge on naturally, and also just simply because this is their map pick. Ooh, Yay, gonna whiff. Look like maybe he had the drop on Dazzle there, but it doesn't matter. Not able to find the pick there. And now it's going to be a 5v4 here from Turtle Troop. Now, Disguise has been forced to take a save here. They didn't have the best econ management in the previous half, and I guess they would like to try and get some good econ management going here, because these rounds have still been expensive for them. even on their round wins. So definitely just want to start to try and get some footing here. Now again, it's a save round from Disguise. They're not expected to win this map, but as many picks as possible is appreciated from them. Or this, I said this map, I meant this round. We're also going to take out and clear tree room. Take out clear and clear tree room. And now it's going to be a 5v3 from Turtle Troop. As they should just be able to play this post plant pretty easily here. Ooh, the timing as Governor looks away right as the peak comes through from Nerve. Governor going to be able to take Nerve out. Now it's going to be a 2v5 from the remaining Disguised players. And again, they're probably just going to look to die to this spike and get those ult points up. Although Exalt has Seekers, so he doesn't actually need to get that ult point up. Gangsta going to be able to take Adder out. They're trying to get a little bit aggressive there. Exalt now looking like he's going to push for some more. Swall going to prevent some damage done. Dazzle going to take Exalt out. And Gangsta just going to die to the spike. And this round does go to Turtle Troop. Although, you know, they should have won this round. It's a save round from Disguise. And now the Disguise is back on a bye. We'll see if they're able to push through here and get a round win here. Because again, Disguise is just one round away from securing the 12th round, which is a really big round for them to get. Because once you can get to that overtime, get a little bit of more room to breathe. And of course, if you can just get to that 12th round before your opponent does, then, you know, you got room to breathe. And also, you're only one round away from a win. So it puts you in a pretty decent spot here. There's a lockdown for Adder to use here, and Seekers for Exalt to use. From the Shadows on Nerf, still going to be in his hands. I don't know if that'll come out here. We did see Weeded use his From the Shadows in the previous round, so he's able to use it there. Gangsta going to be on the site, pushed pretty far back. Clear also going to be on C site to lock it down, but not going to really be able to do anything here as Turtle Troop has just begun pushing aggressively through this site here. The lockdown does push Disguise back, and so that does mean site is given up, and now the Viper's Pit comes out. This is a good round to use it. As you know, Disguise is going to be on a bye, and if Disguise loses the round here, it'll put them in a bad spot. The timing, as Weeded looks away right as Exalt pushes through. Clear going to be able to take out Dazzle. Adder takes out Clear. Gangsta, though, going to take out Adder. Viper's Pit going to do good damage. Rossi trying to take advantage of that. Governor looking to do some damage with the Shorty. Not going to be able to. Nerve takes Governor out. This spike needs to be defused right now, and it's going to be defused right now. Yay, Nerve going to be able to be the last remaining players, and the spike gets defused. Disguise has secured the 12th round, and that was their bye. They did lose a majority of their players, so it wasn't a great bye round from them, but it is still the round that'll get them to the 12th round. They can rest a little bit easier now, knowing, all right, we're just one round away from a win. At the very least, Turtle Troop will get to the overtime, so we've got some rounds to work with here, and it looks like they're just going to force this round. They do have room to take a save if they wanted to, but it looks like they're just going to force here. They've got a lockdown to do it with. They've got knives to do it with. A Blade Storm from Ye, going to be able to use that as well. So, although they're going to have slightly worse guns here, they still may be able to turn it into a win. Disguise pushing up aggressively in through A, just maybe looking to do some damage. Breakable gets destroyed to allow this to rotate as well. And B site is getting cleared. Governor and Rossi each find a pick, and now it's going to be a 5v3 here from Turtle Troop. If Turtle Troop can secure this round, then Disguise will be on some bad econ next round. Clear going to be able to take out Dazzle, but it's traded off by Adder. And Turtle Troop has been able to push through the CT entrances into C. Adder going to be able to take out Nerve, who was trying to go for a flank. And now it's going to be a 1v4 from Exalt. And he has to make a decision here. Does he want to push for it, or does he just want to try and save his Phantom? Because their econ's not going to be great next round. And, well, they sort of need to win next round if they want to prevent the overtime. But it looks like he's just going to go to save the gun. There's not a whole lot of time that he has to play around with here. So it's still just trying to clear A main, make sure everything's safe. Which it is. Nobody's on A for Turtle Troop.
The ideas for Turtle Troop on this attacking side are very limited into the things that have worked out against DSG.
And the round win comes off from Turtle Troop. And now the econ not going to be looking great from Disguise, like I already mentioned. which does mean Turtle Troop gonna be in a pretty good spot here to try and win this round. Disguise gonna just have to force here and claw together, try and secure this round if they can. Looks like they're gonna take a timeout here. They've yet to use a timeout.
DSG will scribble in a timeout.
And using it here,
on top of this being
sorry, this timeout being taken here from Disguise is definitely going to be a good choice. Now, the main question to consider here is, well, how is this going to be played? I think Disguise defense looked really, really strong for a long time. And I honestly think it still does look strong. I think what the offense has been able to do from Turtle Troop off of that timeout, pretty much what I said they needed to do, was to just rotate in between the sites, get some fluidity moving. And on top of that, Turtle Troop just started winning their gunfights as they were pushing into those sites. So what Disguise needs to do is maybe stay a little bit harder on those sites, or not have so much fluidity when they're moving in between the sites. Allow themselves to stay on just a little bit longer and try and find those picks. Play it a little bit safer and allow themselves to be in positions to trade each other off. If Disguise can do that this round, they may be able to secure the win and prevent the overtime from Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop definitely gonna be excited right now. It didn't look great pretty early on in this half, but now they're in a position to tie it up, possibly try and take overtime. There's a lockdown for Clear to use this round. There's Seekers for Turtle Troop to use this round, though. And we may see this come out. The Operator on Governor already coming out as he's pushing out through A, maybe looking to gain some vision. Turtle Troop playing default here, hoping Disguise will push them. Because Disguise has been pushing out a little bit aggressively these past few rounds. They're definitely hoping to be able to take advantage of that, although Disguise not pushing out too far from those main entrances into these sites. To Disguise deficit, it actually allows for Governor to take aggressive control of the A main here, and now the spike for Turtle Troop gonna get over to A as well. And Disguise still has no vision as to where Turtle Troop may be. So now they're going to hear some contact. Turtle Troop could still try and rotate through Breakable if they want. And the Secret comes out. Now they know there's actually only one to defend site. And they know where he is. So they know the site's clear. We can just push in. And that's what they're going to do here. And Adder, with the Lurk, going to be pushing in through B. It catches Ye off guard. Going to be able to find the pick. Adder going to back up right as he sees the peeking out from Disguised, and now it's going to be a 5v4 for Turtle Troop. The spike going to go down. The lockdown comes out, though, from Disguised, and it's actually not going to do a whole lot. Clear pushes out, and Governor with the op going to be able to find a pick. And I say it's not going to be able to do a whole lot because Turtle Troop can just back up into tree, and although Disguise is going to be able to take advantage of that and push them pretty aggressively, the rest of Turtle Troop is still going to be watching for main. Exalt with the op going to take out Rossi. It's going to be a 2v2 right now, but Disguise is so low on health. Below half health for Exalt, although he's able to take out Weeded. He'd be happy with the ace, and he finds it. Is the spike going to get defused? It doesn't, and although Exalt finds a nice ace, and that would have been an impressive way to end this round, the defusal not going to come through, just barely not going to come through, and unfortunately for Disguise, that round will not go to them, and we're going to overtime. Although Disguise was in a position to take this, it did not go their way. So that means both of these teams won 6 rounds on their offense and 6 rounds on their defense. So it's been pretty much entirely even play from both of these teams. Although you look at this guy's defense and you see a 5-round win streak and you go, alright, it's clear that maybe they had a little bit of a better defense than they did in offense, but if you look at their offense where they did struggle a little bit here. Speaking of Disguised on offense, they're starting off on the offense here, and it looks like they're going to be pushing in through A. Governor has decided to spend the money and get the Operator. We'll see if that does end up resulting in a kill here at all. Dazzle going to be firing through smoke, trying to get a pick. Only going to take damage himself. Does not do any damage. Oh, no, sorry. He does do damage to Ye, but Ye is able to heal. Dazzle, of course, can't heal himself. So the health not going to be great for Turtle Troop just to start it off. Although it's not too big of a deficit, and it shouldn't make too big of a difference here. Sky's going to start pushing into B here. They've got 3 going to be pushing in through main, and it looks like 2 are going to try and go through breakable. And it looks like Turtle Troop might be ready for this. We saw this guys do this a lot on their offense. And so Turtle Troop may be able to counterplay this. We'll see if they're able to. Sky is going to start this push on to B. They're going to be allowed to take site. Just those smokes are going to push Turtle Troop back. Although the util comes through, and Adder are going to be able to take advantage of the concussion from the Sky Dog. Able to find a pick, but Gangsta going to take out Adder, and then Dazzle able to find one, but Ye and Clear return with 2 picks of their own, which does mean Disguise now has the player advantage. The Operator and Governor going to try and clear this site. This spike's finally going to go down from Disguise. Governor trying to find a pick here with the op coming through. Will he be able to? He sees Ye, going to be able to wallbang him, and now it's going to be a 2v2. The health full for both of these teams, although Governor does not have shield. Oh, Waited gonna be able to push Nerve here. Now it's down to Clear in a 1v2. We've seen him win a 1v2 before in this map already, but the smoke drops and he's not ready for it. Waited gonna take Clear out. This round goes to Turtle Troop to start off this this overtime, and if I'm Disguised, I'm looking pretty worried right now. Now Turtle Troop is in a position to win it when Disguised for so many rounds there, but at least in that second half when they were on their defense, they looked so strong. And it looked like maybe they were going to take a win, but now suddenly in overtime they're in a position to lose it, and Disguised has got to be worried about this. Although both of these teams, like I said, although it was 6 rounds won from both of these teams, both on their defense and on their offense, so it's exactly even play, I think both of these teams looked a little bit stronger on their defense than on their offense. And now that Disguise is on their defense, they may be able to take a round here. Although Turtle Troop in the second half was able to take a timeout, which was used pretty effectively. They were able to figure out how to use that timeout to start to win some of those rounds there after Disguise had taken a 5-round win streak. Turtle Troop was able to get on a bye round. They had just used a timeout, and they turned it into some round momentum to tie it back up and get it to overtime. And so, you know, from Disguise's position, they do need to try something a little bit different on this defense. They took a timeout towards the end of that second half, but it did not help them secure a win, although they nearly did. Clear going to be shooting through the smoke, and he actually does a good amount of damage to Governor, who once again has decided to just go for the Operator instead of a real gun. Ye also going to be going for the Operator instead of a rifle and shield, so both Ye and Governor not going to have shield, and both Ye and Governor are going to have an Operator, although it started off, Governor has taken some damage as he got shot at through that smoke. Nerve going to be, with the help of 2 of his teammates, to try and lock down C site. And it looks like Disguise may be ready for this push from Turtle Troop. The util comes through, and in response, so does the blind, and Nerve going to find a pick off of that. The Skydog comes out. Nerve trying to get away. He's not quite going to be able to, although Gangsta's able to take out Rossi and Adder, looking for another. Weeded takes out Gangsta, but it's traded off by Exalt, which means now Dazzle's alone in a 1v3. 6 seconds left. He needs to get this spike down. He's not going to be able to. Exalt going to finish it off, taking out Dazzle. And this round goes to Disguised, and they've tied it back up. We're going to another round of overtime. And I'll remind you, this is not just the first map, but this is Turtle Troop's pick. So not being able to take a win already, you know, not doing as well as maybe they would have hoped is already a little bit of a deficit. But on top of that, Turtle Troop, even if Turtle Troop secures the map, it's overtime, right? It's already gone into overtime, which shows you it's a close map. And again, this is Turtle Troop's pick, so it doesn't look good for them as we move through the rest of this series. Although we do have to see how it goes on Ascent before I start making predictions. But yeah, it just doesn't look great here so far from Turtle Troop. Or at the very least, it doesn't look as strong as maybe I was expecting against Disguised from Turtle Troop. Disguised now back on their offense, going to be pushing B here. It looks like they're going to send 3 through A, through Breakable, and into B, while 2 come through main. The Operator and Governor not going to defend the push through main, which did have the spike, which means the spike is going to be able to go down as site has been given up. So Turtle Troop going to have to play this retake. Ye is just holding this, and Governor going to win the exchange. Doesn't take any damage, or very little damage, only takes 2 damage in that process. So now Turtle Troop going to have the player advantage as they start to try this retake. Viper Wall goes down. And Exalt wanting to push through it, and it goes well for him. He's going to find 2, then a third. Gangsta and Nerve going to finish it off in this offense. Round does go to Disguise, and like I said, both of these teams, although, again, both teams had the exact same amount of wins on both their defense and offense of 6 rounds. Both of these teams, just the way it looked like both of these teams had a stronger defense than offense. So Disguised able to take this offense round here. Definitely bodes well for them going into this defense where they look a little bit stronger. You look at Exalt there celebrating. But yeah, I'm a little bit more optimistic here coming into this, as yeah, Disguise does should be able to, or optimistic in the sense of Disguise, optimism towards Disguise, as they should be able to secure this or defensive round, as again they looked stronger on their defense than they did their offense, and they've already secured an offensive round, so we could see this overtime win go to Disguise. The wall has allowed Turtle Troop to push up, but they're not ready for Ye to be watching through Breakable with an operator, and Ye gonna be able to find the pick on Governor. Now it's gonna be a 4v5 for the remaining Turtle Troop players. Although A-Site has been given up, they're gonna have to play this post plant down a player. See how it goes. Clear, hoping Turtle Troop will push them coming into CT, but it looks like Dazzle just gonna hold this angle now that the smoke goes off for a little bit of a one-way. This guy's gonna have to figure out how they want to play this. Adder lurking through B. We've seen him do this a few times, and it looks like this guy's is not ready for it. Adder gonna find 2 before getting taken out. That's a 2-for-1 special, and that will even out that player count. Now it's gonna be a 3v3. Yay, trying to clear sight, not gonna be able to. Dashes through, gets blinded, taken out by Weeded. Frosty gonna take out Nerve, who also dashes through. Gangsta gonna be able to take out Rossi and Weeded. Now it's a 1v1. His health is looking pretty decent, but he does have to stick this, and I don't think he has enough time. He gets off to get the kill, and we're going to another round of overtime. And again, both of these teams, although, like I said, both of these teams, in my opinion, looked a little stronger on their defense than their offense. It doesn't seem to matter. Both of these teams are still putting up a really equal performance on both their defense and offense, and that's why this overtime is continuing. And I mean, realistically, the way you'll see an overtime go super, super long is when you see that first half end in a 6-6, and then it goes to overtime, because that tells you both these teams are so even, and so evenly matched, and so you'll see a really long overtime, and or not, you know, not necessarily it doesn't guarantee a long overtime. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. It doesn't guarantee a super long overtime, but if you're looking to watch a really long overtime, the conditions would be that it goes 6-6 in that first half, and then it goes 12-12 into overtime, because that just goes to show how evenly matched these teams are, and that'll be the recipe for a long overtime. And that's sort of what we're seeing here. Rossi, though, going to take out Ye and Gangsta, and now this push into C is getting denied, as no picks have come through yet for Disguise. Rossi able to take out Clear as well, only 3 ult points away from his ult. He gets 3 kills, so that ult's going to come down the Viper's Pit. Now it's going to be a 2v5, and Adder going to lock down B, able to take out Exalt and Nerve. A flawless round here for Turtle Troop, and it looks like maybe they're like, alright, I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of this overtime. Let's just close out Lotus. Now that Disguise is on their defense, it's up to them to try and keep this overtime alive. We possibly see another impressively long overtime on Lotus. I'll remind you, the longest overtime in North American Challengers so far in this season was between TSM and the Guard, and it was on Lotus. It was the first time we saw Lotus being played, and it was between TSM and the Guard, week 3 of Split 1, and it went 18 and 16, which is really, really long, and it's only 1 round of overtime away from the record in Valorant Pro Play currently, which is 19 and 17 overtime. So we will see if that record will be broken today. I don't think it will, because well, you know, it's Turtle Troop's map pick. I think if we were on the decider, I could say it's a little bit less close, but it's Turtle Troop's map pick. They may be able to pull through here. Speaking of Turtle Troop, they're on this offense, and they're pushing in through C, or at least trying to challenge it. Although some utils denied very much vision for them, so they're still just trying to figure out how they want to play this. They are sending 2 through B main, so it looks like maybe they might want to try to go through the door and push into B, potentially. Disguise is ready for this possibility. They've got 2 on B. Although now they're sending 1 over to C. Some Killjoy util going to help lock down B. And Turtle Troop has now sent those 2 that were pushed up in B main. Now they're going to push back, and they're getting ready to push into C here. Adder going to start off this take well, as he's able to find a pick. Clear going to take Adder off. Find another one as well, and Gangsta takes out Dazzle and Weeded. Rossi now alone suddenly. A 1v4, able to take out Gangsta, but now it's a 1v3. He's got to get the spike down. He's only got 15 seconds to do it. Flash comes through, able to take out Clear. He's got 10 seconds left on the clock. He's got to get the spike down. Oh, he's able to take out his ult. Now it's a 1v1. He's got 4 seconds. He has time. He decides to stop the plant, and he knows Ye's pushing him, and he's able to take Ye out. And the clutch gonna come through from Rossi. It goes 16 and 14 in this round. Goes to Turtle Troop, and this map goes to Turtle Troop. A good way to end this first map. And Turtle Troop takes it, albeit it's as exciting as that last round was. It's not very impressive from Turtle Troop because, again, they picked Lotus. So keeping it that close does not bode well for them as we move into this next map of Ascent, which we know Disguise is pretty decent at. And we just saw Disguise play pretty well on Lotus, which wasn't even their map pick. So we may see Disguise start to pull themselves together for Ascent. Not to say Turtle Troop doesn't have a hope of 2-0ing or 2-1ing. It's just like it's not a good start is what I'm trying to say. But we'll see if as we continue, we see some good rounds won from we'll see if as we continue this second map goes better for Disguise, for Turtle Troop, and try and show them to be a little bit of a stronger team than they looked in this first map. Again, that was a really close map. The first two the main game phase is what I'll call it. Didn't look super strong from either of the teams, but as we went into that overtime, they looked so powerful, both of these teams. And so now I'm excited to see the way that this continues to go, because that was well played. Is the best to say it. We'll just look at the stats here, and you look at Adder. I just want to point this out right off the bat. Adder on the Killjoy, the Sentinel role. Adder went 32 and 23 across, and this is just one map of Lotus. 32 and 23. That's the amount of kills we'll see from players in a 3-map series, but this is just one map. That just goes to show, first of all, how long this map went, but also just how strong Adder was looking. He was really pulling through for his team there. With a 301 ACS, that's pretty decent across a 30 round map. That's a pretty decent combat score, considering there was a lot of time to get it lowered or higher. There's a big average there between all the rounds. Go and take a look at Disguise though, and you will see maybe not as high of frags. You don't got a player with 32 and 23. Give me one. You don't have a player with 32 and 23, but you do still have pretty decent and even playing across the board. Is what I'd like to point out. You look at Turtle Troop, and your lowest player is 15 kills. Same for Disguise, and then the second highest has 17. The second highest for Disguise has 18. And then you go to 23, 23, and 24. Those top 3 frags are really consistent in how close their kills are. Versus you look at Turtle Troop, and the players with the more consistent kills are these bottom 3 players with 15, 17, and 18. And even those kills aren't super close, right? So Disguise is playing pretty similarly across the board. 216, 217, 225. Those are all pretty similar average combat scores. Obviously, Nerve going 147 and Gangsta going 188 isn't great. One thing I will say is that Gangsta typically, and I've talked about this before, Gangsta's frags aren't typically super strong. He's not a top fragger for his team all the time. He's a pretty decent controller player, and that's why they still have him on the team. So he's not going to be that top frag, or he typically will take that bottom frag position or the lower frag. Somebody's got to do it, and for Disguise, it's typically Gangsta. But across the board, I mean, obviously, both of these teams, of course, are just going to have pretty even kills. But yeah, it's important to just note that Turtle Troop had a really massive carry in Adder and also in Rossi. Rossi was 9 kills above the next highest, which is Weeded, and of course Adder was 14 kills above Weeded, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, so both of these players had to sort of pull through for their team, whereas Disguise was playing pretty similarly across the board. Obviously, again, Nerve and Gangsta maybe a little bit lower than the rest of the team, but still, like, between Exalt and Gangsta, it's only 5 kills. Like, it's not a super wide gap, is what I'm trying to get at. Versus for Turtle Troop, you have these two players with a super wide gap. And so what Disguise can try and work on and try and do is, try and deny those players any good chance to find those frags. So, if you're on your offense, you push those sites where those players aren't, so that way you deny them the ability to, lock down those sites. Or, you're on your defense, you just try and get those players out so they can't do much damage. Obviously, something you'll notice is we do see a lot of this Sentinel role, especially Killjoys, fragging high. And the reason is because these are the players that stay alive the longest, because that's what they need to do. That's what their role asks of them. And so having your Sentinel be a higher fragger isn't out of the picture. Obviously, you still want your duelist to be fragging pretty highly, but also when your duelist is that operator player, sometimes you won't see them frag as highly. Although for Ye, he's able to keep consistent with the other two top players. But yeah, there's the other two top players. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. But generally, that game went pretty well. I just want to point out for Disguised, they were able to find some good round momentum. It was sort of weird. Disguised would like struggle, or at least in this first half, they struggled a little bit to start it off, and then they just got this 4-round win streak. They were able to get some of that momentum built up. Turtle Troop finally denied it in the last round of that half, but that would just keep it even. So it wasn't great for Disguise, because again, it's an offense-sided map, and Disguise wasn't able to take the lead, so I just didn't think it looked very good for them. And honestly, their first half didn't look great either. But then we went to the second half, and it didn't look great for Turtle Troop that round. You saw them win the first 2 Pistol rounds, and then all of a sudden, Disguise just, that round momentum we saw them able to gain towards the end of the first half just continued, it looked like. They just, they got unlucky in the first pistol round, which meant they lost the second round, and then they were just able to really pull through. Now, I'll be honest, these were expensive rounds. These were not like, oh, we dominated these rounds. These were expensive rounds. They lost a majority of their players in a lot of these rounds, which meant their econ was really never able to stabilize, which is why as soon as Turtle Troop started winning these, Disguise was able to secure a win here, but then Turtle Troop was still able to carry it through because Disguise econ was never able to build up, which meant they had no econ momentum to work with. And then you look over into overtime, and this was, again, we saw some of the more even play come through, and of course Turtle Troop does take it, although barely. They do end up taking it. And I wanna mostly point out, I wish I could just look at the stats from just this last round, but we saw Exalt nearly able to, I mean, he got the ace, but it wasn't quite enough for Disguise to secure the round. And honestly, that was the biggest choke. They just waited a little too long to push, and they could not push aggressively enough. And that's really what started their downfall. And it's disappointing to see, for sure, definitely. But at the end of the day, that is what it is. I do want to hear what the casters have to say about that, but before we get into that, I do want to quickly do this, because I did not get the chance. I typically let ChatGPT make the prediction, but I got a little distracted before this started, and then we rushed into it a little quickly, so I'll do it now. Who will win between Disguise and Turtle Troop? We'll do a question mark. We'll just copy and paste this. And we do this. Disguise will come out on top. Alright, if you look at my predictions, I went over it, but my pick'ems, I have Turtle Troop taking it. And Turtle Troop does take the first map, but after that loss, or after how close that was, again, I'm not super optimistic about how this will go for Disguise. It'll definitely be interesting, or sorry, for Turtle Troop. It'll definitely be interesting to see if Turtle Troop's ascent has been practiced. And honestly, I feel like Turtle Troop and Disguise have a pretty equal ascent. It's not... I would say maybe Disguise is a little bit better. Ascent is, of course, one of their stronger maps. But Turtle Troop also has a pretty decent showing usually on Ascent. And they've shown themselves to be a pretty decent team on Ascent. So I don't anticipate, a rollover here from Disguise. Expect a good fight still to be put up from Turtle Troop. Split being the decider is really interesting to me for 2 reasons. One, Disguised is a team that doesn't do great on split, and neither is Turtle Troop. So neither of these teams have a whole lot of really like dominant. They haven't really done a good performance on split yet. So it'll be the first chance to see either of these teams put up a good fight. But in addition to that, split being the decider means both of these teams let it through. So both of these teams are confident enough on split to not feel like they need to ban it. Which is definitely interesting to me. It'll be interesting, for sure, definitely, to see how Disguise ends up, or both of these teams end up playing on split, because I do think we're going there. Of course, I'm looking a little bit too far ahead. We're just going to look at Ascent. I do want to hear about what these casters have to say about it, though, because there's a lot to talk about.
That DSG have had with Clear and Ye specifically. Gangsta is also, I mean, his profile picture for this team, he's got the bow in his hand, right? He's playing the info initiator, and on a map like Lotus, he doesn't really get to do that. So I'm really looking towards Ascent.
That is one thing to point out. There's really no good way to play with a recon initiator on Lotus, and generally 3-site maps are a little bit harder, especially on defense, just because you don't really get a whole lot of opportunity. But especially Lotus, where these entrances onto these sites are not super, they're not super easy to access. Is the best way to say it. Like, these entrances onto the sites are not super. You can't really very quickly get in, and so using your recon abilities are difficult to do, or it's difficult to do to use those recon abilities. But yeah, so now that we're gonna see, Disguised, and especially Gangsta, he's gonna be able to use those abilities. Honestly, I'd say on this controller role, he was able to do it pretty well. We'll see if these this recon initiator does come out for him, and if he's able to use it well. This is all stuff I'm excited to see.
Down to the book and how it should.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just excited to see how this goes.
Into the Sentinel, into this Killjoy, that's when we get to see the plays that we saw from Clear. So it'd be really fun to see, and then you complement it with a composition that is pretty standard all across everywhere else. And the idea for DSG to go for this map on their side, it feels like it should go the distance.
All right, and it looks like we're going into the Agent Select. Now, this is a map, I've talked about it before. It's defense-sided. 51.2% of rounds on Ascent go to the defense in pro play. That's not a big margin, but it's still a margin. It's still a little bit of a defense-sided map. And so Disguise coming in here is going to have a lot of work to do to try and get that defense in their side. Now again, this is Disguise map pick. Let's just take a look at the Agent Select though. It's identical picks. Nerve and Weeded both on Omen, Ye and Governor on Jet, Exalt and Rossi on KO, Clear and Adder on Killjoy, Gangsta and Dazzle on Sova. So again, these are identical picks here. So it's really pretty much similarly to how Lotus was identical picks. It's gonna be whichever team can get those agents in their hands and use them effectively. I'm excited to see Exalt on this KO. This is something I think we missed, not having Exalt on Disguise. We weren't able to see his KO because, I mean, Exalt's KO is so dangerous. If you're against it, you gotta be worried. This map is defense-sided, and Disguise is starting on the offense first. Governor able to deny any push out for Ye, but Exalt going to be able to trade it off. Rossi going to take out Exalt, though, and now Spike's down. It's going to be a 4v3. Gangsta takes quite a bit of damage, but Clear going to be able to take out Rossi. Now Weighted trying to take out Clear, but takes quite a bit of damage, has to reload, and now it's going to be a 3v2. All of Disguise pretty low, and now Adder coming in to flank Clear. Although Disguise is ready for it, Nerve going to be able to take out Adder. The gun diff was very prevalent there, but Nerve still able to win it despite being at a gun disadvantage. Dazzle going to be able to take out Nerve for a little bit of a trade, and now it's going to be a 2v2. Now again, the health is really just not there for Disguise, and it's definitely showing here as Clear going to be left alone after losing the rest of his team. Weeded is down to 30 HP, so his health isn't great, but this cross is going to be held by Disguised. And although Clear gets a nice shot on Dazzle, Weeded going to deny hope of a win there. Turtle Troop does take the first round. Now again, it's a defense-sided map, so the defense should take the lead going into the second half. But just, especially after what we saw on the previous map, those types of stats don't always matter, and it may absolutely be true here on Ascent. But that being said, Skies does take a win here. He saw Governor fist bump the camera. A little bit of showmanship there. But yeah, we do have the first round won by Turtle Troop, and it's their defense. So again, defense side of map, that's anticipated. Now Turtle Troop going to be forcing here because they won the first round. That's what you would expect. Governor with the Phantom going to be able to take out Nerve. Gangsta going to be able to trade it off though, and Ye taking out Rossi mid is going to do even more damage. Dazzle gets, or sorry, was that Dazzle? Yeah, Dazzle gets blinded, but it doesn't matter. Weeded going to cover his teammate there. Ye going to be able to take out Dazzle though. Gets down to 4 HP, and it's a 2v2 right now. The player count is even, but the health is really not there for Disguise right now. Clear needs to win this exchange here with Adder in order to try and give his team some hope here. Ye is so low on health. Oh, and Adder does, or sorry, Clear is not able to win his exchange with Adder, which means now Ye gonna have to try and clutch a 1v2 with 4 HP. He is running that spike over to B, although they definitely know that there could possibly be one on B, and Adder was on B, but he's actually backed up, and he's gonna be playing from mid into A now. I don't know if that turret's gonna be active. No, it should be. The Marshal gonna be able to take it out. Ye has to be careful about that, because if that turret had hit him, he'd be done. The Nanostorm narrowly misses. And now Ye gonna, again, he has to play a 1v2. He's got 4 HP. Both of the remaining Turtle Troop members are at full health. Ooh, Weeded gonna push upwards, and Ye able to flick up and do damage, but not gonna be able to take him out. And Ye not necessarily anticipating Adder pushing out there, although maybe he was ready for it. Adder gonna be able to take him out, and all you needed was just sneeze on him, essentially. He does get taken out. And Turtle Troop secures that round, although now we're going to be going into a bonus for Turtle Troop, and they lost the majority of their players coming into this round, so that means their Econ's not going to be in a great spot to defend super heavily against the full buy from Disguised. And Governor, though, going to be able to afford that Operator, and it actually looks like Turtle Troop will be forcing Adder will be picking up a gun, or yeah, it looks like he will be picking up a gun here. So that way their bonus has a little bit more econ, but, or sorry, a little bit better guns. But it is still a bonus for the most part from Turtle Troop. Not all of them gonna be forcing a buy here. Disguised, though, not on a bonus or a save. They're gonna be on a buy here, and they need to win this with as many players alive as possible in order to get some good momentum moving and try and get some good rounds. There's 3 holding A, 4 Turtle Troop, 2 on A, and then 1 in Garden. This guy's gonna have to figure out how they want to push this. Looks like this guy's now going to be backing up, and now they're moving more towards mid, as they were deciding, or they were trying to push into A. It looked like they were just waiting for some vision or contact, and because they're denied any, they do just decide to back up, and now they're pushing through mid, through Cat, and it looks like they're going to be going into tree through Cat. And the Sova drone comes through. It's not going to see anyone. Rossi with the flash, going to try and clear tree. He's able to take out Ye. Zalt going to be able to take out Weeded and Dazzle, though, and this push onto site has started. Rossi going to be left alone to defend the site. These guys, if they wanted to, they could actually take the spike through mid and into B, but it looks like Turtle Troop may be ready for that. And honestly, they're expecting it, it looks like. It's a bad thing to expect, though, as Disguise is going to be pushing into A. Nerve going to be the one to take Rossi out. Sight has been given to Disguise now. Minimal time remaining. Now Disguise is going to be able to get that spike down, and now it's down to Governor and Adder in a 2v4, and it looks like Governor just going to try and save his op. So it's really just down to Adder to try and clutch this round up. Coming in from heaven. Doesn't see anyone as he peeks through window. Smoke does come through. He's able to get a little bit of vision, but now he's just going to back up, and it looks like this force buy from Disguise is actually going to go well for them, because getting 4 out of the 5 is, maintaining 4 out of the 5 of your players alive does put you in a pretty decent spot. Reason being, you know, if you lose too many of your players, it puts your econ in a bad spot next round, but because you only lose 1, you may be able to force that player a buy, and additionally, the rest of your players just get to hold on to a gun. So it can help you start to build some momentum up. Versus if you lose a good amount of your players there, any momentum you may want to build up off of a round win, you will get denied. But just having that win there does put them in a decent spot here.
Actually, we haven't seen it, right?
I don't.
The other one that we saw was the orange one.
It looks like Disguised going to be getting ready to push into B here, or at least try and challenge it. They've got 3 in B lobby, 2 in A lobby. Although it looks like the 2 in A lobby are going to be peeking mid. Or it looks like maybe Disguise is going to be doing a mid hit. Now, will that be mid through to A or mid through to B? We'll see.
Just the bonus for TTR, obviously it looked very strong because they.
It looks like Disguise is now going to be pushing in through towards A. It will be a mid through Cat and into Tree.
Governor here inside B main, very aggressive, giving a lot of information to Turtle Troop, knowing that they haven't leaned to this way just yet.
And they ping it, so definitely an idea that at least one of the players is going to be there. But I mean, how many times is it only the Killjoy for that 4-1 setup that we see early on, right? So I think the right idea is going to be Governor backing up.
And now Disguise, sorry, I zoned out a little bit there. But Disguise is still just trying to figure out how they want to play this. They're just letting the time tick down. Just a little bit of contact there. Turtle Troop just trying to figure out how they want to play this defense and prevent the push in. Ye gets entirely blinded, so this entry is going to be stopped, but he knows exactly where Rossi is. Adder able to take out Gangsta, but it's immediately traded off by Nerve, and then Ye going to be able to clear out Weeded. So, although Spike does go down, they are going to be able to, or the player holding the Spike dies, they are still going to be able to get that Spike down and get it planted. So now the 2 for Turtle Troop who are left defending B, looks like they're going to be going for a save because both of these players have spent a little bit of money on this round. Governor, I believe, was able to save his operator, but he did still, I believe, buy his teammate a gun. And then Dazzle, who decided to buy an Odin this round, another expensive purchase, just going to be saving that, trying to hold on to it. And as Disguised, money is actually looking pretty decent here. Looks like Clear was looking to maybe try and do some damage, but Dazzle with the Sova Dart gonna get a ping off on where Clear is, and that Odin gonna be able to find a pick. Now Disguise just gonna look to save the remaining of their players. And although they do lose 2 of their players, they keep the majority of their players alive. That does mean their econ is looking pretty decent here. And the Turtle Troop definitely gonna start to need to be worried here, as these rounds have started to look a little bit bad for them. This past, or at least that previous round, was a full buy from both sides, and Turtle Troop took the loss on that round, so it's definitely disappointing for them, and now Turtle Troop taking a timeout here. Now again, this is Disguised map pick, so them performing well here is not unexpected, but Turtle Troop should still be trying to put up a good fight, and again, it's a defense-sided map, so at the very least, Turtle Troop should be able to keep it tied going into the next half. If not, if they aren't taking the lead, which they have a good chance of doing, because again, defense-sided map, so they should be able to take the lead going into the next half. And sure, it's not as big, it's not as skewed to the defense on Ascent as the Lotus is skewed to the offense. It's not a super one-sided map here, but it is still a defense-sided map. So again, at the very least, they should be keeping it tied. And it's still tied, but Disguise's momentum that they've been able to get here may prevent it from being tied here. And it looks like Turtle Troop gonna have to take a save here for those players that weren't able to hold on to their guns from the previous round, which just goes to show their econ is already starting to look pretty bad here. And Disguise econ is looking pretty stable here, and this momentum is going to start to really be built up here. Disguise is starting to get ready to maybe do a B hit. Looks like mostly they're going to be taking mid here, and Turtle Troop actually hasn't been doing a good job of denying this mid control. And that could be a big part of why they've been losing these rounds, is just that Disguise has been able to take mid control, and then they just push through those mid entrances. And the reason this map is defense-sided is because the choke points into the entrances of the site are really difficult for the offense to get away from. But when you're not able to take good advantage of it, it doesn't matter. And already we've seen Turtle Troop not able to take advantage of it, especially in this round in particular, but it is a save round from Turtle Troop. As we do find that the site has been cleared well and beautifully by Disguised. And now Dazzle, who is over on A, is now alone to try and retake this site if he decides he wants to retake or if he just decides he wants to save. He is able to find a pick on Ye, or onto Ye, but now it's a 1v3. And he may not be able to push any further than this. Looks like he's still going to challenge maybe for a few more picks. He definitely cannot defuse this spike. He peeks. One, he also saw Exalt a little bit there. He doesn't know necessarily who to shoot at. And Exalt going to be the one to find the pick. And this round does go to Disguise once again with 3 players left alive. And it's another good round for Disguise. As we're going to continue to move through these rounds where Disguised is getting some good momentum built up. It's going to be now Turtle Troop back on a full buy. We'll see if that buy does, or if his buy does come through with a win. If it does, that does put Turtle Troop in a pretty good spot here. Now there's 2 ults for Turtle Troop to use, Hunter's Fury and Lockdown. Disguise, though, has a Lockdown of their own, as well as a Blade Storm, which Ye is going to be using this round, and the From the Shadows. Although Ye did want to use those knives, but the KO knife going to be the perfect counter. And Governor, with the Operator, going to be able to find and take out Nerve. Deny this push into the site, but Ye going to be able to trade it off, and he's looking to do more. Not going to be able to, and Rossi takes out Ye. Spray transfers over to Exalt, and now it's a 4v2. Rossi able to take out Gangsta as well, shooting through the smoke, and now it's just down to Clear in a 1v4. He only has 26 HP, and this is that choke point that I was talking about. When you're on this offense, the entrances into the sites, whether it's through mid, whether it's through the main entrance, it's a really easy choke point for the defense. You can throw util through there, and the entire team will most likely get hit by it. You can just spray through the smoke there because you know they have to push through it, and that's what Turtle Troop has been able to do, and they've been able to do some damage as well. Dazzle, the Operator, going to be able to take Clear out in this round. Goes the way of Turtle Troop. They've been able to tie it up, and that was their bye round. They really needed to win that to try and get themselves back in the running here. And, yeah, they were able to find the round, so it does put them in a good spot here. Turtle Troop really looking solid here. There's 4 ults for Turtle Troop to use. Again, there's the Hunter's Fury, the KO ult, the Null Command, the Lockdown, and the Blade Storm for Governor, and then there's the Lockdown and the From the Shadows for Disguised. 4 ults for Turtle Troop to use this round, and you know they'd be happy to use them as they would like to try and chip away at this Econ. Disguise has been able to build up. Governor should have been able to find that op pick, but he just shoots right in between the 2 players. And he's going to get out-offed by Ye. And now it's a 4v5. Still 3 ults for Turtle Troop to use. You may want to. The Null Command could definitely do some damage here. Ye pushing in. Oh, and he doesn't quite clear Cubby. Weeded was holding his trigger finger, hoping to maybe find some more and do some more damage, but not quite able to. Damage comes through. The Lockdown does come out from Disguise. The Hunter Fury comes out to try and take out the Lockdown. But it doesn't actually take it out. Maybe he realized or I think he tried to pivot to do some damage to Disguise, but regardless of the intention, it does not come through with a kill or taking out that Lockdown. So now Dazzle's alone in a 1v4, as Disguise has been able to clear a site, and they've been able to get this spike down, and it looks like Dazzle just going to play and try and get away with his life here. Gonna push out here. He may encounter Clear, but he may not push out too far. Clear is holding Garage here. Clear swings out right now. He may be able to find a pick. Oh, and Dazzle backs right up into Garage. He wants to be able to hold Market, not anticipating Clear there. That does mean Disguise is able to get all of the players from Turtle Troop, and somehow Nerve dies to the spike. Not entirely sure why that was, but that does hurt their econ a little bit. But like I talked about, Disguise has been able to get some really good econ momentum built up here. And they can afford a player loss there, and their econ is going to continue to be built up here. 3 ults for Disguise to use this round: From the Shadows, Null Command, and Hunter's Fury. Over on Turtle Troop, they've got those same ults to use: Null Command, And not the Hunter's Fury, but No Command and From the Shadows. They also have a Blade Storm and a Lockdown. They're going to be using that Blade Storm with Governor. Now, if the Lockdown is going to come out, we'll have to wait and see. There's a Hunter's Fury for Gangsta to use to try and counter it if he wants to, or he could just try and use it to find some picks. We'll see what does end up happening here. Ye wants to clear Cubby. He's able to do so, and he finds the Sliver, but Weeded gonna be able to fire first. Headshot to Ye, and that's gonna secure him the kill. And now it's a 5v4 for Turtle Troop. Player advantage is theirs. Can Disguised push through that player advantage? And the Lurk from Clear looking to maybe find a pick or two. Question is, will he be able to? Let's see, Nerve able to clear Wine. From the Shadows comes through from Turtle Troop to try and clear B Garage, and they're able to. Now nobody is there. Now that Hunter's Fury that I've been talking about comes out from Gangsta, and it does damage to Weeded. It's not going to be able to take him out. Nerve going to be able to take out Adder to start this push into A. The Lockdown comes out. Disguise is actually looking to challenge it looks like. Weeded kind of going to be able to defend the Lockdown, although it does. I don't know if it got destroyed or if it did end up going off. I'm not entirely sure. It's now going to be a 2v2. The Spike is going to be able to go down. Although the Shock Dart going to do some good damage. Not quite going to take Gangsta out. And Gangsta's going to be able to take Rossi out. Now it's a 1v2 for Dazzle. Can he clutch this situation up? We'll have to see.
Also needs to find the frags, and he's hoping that somebody from DSG will give him an angle, will give him a fight, and as the smoke will dissipate.
And Gangsta just going to be able to take Dazzle out. Dazzle was just holding that, waiting for that smoke to go down to gain some vision, but not quite going to be able to. And it looks like Disguise is going to maybe able to take the lead going to the next half, which, like I said, it's a defense-sided map, so at the very least, Turtle Troop should be tying it up going into the next half, if not taking the lead themselves. But because they're not, this does put Disguise in a pretty good spot here. And again, this econ momentum, this round momentum Disguise has been able to build up is continuing to carry through. They now have 2 ults to use to secure this round as well. They've been using their ults. I mean, they've been using their ults in maybe not the super good round securing ways, but they also haven't been used in a way that puts them at a disadvantage. So Disguise is still in a pretty decent spot here. You know, overall, I mean, you just look at how many rounds they have. Going into this round, they've got a Null Command to use, as well as the From the Shadows. Governor used the Blade Storm on the previous round, so there's really no point in using the Null Command to try and counter that, and that's why it comes out here from Exalt. They know where Dazzle is, and they aggressively push him, despite getting flashed. Clear's still going to find the pick. EA looking to clear the site. Not going to be able to take anybody out. Weeded able to take out Exalt's ult, but Gangsta and Clear each find a pick. Gangsta going to res Exalt. Clear takes out Rossi. Now Governor's alone. All he has is a shorty. He sees the spike and jumps out. Gangsta going to turn around and take Governor out. This round does go to Disguise, and they've taken the 6th round, which means now it is impossible for Turtle Troops to take the lead going into the next half. But even more pivotal, Disguised is in a really good position here to take the lead going into the next half. For themselves, which again, it's a defense-sided map, so Disguised able to even just tie it up is decent, but taking the lead would be incredibly good for them, you know, when we go into the next half and they're going to be on their defense. It'll put them in a really good spot here. So yeah, we'll see if Turtle Troop is still going to be able to pull through here. Not entirely sure what that arm was doing. I think it did not show that Governor was scoped in for some reason there, but yeah, a little bit of some weird UI there, but Governor does not get punished or anything. I'm not entirely. I'm sorry. I'm like, I don't even know what just happened. This guy's getting ready to push in through mid here, challenging it once again. This guy's been able to take a really solid mid control here, and although you on the defense don't need to like be pushed into mid and like prevent them from pushing through mid, you do need to like watch those entrances onto the site, whether it be market or tree. You need to be watching them, and although Turtle Troop has been doing it, they really haven't been able to do much damage in the process. And there you go, Dazzle and Adder there to watch and lock down market. Not going to be able to. Disguise able to win those both of those kills, taking no damage in the process, which means that Disguise now going to be able to push onto site, able to take site, and it's a 3v5 for Turtle Troop. And it looks like they're just going to go for a save. And I can't blame them. Disguise has been looking so strong. And I don't know if Turtle Troop would be able to win a 3v5. And on top of that, their econ would not be great off of a loss here. So trying to gain some, or at least as much econ stability as possible, is definitely good for them, or that's definitely the position they want to be in. Exalt jump peeking out. Governor gonna punish it. The operator gonna take Exalt out. And now it's a 3v4. But again, it won't matter. Turtle Troop at this point doesn't have time to defuse, so even if they were able to kill the rest of the Disguised players, it'd still be a win for Disguised. Here, and it's looking like Disguise will be able to take the lead going into the next half. And yeah, it's gonna be really. This is gonna be a struggle for Turtle Troop. Still, this half isn't over. They still need to try and push through. We were able to take out Governor. No op for Turtle Troop to carry through to this round. But what I was trying to say is, Turtle Troop gonna have to struggle through the rest of the rounds in this half. And on top of that, they do need to try and take the lead, or sorry, they're gonna need to try and take the lead back on the next half when they're at a round disadvantage. And not only will they be at a round disadvantage, but they'll be on the offense of a defense-sided map. So inherently, they'll just be at a disadvantage for the side that they're on. So it's really looking like it's going to be a struggle here. Disguise taking a timeout here is a good choice. You got two of them. You may as well use them. And if, for whatever reason, the coach or the ITL does think that there is some holes in the way Disguise has been playing, patching those up here to try and secure the rest of these rounds would definitely be good. But it should be said, when your opponent takes a timeout, you also get to use that time as a timeout. You get to talk to your coach. So Turtle Troop is going to be able to use this time as a timeout for themselves. And so any holes they have, they can try and work through. But it's looking like Disguise is going to be in a really solid spot here. One thing to mention is, and I don't know if Disguise is just going to try and take better control of this or advantage of this, but Disguise has been able to take really solid mid control here with a minimal pushback from Turtle Troop. And they're able to take mid control, and then maybe a little bit riskily, but they are able to just push through the entrances onto the site through mid, so tree or market. And they're, like we saw in the previous round, just able to find the picks on those people defending those places. It looks like Disguise off that timeout going to be entirely pushing through B Garage. Nobody coming through mid. And that could be a bad thing if Turtle Troops can take advantage of the fact that their opponent is caught in a choke point, but it doesn't matter. Clear able to take a Governor, and then Exalt with the Molly going to be the one to finish and get that kill off. And Rossi now going to be in a 1v5, although able to take out Clear and Nerve, going to make it a 1v3. Still on decent HP here. Could possibly clutch it up. He has the health to do so, but yeah, I mean, Turtle Troop should have been able to take advantage of the fact that Disguise, yeah, there you go. Ye takes Rossi out. 3 kills for Ye this round. Good round for him. But what I was trying to say is Disguise did find themselves in a choke point there. When you're pushing into a site through one of those main entrances on Ascent, you're in a really big choke point. Like there's only one way you could be pushing in. Or through just that main opening, and so the defense can use a molly, use some util, try and push you back off of that main entrance, and just take advantage of the fact that you're stacked up there. But because Turtle Troop wasn't able to do that, it just allowed Disguise to just run through there and run it down and take control of site, and it went well, or it went beautifully for them. Now we're moving to the last round of this half. Disguise definitely going to be in a little bit of a tough spot here. They've got a lockdown to use, or not Disguise. Turtle Troop definitely going to be in a little bit of a tough spot here. They're able to buy, but it's no ults for them to use. You look at Disguise; they've got a lockdown. They've got a Blade Storm. They've got From the Shadows. Like, this is stuff that Disguise has got locked down. I'd definitely be worried if I was Disguised.
Oh, he's gonna go Governor. Make sure that nobody's gonna be pushing Catwalk.
Or sorry, if I was Turtle Troop. I keep messing that up. I'd be worried if I was Turtle Troop, just knowing how many ults Disguise has to try and secure this site. Clear, gonna take out Governor. And now it's gonna be a 4v5. Nerve able to take out Rossi coming in through tree. The operator on Ye gonna find the head of Adder. Weeded gonna be able to push through tree. Finds two, but gets taken out by Ye, and then Ye gonna finish Dazzle off, who is pushing in through heaven, and the attacker lockdown comes out right as that engagement happens. And Disguise now up 6 total rounds. It's gonna be 9-3. They've got a massive round differential, a massive round advantage, massive lead, and they're gonna be pushing into the defense of the defense-oriented map, the defense-sided map. This, if I'm Turtle Troop, I am worried right now. And this is what I was saying on Lotus. Although Turtle Troop was able to take the win, it was so close. But with the way this guy's is playing on Ascent, they look so strong, and that's why they were able to keep it so close on Lotus, despite it being the map that Turtle Troop picked. So now that we go into Split after this, if Disguise does continue to take a pretty substantial lead here, if we go into Split and off of a really substantial win from Disguise, I'd be worried for Turtle Troop and their ability to do any pushback. And like I said, coming into the series, it's a do or die time for Disguise. Like, this is a bad spot for Disguise to be in if they lose this, and it'll definitely be difficult for them to try and qualify for playoffs. If they can secure a win here, they may be looking in a good spot to make it to playoffs. This is a defense-sided map, but to start off the offense for Turtle Troop, they've pushed in through to B. The spike doesn't go down, though, as they bring the spike and the spike carrier all the way into CT, and they get taken out. The CT is defended well, only losing Exalt. We did able to take out Gangsta, though, and that does clear the site, but again, the spike not in the hands of Turtle Troop quite yet, so it won't matter that they've cleared the site. Nerve gonna be able to get that pick. I already talked about it. And then Clear gonna take Weeded out. And that's 3 players left alive for Disguise. Now, it doesn't really matter how many players you have left alive on a pistol round. It just matters that you take a win there. And Disguise does take a win. So they're gonna start off this defense. Not only do they have the advantage just being on the defense, but they already started off taking their first pistol round. And you see Turtle Troop forcing here. This is definitely something they would have talked about in halftime. And I agree with this decision, because this guy just has so many rounds on them. At this point, you just got to be pushing and trying to win these rounds. And if you can't do that, it does put you in a bad spot. And thankfully for Adder, they did force here, because Ye's Marshall would have been an insta-kill if they had saved. And it won't matter, though, as Ye's still able to lock down Tree, even though they know exactly where he is. Although Adder and Dazzle each find a pick, Dazzle finds another. That's going to make it a 2v2. The gun advantage still going to be there for Disguise, but Sight has been given up, despite how well Tree was defended by Ye. Sight entrance was not defended well, and that does mean Turtle Troop can just take Sight here. Clear takes out Dazzle, and they know exactly where Adder is, and Clear going to take Adder out. 2 players left alive for Disguise makes this a really successful round for them. Not only was it a successful round, but Turtle Troop, who forced this round, is going to be going to the next round with really poor econ. And, yeah, I'm worried if I am them for a multitude of reasons, a myriad of reasons. Most importantly, just being that Turtle Troop is not looking strong here so far. Just coming into the second half. And Disguise gonna have the 11-3 lead right now. And Turtle Troop gonna either have to decide to save or continue to try and force. And it looks like they're gonna continue to try and force. I still agree with the decision. There's definitely an argument to be made of like, well, at this point, you know, your econ's gonna be really bad. You need to just let them save. Or you need to just take a save and let your opponent get to that 12th round. I mean, there's arguments for both sides, but I just think forcing here is a better option for Turtle Troop just because of how many rounds they are down right now. That being said, Governor does find an early pick peeking out through mid into Tree, and now no more Ye, but Exalt going to take out Adder trying to lock down Tree. It's traded off, though. And now on site, Nerve not going to be able to lock it down. Rossi takes out Nerve, and now it's going to be a 2v4, and although the gun advantage... although actually it's a bonus round for Disguised, so that meant it was pretty even guns coming into this round. Rossi taking out Clear, and Gangsta left alone with an Ares. So there wasn't a big gun advantage that Disguised had, although they did force a little bit, just that some did take bonus, like for example Gangsta. Gangsta just gonna figure out how he wants to play this. He can either try and retake, try and play for a win here, or he can just try and play for picks and try and like watch these exits. And at this point, with the time ticking down, he just has to figure out how he's going to find picks. But Weeded going to take out Gangsta in this round. Goes to Turtle Troop, and that force was a good choice. Not only did they turn into a win, but they were able to pick up guns. But you look over at Disguise, and they're on a save. And the reason is because they are in such a solid spot here. They have so much room to breathe. Sure, they're not on the 12th round. So, you know, it could still be a sweep, a reverse sweep comeback from Turtle Troop. But at the end of the day, Disguise is just in such a solid position with the lead that they have right now. So they're just going to be able to take a save. Again, they've got so much room to breathe. They can relax a little bit, take these rounds round by round, and really just approach them carefully and cautiously, whereas Turtle Troop, who just needs to be winning every single round. And yeah, sure, you know, Disguise wins a round. It's not going to be the map. You know, it doesn't give Disguise the win. But it does put Turtle Troop in a bad spot. So Turtle Troop pretty much needs to play every round like their opponent is on that 12th round. And it looks like Turtle Troop is going to be pushing in through B. So many going to be pushing through B lobby and now in through B garage. There's 4 on B for Disguise. An impressive read here, and it's a good one. And I believe that drone only saw the one in market. Yay, looking for some damage with this Marshall. Able to do some damage to Adder. Will he be able to do any more? It looks like Turtle Troop not going to let him. Maybe they're backing up here. Clear going to push out. Gets spotted by Governor. Gets taken out. So that means now it's a 5v4 for Turtle Troop. And that's one less player to defend the site. But the smoke goes out. So now Turtle Troop has to figure out how they want to play this. And it looks like they're going to back up and rotate towards A. Disguise has gotten ready for this possibility. There's now 2 on A to defend the site. Still 2 on B, but off of so much util being used in B, it's a good fake, as now Disguise is getting ready for the possibility that it's a B hit, but Exalt going to scramble to push back into A. Adder going to be able to take out Yay. Gangsta takes out Adder, but Exalt with the collateral headshot on Governor and Rossi, and that leaves it's a 2v2. The Spike not going to be able to go down. Weeded going to be able to take out Nerf. In addition, Gangsta over on B going to pick up a gun. This round does go to Disguise, and it was a good round for them to win because that was a save round. Detrimental, not only to the fact that Turtle Troop's econ going to take a decent hit, and although Turtle Troop will be able to buy, they're not going to have a whole lot of econ momentum to work with. Disguise going to take a pretty good econ boost off of winning a save round, although they did spend a little bit more money than maybe the typical amount of money you'd spend on a save. And so they're not going to have like a super solid backboard here. But in order to counter that, Gangsta just going to be holding on to the Bulldog he picked up and going for bonus just for Gangsta, though. The rest of the team going to be forcing a buy here. Disguise deciding to take an aggressive push out in B. The operator on Yay looking to do some damage, but it's denied. He gets taken out, and now it's going to be a 5v4 for Turtle Troop. Now it looks like Turtle Troop going to be pushing a little bit quicker than they did on the previous round. They'd like to deny that same possibility. Flashes do come through, and I believe Rossi flashes his own teammate, which does slow the push a little bit. Exalt going to be caught by Governor, who's been able to push very aggressively through onto the site. Nerve, who was holding from wine, able to find a pick, but Governor going to take out Clear to continue to clear this site, and Dazzle going to be the one to take out Gangsta. Nerve now alone. The Spike has gone down. He's in a 1v4, and they know exactly where he is. It's not going to get smoked off. He doesn't have a chance to get away, and Rossi going to take Nerve out, and this round goes to Turtle Troop. They need 7 rounds in a row, 8 total. They started off good. They need 7 more in a row now. And Disguise gonna be on a save here. Off of that round loss, they're gonna have to take a save. So, just put them in a little bit of a decent spot here. Or just put Turtle Troop in a little bit of a decent spot, I should say. Disguise gonna be buying Sheriffs here. Let's pull some Light Shield. Yay, gonna be using the Blade Storm. There is a From the Shadows for both Weeded and Nerve. There's a No Command for Exalt and a Hunter's Fury for Dazzle, although I doubt we'll see many of these ults come through. Blade Storm does come through from Yay, and it's already finding a pick as he pushes out through Tree, through Cat, and finds a pick onto Governor. Now it's going to be a 4v5 for Turtle Troop in this round. Now again, it's a save for Disguise. They probably won't win this round, but having the player advantage could start it off good. And Yay able to find another pick, puts him in a really nice spot here. But he does use all of his knives. So now Ye not going to have a gun to work with other than a shorty. Dazzle, though, has been able to push through mid into CT. And he should be able to catch Ye off guard. But he's pushing for more. He's able to find it. Takes out Exalt and Ye. Good trigger discipline. Nerve takes out Dazzle, lessen the blow, but it's traded off, which means it's going to remain a 2v2, or not remain a 2v2, but it will become a 2v2. And now the gun advantage in Turtle Troop's hands should become prevalent, although Clear able to take out, sorry, Gangsta and Clear able to pick up a gun, which does mean that the gun advantage not going to be there for Turtle Troop anymore, and they think for some reason nobody's on Switch, so we didn't, able to just take out both of those players. And this round goes to Turtle Troop's comeback, starting to look good, but now Disguise going to be on a full buy once again off of that save round. And although that save could have been the last round, Disguise did have the player advantage pretty early on there. They blundered it. They just denied or completely gave up mid control, and Turtle Troop was happy to take advantage. Now we're going to this round. Both teams have a null command. Both teams have a From the Shadows. And for Disguise, they've got a lockdown. For Turtle Troop, they've got a Hunter's Fury. The Odin on Gangsta looking to do some damage and be Garage. Not going to do any damage, though. And Turtle Troop is doing a bit of a split push here. They've got that spike in A, or pushing up through A main. We've got 3 going in through mid, and it looks like it's going to be an A push. Although the two that are pushing in and looking into trying to clear Tree haven't really been able to find any vision or damage. Though Tree has been given up to them, so they will be able to push in. Exalt now getting ready to hold this. He peeks out because he has no vision and has to. Governor going to take Exalt out, take advantage of that. Now it's going to be a 5v4, and Adder in mid takes out Ye, so that makes it a 5v3. Gangsta, though, able to trade that off. It's going to lessen the blow a little bit, but still going to remain a player advantage for Disguise. And Governor and Rotzi clearing the site with picks of their own does put Disguise in a bad spot, as now Gangsta's in a 1v4. I'll be honest, this comeback definitely starting to look alive here for Turtle Troop, as Disguise is gonna have to give up another round and go to another save round. So Disguise really just gonna be looking scary. I mean, this is starting to look scary for Disguise, to say the very least. This is just starting to look really solid for Turtle Troop in his comeback. Now again, it's still defense-sided and Disguised in their favor. They do still have a timeout to use. Now, like I said, the reason it's defense-sided is because there's choke points, which the defense can take advantage of. Now, the way you play around that on the offense is to take good mid-control, and Disguised has been happy to give that mid-control up, and then they haven't really been able to defend those sites, or those entrances in through mid into the sites, like Tree or like Market. Disguise hasn't really been able to defend that. That's sort of what we saw from Turtle Troop on their defense. The exact same thing. Turtle Troop would give up mid control, and then they weren't able to defend the entrances, and that's what we're seeing here from Disguise. So we'll see if Disguise can sort of try and figure out how they want to take control of that. But for this round, it's going to be another save from Disguise. There's 3 ults for Disguise to use. Lockdown, From the Shadows, and Null Command. Turtle Troop has a From the Shadows and a Hunter's Fury to use. Now, I doubt the ults will come out from Disguise, and I imagine Turtle Troop is waiting to use that Hunter's Fury until there's a lockdown. Although, like I always talk about, when you are when your opponent's on that 12th round, you sort of need to be playing like every round might be your last. Because if you save that ultimate, and then you lose the round, that means you sort of wasted the ult. Now, when your opponent's on a save, you don't have to worry about it too much, but that is sort of how you need to be playing a lot of the time, where you just want to try and use those ults as soon as they get up. You're going to be spending all of your money every round. Ye gonna lock down the entrance into the site. That choke point being abused by Ye's disgusting Sheriff. He's able to find 2. Then Nerve takes out Governor. Dazzle able to take out Clear, keeps it a little bit even there, but Gangsta's Odin gonna long range take out Dazzle, who had pushed into CT. And that spike down, so now Weeded gonna have to play a 1v4, and this round is starting to look like it will not go in the hands of Turtle Troop. Weeded able to take out Gangsta. Now it's a 1v3. He's able to pick up the spike, and he can just ult it over to A. This 1v3 or 1v4, was a 1v4, now a 1v3. Could it possibly be a clutch up here? Spike goes down. He pushes into heaven. He's able to find one, but Nerve gonna take Weeded out, get the res off. And the spike will get defused. And although Turtle Troop attempted and did a pretty good job of it to get a comeback happening, it's not going to come through. And Disguised wins 13-7, maybe closer than it should have been considering how big Disguised's lead was. Still a really solid round win, and we just see Exalt get up and leave. Well played there from Disguised to secure their map pick. And I'll point out the obvious, which is that Turtle Troop's map pick went to overtime, and then Disguised map pick went to Disguised, and it went 13-7, which is much closer than an overtime win. And so now that we're going into the decider, which in theory should be even for both of these teams, and honestly, I think both of these players, both of these teams' skill levels on Split is a little bit more even. So I do anticipate this typically just being even, but because of how well Disguise just played on Ascent, I think Disguise might be able to take it, even though my prediction coming into this was that Turtle Troop would. It just seems like Turtle Troop isn't really on their game right now, or it could also just be said that Disguised is playing much better than they have been for this split, or for the first 2 weeks of this split. And I'll say it again, this is pretty much do or die for Disguise. They need to win this series to try and claw their way back into having hope of qualifying for playoffs. They lost to Shopify Rebellion, and then I believe, try and remind what happened previous week, Disguised also took a loss to Oxygen. Now, again, losing to Oxygen there wasn't completely out of the picture. We'd seen them lose to Oxygen before. Oxygen was looking really strong. But losing to Shopify, who was one of the poorer performers in Split 1, it definitely is a little bit sad to see that Disguised took that loss there. And then losing, again, they also lost to Oxygen. But just losing especially to Shopify wasn't a good place to be in, because now they've really got to fight to try and qualify for playoffs. Because if you look right now, it's not looking great for them. They're at -16. We can look at their Split 1 performance, because these are the only circuit points they gained. They didn't gain any circuit points going to midseason. So they got 7 points here. And right now, it's looking like if Shopify secures, let's say Shopify stays in 4th place right now, for example, they're going to get, I believe, let's say 4th place right here. That would be like 4th, 7, wait, hold on, 6, 7, 7th place overall, which is 10 points, which would be 14. And then Disguised would currently be in 10th place. So 10 plus 7. So, I mean, they'd still be able to qualify if things stayed the way they are right now. But, you know, I'm anticipating G2 to start winning some more of this. So what I'm trying to say is, and then, you know, if Disguised takes a loss here, it puts them in a pretty bad spot. So overall, what I'm trying to say is Disguised is not looking great right now. And it's definitely, if you're a Disguised fan, you got to be looking at this pretty worrisome, because, again, Disguised, they were barely scraping by. They barely qualified for mid-season playoffs or mid-season face-off. And the main reason, the biggest reason why, is because Exalt left. Exalt left, and then Disguised just could not find their place. And now that Exalt is back, sure, they had to give up Steel, who is a really solid player, to have Exalt come in. They had to give up Steel, but it's looking like it might be going better. Last week definitely didn't show that, but if they can win here against Turtle Troop, it puts themselves above Turtle Troop. You know, then when they're going into their last 2 games against TSM and M80, I mean, at that point, they're probably going to lose to TSM and M80, but at the very least, if they can win against Turtle Troop, they can, you know, hope and, you know, hope that they can just be going, all right, we need good luck here. Let's just really, really hope that the rest of the team, the rest of the teams here perform worse than we did, if that makes sense. So Disguise really just needs to put up a little bit of a good performance here against Turtle Troop. If they can take the win here, again, they may be able to qualify for playoffs, but they really need to just hope that the rest of the teams here perform worse than anticipated, or worse than them. Essentially, they need OR to not qualify for playoffs, or to not place higher than, like, pretty much if Disguised is not top 8 here, or maybe top 9, but I'm pretty sure it's just like if Disguised isn't top 8 at the end of Split 2, they might not be able to qualify for playoffs. Again, it's really going to depend on, for example, OR could place 8th, for example, but like if OR were to lose against FaZe Clan and Mad Lions, for example, Disguise may have a chance of qualifying for playoffs, even if Disguise loses here. But Disguise winning against Turtle Troop here puts, I mean, overall, Disguise is just in a tough spot here. It's really hard to like be like, this is what could happen, this is what might happen, because I just, like, there's so many variables of all of these teams, and this is only week 3, right? So I have no idea how much it's going to shift. But if Disguise would like as much of a chance as possible of qualifying for playoffs, they need a win here. That's the gist of what I'm trying to say. So we'll go and take a look at how that did end up going on Ascent, if it gets put in here. There we go. All right, so Disguise takes a 13-7 against Turtle Troop. Again, I'll point it out again. You look at Lotus, and then you look at Ascent. Lotus was really close, and that was Turtle Troop's pick. Then you look at Ascent, and it wasn't as close, and that was Disguise's pick, right? So it's I'm a little bit, if I, you know, as far as Disguise, I'm a little bit optimistic that they might be able to take a win here, or I'd give Disguise a little bit of an edge here going into Split, just with how much better Disguise win was. So, like, if that makes sense. Like, Disguise win was a lot more dominant than Turtle Troop's win, right? So now that we're going into Split, I'm a little bit more optimistic that it could go to Disguise versus going into this series where I thought it was going to be a 2-1 from Turtle Troop, but possibly a 2-0 if Turtle Troop got lucky. But it's looking like Turtle Troop's performance is starting to falter. And we'll compare it to Lotus, and we'll just go over how this went. I just want to point out, for Disguised, Ye went 23-13. That's really good. That is definitely on par with what I was hoping would come through from Ye. Coming into playing for Disguised was Ye carrying the team, or at least performing really highly for his team. And that's what we're seeing here from Ye on Disguised. 23-13 here on Ascent. Really good. Both his attack and defense were pretty decent. Obviously, the entire team for Disguise didn't have a great defense, but still, he was top frag during defense, he was top frag during offense, and overall, of course, 357 average combat score is really good. And sure, he was picking up the when he needed to, if that makes sense. Like the rest of his team, 160, 183, 128. Again, I was excited to see Exalt on this KO, and he definitely underperformed what I was hoping would come through. But it was still, he's definitely still. It's been a while since he's played with this team. He hasn't had a whole lot of time to practice with Ye and Nerve. Like, these are new players. There's a new IGL, right? So he's fitting in, or trying to fit in here. I believe, I'm not entirely sure about this, but I think Disguised is taking the or sorry, not Disguised. I think Exalt is taking the IGL role. I'm not entirely sure. Typically Exalt's a more leader type player in general, but I think he's taking the IGL role here. I'm not entirely certain on that. I could definitely be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he is. So that could explain why he's fragging not as highly. You don't usually see IGLs frag super high. But yeah, let's go ahead and compare Ascent to Lotus, especially when we're talking about Turtle Troop. For Turtle Troop, what we saw in Lotus was Rossi and Adder, 27 and 32. You go over to Ascent, where's Rossi? 11 and 15. Where's Adder? 7 and 15. Both of these players in these two bottom frag positions. Adder didn't even break triple digits on the average combat score. That's just not great. It's definitely disappointing to see if you're a Turtle Troop fan, right? Especially considering how well Adder played previously. He went 32 and 23 on Lotus, and now he's going 7 and 15. Now, obviously, you can't really place blame on one player over another. But when you're looking at their win on Lotus and then you're looking at their win on Ascent, you can draw the parallels there. You can sort of say, all right, why did it, is Adder underperforming pretty significantly? Could that possibly be a reason as to why Turtle Troop wasn't able to pull through here? Maybe, but at the same time on Lotus, if you were to just take these bottom 3 frags, you'd be like, yeah, that's a decent performance, but it's also a 3 maps, or it also went to overtime, so it's not great, right? So then you go to Ascent, and you see that like these players are now the top 3 players, and they're performing around the same as we saw on Lotus, right? Where they're like fragging pretty similarly. I mean, maybe not. We did definitely picking it up a little bit. But yeah, I just want to point out, like, on Lotus, they were relying pretty heavily on the carry from Rossi and Adder, and then when that didn't come through on Ascent, Turtle Troop kind of fell apart. The whole team was sort of reliant, or it was very based around Rossi and Adder doing well, and when Disguise was just able to deny those players doing well, that was it. There was no hope for Turtle Troop to try and pick it back up. I do want to quickly look across all maps because it's just a good show. I want to mostly point out the consistency between all of the disguised players. 46 is only 7 above clear, and reminder, this is across both maps so far, so having that big of a kill differential isn't like a big thing necessarily, right? So yeah, 46 and 39 is the next one. Then you've got 32, 30, 28. What I'm trying to point out here is, like, at least in these middle 3, you look at 30, 32, and 28. That's 2 kill differences in between 32 and 30, and then 30 and 28. That's really good kill consistency. That's what you want to see from your core players, right? And, Clear with 39, way above the rest of his teammates, but still, it's still keeping close to Yay at least, right? So you still do have these 2 players that are outshining the rest, so to speak, but it is still really consistent, whereas you look over at Turtle Troop and you'll see 39 and 38 and 36. All right, that's pretty stable. You got those 3 that are really good core, sort of like what we see on Disguise. Then you go to 29 and then 26. That's a pretty big drop from here to here. It's 7. To be fair, like I said, Yay is 7 above Clear. Clear is 9 above Nerve. So, or sorry, is 7 above Exalt. So, there's still some big kill differences, but the main difference here is that for Turtle Troop, it's your top 3 players that are this core, right? So these bottom 2 players, and you really got to look at who these bottom 2 players are lacking, or like what these bottom 2 players are playing. And the main thing to point out is it's your Duelist is one of those bottom 2 players. Governor is going 29 and 33. That's not great, and I'm missing the start of the game. I apologize. I was doing too much analysis, and I missed the start of Split. I should have been swapping back in between the screens a little bit too much. This guy's gonna be starting on offense. I'll go over everything after this round, but for now I'll just do the play-by-play. Already 2 picks for Turtle Troop and 1 for Disguise. It's gonna make it a 4v3. I apologize for missing the start. That is my bad. He's all gonna take out Weeded. Adder on the site still to lock it down, able to find another pick on Gangsta as well, which now leaves Nerve in a 1v3. It's a pistol round. There's no really good point in saving. He's able to catch Dazzle, not anticipating Rossi on the wall, though, and Rossi's going to swing out and take Nerve out. All right, let's go over the agent select, because unlike the first 2 maps, it's not identical agent select here. Both Dazzle and Clear on Raze, and then it goes to the replay, so I can't even do the agent select. But yeah, Disguise starting on the offense here. I will pull up the stats here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, let's go over the agent select. So it looks like Nerve gonna be on Astra, and then Weeded on Omen. Governor and Yay both on that duelist role additionally of Jet. I actually don't like double duelist on Split, although it does work, or it can work. I'm just not the biggest fan of it. I think there's better team comps out there. I think going for a Sentinel role or maybe a more aggressive Initiator could also be useful. We've got, speaking of Initiators and Sentinels, we got a double Sentinel for Turtle Troop. They've got Cypher and Sage versus Disguise, which has gone for an Initiator in the form of Exalt. and then no Sentinel player, and going for double controller Gangsta on Viper. So it's pretty big differences in team comps here. Now, I was pulling up the stats. It's a 53% defense-sided map, meaning 53% of split rounds go to the defense, okay? And so, Disguise starting on the offense, they're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage here. And this save round from Disguise looked like it was going well. They had the player advantage, but Turtle Troop coming in from Heaven denied it aggressively. Clear gonna get spotted. Governor was low, but it didn't matter. Still gonna be able to take Clear out, and this round goes to Turtle Troop. So again, this player composition or this team comp is pretty different here. Turtle Troop going for double Sentinel and no Initiator. Disguise going for double Controller and no Sentinel, right? As well as gonna be having an Initiator on top of that. So yeah, it's pretty big differences here in their players. I think the only agents that are the same are the Jet and the Raze. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Now, the reason you'll see both a Jet and a Raze is because typically you'll have your duelist player, or how a lot of these duelist players tend to work on a lot of these maps is, especially in the case of players like Ye and Governor, they play on Jet to be operator players, right? And operator players definitely work on split. Having Jet play on that op definitely works on split. So with Disguise, so when you want your operator player to be able to play on Jet, but you also need good entry because split is difficult to clear those sites quickly. You need a good entry. You end up with the double duelist, putting one on Jet so they can play operator, and then one on Raze so they can do the entry, and that's what we see here. Governor trying to lock down A main as he knows he's getting pushed through Heaven. Able to find a pick, but does get pushed through Heaven and is taken out. It's going to be a 3v4 here. Clear, able to lock down that entrance into Heaven through CT, taking out Dazzle. There's one coming in through Vents as well, though nobody's going to be there to hold Vents, although Nerve may be in a spot here. He did let Weeded through, though. Definitely not ready for Weeded to be pushing in through Heaven quite yet, but Ye is watching it. Now it's down to Rossi, who gets pushed by Clear, holding a little bit of an off angle. He may be able to get away with his life. It looks like he will be going for the save. His time is really ticking down. In fact, no time for the spike to be defused. 3 players off the live for Disguise does mean they're able to keep the majority of their players alive on this forced buy. But it's not going to be... it's not great because, you know, they didn't keep everyone alive, or at least 4 out of the 5. Those are good numbers, so... 3, although it's the majority, it's still not maybe as much as they would have liked. It's still a decent amount, you know, a majority is good to keep alive, but it doesn't mean going into this round, they're going to have to spend a little bit more econ. Turtle Troop, who did just take a... Did they force a buy? It looks like they did. I mean, no, I think that was a... no, I think they did force a buy there. Very interesting. So they forced a buy on the previous round, unless I'm mistaken, which did result in a loss, which means their econ not going to be in a great spot here, so they're going to be taking a save. And so Disguise should be able to secure the round win, or the round win here. I don't know why that didn't sound right in my head, even though it is what I meant to say. So Disguise will be taking the round win here, or should be able to take the round win here, as they start this round. Looks like they're mostly going to be challenging A. They've given up mid control, but doesn't matter a whole lot on split, giving up mid control, because it's not like the defense is going to flank you through mid a lot of the time. They actually have 2 on B, or in B lobby here, while 3 have taken control of A ramp, A mains control. Heaven has been entirely given up to Disguise. And they're going to take advantage of that. They're going to push through mid. Clear has already done some of the work of pushing and clearing mid. But B Heaven has not been cleared. The Boombot comes through. Weeded trying to blind through. I believe he missed the blind, or at least didn't blind through where he wanted on mid. But Disguise, knowing there's so much pushback coming in through to male, they just decide to push through B main. But Turtle Troop is expecting an A hit, and when you're on a save, you really do have to play so together. And that does mean they leave 1 on B, which is taken out by Ye. So that means B site has been given up. Spike's going to go down, and there's still so much time here. Or sorry, it's going to take so long here. So Disguise has so much time here while Turtle Troop needs to play this retake, and it's going to take a really long time. And they may just have to try and hold exits here with how long this may take. Gay is going to get flanked here by Rossi, but he's able to flick and take Rossi out, and this round does go. It's starting to look like it'll go in the favor of Disguise, as one of the only players with a gun gets taken out. Adder, also with a rifle, gets taken out, and now it's down to Governor in a 1v5. He's trying to hold the spike. Does he have time? Oh my god, Disguise left the spike open, thinking there wasn't enough time. With 0.3 seconds remaining, he does have enough time, and Governor diffuses the spike. A 1v5 clutch. Although I don't even know if I would call that a clutch. I'd call that lucky. As the spike is just held there. As Disguise has entirely left it open. And that's that, I guess. As Turtle Troop's save does turn into a win. However, for Disguised, it definitely doesn't feel like a loss, as all of their players remained alive. Sure, they don't take as much of an econ boost, but they don't have to spend any additional money. Clear going to be able to take Governor out. No more operator for him. Now Disguise going to get ready to push into this site here. Yay, going to try and clear vents. He's able to clear vents, but he's not going to push any further as the Cypher Trip wards him back. Exalt going to take out Adder. Weeda going to take out Exalt. Yay and Clear each find a pick. Rossi coming in through vent. Going to find two on Clear and Yay. He does have his resurrection. Going to go for it. It looks like, or maybe not. No, he does go for it. Reses Dazzle here. So it will be a 2v2. Spike isn't down. Disguise has to regain control. Dazzle takes out Nerve. Gangsta takes out Dazzle, and it's going to be a 1v1. Now Rossi knows that the spike is in his hands. Gangsta has so many angles to clear here. Able to clear it. It looks like maybe he wants to try and push through screens, potentially. But, you know, he needs to grab the spike from heaven, so it wouldn't really make too much sense. Able to take the spike. He's got 30 seconds. There's still quite a bit of time. And now Rossi knows the spike's been grabbed, so he's going to go challenge it. Not going to do anything. Gangsta takes Rossi out. And although the circumstances of which we got to this round, very, very lucky for Turtle Troop to get the previous round, we do still end up with a bye round for both sides where Disguise takes a win, which puts Turtle Troop back on a save. And although they won the previous save, although, again, very with luck very much so on their side, it was still a win. So they're still going to have the lead, but Disguised going to be on a bye here. Now, I'll remind you, this is a defense-sided map. 53% defense-sided. 53% defense-sided, which is a good amount of defense-sided. Like, that's more defense-sided than Ascent. It's by a pretty big margin. It's one of the more one-sided maps. So Turtle Troop should be able to take the lead going into the next half if we're just going based on, you know, what's on paper. With that being said, Lotus is typically a pretty offense-sided map, and while it went to overtime, neither round took the lead on either side. So, you know, it just goes to show, just because on paper a map should go one way, it doesn't mean it will. But doesn't change the fact that Disguise is going to have a little bit of a more uphill battle here, just being on offense to start it off. Looks like Disguise is going to be challenging, although I don't even know if they know necessarily where they want to challenge quite yet, although it looks like they're going to be turning their attention mostly towards A. Although B Heaven has been given up, Ye's been able to take it. Adder going to spot him, going to be able to take him out as well. Long range frenzy. Ye's just not ready for it, but that being said, Turtle Troop reacting to that potentially thinks it's a B push, but that does mean A site is entirely given up. The Neural Theft goes off to confirm it. And this spike's gonna go down. Although not quite yet. Should be able to go down. It will. Ooh, the Showstopper comes out from Dazzle. It's immediately denied by Nerve, although Rossi will be able to trade that off. Player advantage still there for Disguise. Gangsta pushing out. Weeded gonna take Gangsta out. Rossi just going to be able to heal himself off of the damage that was done. It's going to be a 2v2 here. Clear knows exactly where Rossi is, takes him out. Now it's a 1v2. Weeded only has a Sheriff. This will be difficult, to say the very least. We did able to take out clear. Now it's a 1v1. Time is going down. We did. He start pushing. He needs to start defusing like yesterday. He's all wrapping around, now going in through elbow, and this is ring around the rosy. We did have no idea where to look. And this spike is gonna go off. Exalt just jumping out, knows he's gonna die to the spike, just trying to play. Just some funny stuff there. Does get taken out, but the round does go to Disguise. It's an expensive round. I'll give Turtle Troop that. It's an expensive round for Disguise, but that was a save round, and Turtle Troop actually used a few of their ults there. Most notably the Showstopper, which can be a really big ult to try and gain some ground, and it was used by Dazzle, so that does mean that Turtle Troop is going to be in a little bit of a bad spot here, or a little bit of a tough spot here, as they're going to be going into this buy round with no real useful ults, whereas Disguise has a Cosmic Divide, and on top of that, the Seekers on Exalt are 1 ult point away from going up, and the Viper's Pit on Gangsta is 1 ult point away from going up. Some early engagement as Ye is trying to take mid control, able to find a pick, trading off his teammate of Clear. Rossi, though, going to take out Ye, and now it's going to be a 4v3. This guy's getting ready to take control of A site.
Rossi on top of the wall, it's not something that you're not expecting, right? That is...
Looks like they're getting ready to push in here.
Biggest rings at this level when we get to see a Sage being on top, getting that.
There we go, the 3 marching in here. Governor watching that main entrance, but doesn't look like anybody from Disguise is going to push through there, as they're getting ready to take Heaven control. That wall goes down. The camera gets broken. Now they know there's some in Heaven. Governor has to decide where does he want to look. Back into a corner a little bit here. Cosmic Divide is gonna be useful. Actually, I think that it was more of a hindrance than it was useful. They did not anticipate Turtle Troop being so pushed onto site there. Governor gonna be able to take out Nerve before going out. So now it's gonna be a 1v2. That Cosmic Divide was really... I mean, that was just definitely not used as effectively as Disguise would have hoped. You could tell they were not expecting 2 to be holding on the site. And that was a hindrance there. Seekers do come out. Exalt knows potentially where Turtle Troop might be coming from. Ooh, a good little opening there. He jump peeks out. Ooh, he's running through. He gets away with his life. Oh, and Rossi's pushing here. He was just trying to play time there, not anticipating Rossi to chase him down from behind. Rossi's going to be able to defuse the spike, and Turtle Troop will take the lead once again back into their hands. But again, it's a defense-sided map, so if Disguise can just keep it even, that's really good for them. And so far, they've been able to do that. Although, off of that loss, I believe Disguise will have to save here. Maybe not. The Recon was pretty stable for a little bit there. I'm not entirely sure if it still is. Disguise taking a timeout. I can't blame them. They haven't been performing maybe as well as they would have hoped. You know, they're not taking a super big lead here. I don't know if Nerve meant to turn his camera off or not. It was definitely having issues earlier. It was being very laggy, but... yeah, so... I think Disguise issues right now... I think they haven't been taking that good of advantage of mid. They've tried to take mid here, or they've tried to take mid a few times, and they just haven't really been able to take good mid control, I feel like. Like, their mid control has definitely been a little bit shaky, to say the least. But it's still, like... I mean, overall, Disguise has been playing decently. It's a defense-sided map for a reason. It's really difficult to push into these sites. You have to push for so long, meaning, like, there's so much ground you have to cover to get into the sites. And that's just why it's so defense-sided. Plus, in order to get onto the sites, you have to go through choke points. It's really difficult for the offense, right? That's why it's defense-sided. So I feel like Disguise is playing maybe as well as they could. Again, maybe they should be taking better mid control. But even then, like, I wouldn't say it's a super big issue, or like there's a big issue that they're facing here. It looks like this guys will be forcing a buy here. I did say they might have to take a save, but it looks like they want to force and deny Turtle Troops, or try to deny a good lead for Turtle Troops, or a good econ for Turtle Troops. Doing a bit of a split, not really. It's just that Exalt is lurking in a main. Now two in the duelists in this guy is going to be taking mid control. They're actually going to be allowed to take a male, and they're going to start their push into B heaven where Governor's watching. Not going to be able to take that kill there. Yay takes Governor out. Now Yay going to continue to push, look for more picks. Able to find one. The Judge on Dazzle going to do damage. Now Dazzle trying to get away. He's able to get a pick there, but Yay was good for 2. It's a 2-for-1 special, which does mean this guy's is now up a player. It's going to be a 3v4 here. Turtle Troop going to figure out how they want to play this. Ooh, Rossi going to be able to take out Nerve. The Viper's Pit comes out, though. Dazzle going to immediately take out Gangster, though. No more Viper's Pit. The Viper's Pit seems to have been wasted. Clear going to be able to take out Rossi. Now, again, it's a Force 5 from Disguise, but not all of them were able to afford very good econ buys here. The Judge going to finish it off on Exalts, and this round goes to Disguise. 2 players left alive for Turtle Troop as well. They're going to be able to pick up guns, so their econ's going to be in a decent spot here. But yeah, Disguise forcing, they was really hoping for a round win, but just weren't able to do well there. They did have the player advantage early there, but just they fumbled it. We're not able to carry it through, so now they're going to be on a save round. Turtle Troop going to be in a pretty good position here to take a round win here and take that 6th round, which will mean that Disguise no longer has a chance of taking the lead going into the next half. There's 2 ults for Turtle Troop to use this round as well, if they would like to. They don't have to, though. Yay is going to get a Vandal in his hands to use this round. One of the more expensive purchases. We'll see if it's going to be used. We've seen Yay in this position before, where he's using a Vandal on a save round, and he's been able to use it pretty decently well. So we'll see how this ends up happening through. It looks like Gangsta's gonna be lurking over on A. This guy's still just trying to figure out how they want to clear this space. They break the wall, and now they send a dog through, as well as Yay, who is able to take out Dazzle. Now Yay going to continue to take space here. Clear going to be able to take out Rossi. Weeded pushes through Alley a little bit too late to catch Yay. Yay will get away with his life. It's going to be a 3v5 now. And Gangsta able to take out Adder and be Heaven, and now it's going to be a 2v5, and it looks like the save round for Disguise has turned into what could be a win, and as Exalt takes out Weeded, leaves Governor alone. He's able to take out Nerf, who's flanking him. But he may just want to try and get away with his life at this point, as the econ stability hasn't really been built up very well by Turtle Troop, as these rounds they've been winning have been expensive. And if Disguise can secure this win, they could try and start a win streak here to gain the lead, or at least tie it up here. I think is what we should be able to expect from them. 1v4 gonna be... 1v4 gonna be... I was gonna say difficult, but Governor's not gonna try to take the spike at this point. He's just gonna play for exits. But again, even if he'd been able to take out both Yay and Clear there, it was a save round from this guy, so they're okay losing those players, but he's only able to find 1. So 3 of the Disguise players gonna be able to pick up guns. That was a save round from them. The rest of the players gonna be able to... Or the 2 other players who died are gonna just be able to buy a gun. Now the econ going to start to take a good stable position for Disguise. Turtle Troop, who has never really been able to gain good econ stability, now going to have to be on a save. They've got 3 ults to try and use this round. The Resurrection, the Showstopper, and From the Shadows. But I don't know if they'll be enough to secure a save round win. If they even decide they want to use those ults, which they may not. There is a Blade Storm for Yay to use, but I don't know if that'll come through. So Disguise really just doesn't have any like useful ults this round, and that's fine because they don't need to use them. It's a save round from Turtle Troop, although they don't necessarily know that yet. As soon as they start to hear some of that gunfire from Turtle Troop, they'll know. Sky's getting ready to, looks like maybe challenge A. They've got that spike leaning A. It's coming in through sewers, and now Bird's gonna come through. But it looks like maybe off of that Skybird they want to back up. Yeah, and it looks like Disguise will be pushing in through mid here. Through into B Heaven, and there's actually only one watching or to lock down B, and it's Rossi who's holding Heaven here. Just jump peeking out. This guy's not going to be able to punish it, so they're going to be able to get onto site, but Turtle Troop going to know that, so they're going to be able to start this to rotate early without losing any players. Clear not really able to find any good picks to lock down the site, so it's going to remain a 5v5. Yay, able to take out Governor, though, and Weeded in Heaven, locking down Heaven. The grenade comes out, but Gangsta and Clear are going to finish it off. Clear with 2 of those picks. And it's going to be a flawless round for Disguised. And, you know, they should have been expecting to win this round. It's a save round from Turtle Troop, but a flawless round probably not going to be good for the egos of Turtle Troop. That being said, Turtle Troop still has all of those ults from the previous round. Plus, I believe the Blade Storm was not up on the previous round either, and it's now up. So it's going to be a buy round from both sides. Turtle Troop has 4 ults to use: Showstopper, Resurrection, Blade Storm, and From the Shadows. Disguise only has 2 in the Showstopper and the Seekers, but both of those ults could definitely be used effectively here if they play their cards right.
The wall is a little bit faster than usual. It's gonna get eliminated right away.
This guy's getting ready to push. Looks like mostly through to Heaven here.
Quick again, or DSG, they take space up into Heaven, they clear things out. They have options to play through mid, but players will be there to receive. Here comes the Showstopper.
Showstopper now going to come out. Yay, able to take out Adder, so the Showstopper not even going to need to land. It's going to be a 4v5 here now for Turtle Troop to play this retake, as Disguise has been able to take site. The spike goes down, and it's planted for Heaven, which does mean Disguise will need to take better Heaven control here if they want to watch spike effectively. Governor is looking to challenge that Heaven control. Clear is going to come in through sewers, and Nerve is ready to challenge it, and he's able to. He takes out Dazzle, and now it's going to be a 3v5. Turtle Troop down 2 players. Again, Heaven control not taken super well by Disguise, but Turtle Troop not really going to be able to retake Heaven control, and now Turtle Troop just backs up.
But it's something that we've seen constantly. We saw it in Ascent non-stop for Turtle Troop, saving this operator, not being in the right place, getting shot down, and without more rounds were adding up for this head of DSG.
Disguise now takes that 6th round, and I said if they got on a bit of a win streak, they could take the lead going into the next half. And it looks like they may be able to. They're in a position to do so. The fact that Turtle Troop was able to save those 3 guns was good for them, because if they lost, they wouldn't have been able to buy very much at all this round. But the remaining two players for Turtle Troop that did die, in Dazzle and Adder, are not going to be able to afford guns. So it's still going to be a bad buy from Turtle Troop, regardless of the being able to save 3 players here. So Disguise could definitely be in a position to try and win this round and gain the lead. And I'll remind you, this is a defense-sided map. 53% of the rounds on split go to the defense, which is, again, pretty skewed to one side compared to some of the other maps. So Turtle Troop not able to take the lead here would be bad. I mean, they already can't take the lead, but if Disguise is able to take the lead, that's even worse for Turtle Troop. And they'll definitely start to look scary here. So already Turtle Troop hasn't done a good job of taking advantage of the defense-sidedness, in the sense that the reason it's so defense-sided is because the offense has to push so aggressively through mid. They have to push so aggressively onto site, because it's just a really long push into those sites where they have to push through choke points, right? So the defense can take good advantage of that most of the time, but Turtle Troop has done a pretty bad job of it. Like when Disguise tries to push through A into Heaven, they've been able to. Turtle Troop has completely given up mid control, which, you don't necessarily need mid control, but you have a Sage. You should be able to use those walls to just try and get mid control, and Turtle Troop, or at least deny it to the offense, but Turtle Troop hasn't been able to do that. Rossi takes out Exalt. It's traded off by Gangsta, so it'll be kept even. Gangsta and Clear each find another pick, but Dazzle going to return with 2 picks of his own, using that Showstopper, which will keep it an even 2v2. The spike not in the hands of Disguise. There's 5 seconds left. It looks like they're just going to play for the remaining they're just gonna play to hold the spike. Gangsta able to take out Weeded, but Adder takes out Nerve and Gangsta, and although barely, Turtle Troop does scrape enough together to tie it up. And now it's gonna be tied 6-6 as we move into this half. Now I'll remind you, it's a defense-sided map. Now that being said, Lotus was an offense-sided map, but both of the teams seemed to do better on the defense, although it was kept even going into the second half. And then, you know, what I'm trying to say is Lotus went into overtime, and each team won 6 rounds on both their defense and their offense, despite it being an offense-sided map. So it could definitely still go Turtle Troop's way, or it could definitely still be kept close enough to go to overtime. But Disguise is definitely in a good spot here because they're going to the defense of a pretty defense-sided map. We'll see if they've practiced enough of the split or of split to try and put up a good show on split in this split. So we will see. We'll see. Turtle Troop getting ready to push in, and they've been able to just take B Heaven. Skies had a few to try and defend it, but haven't really been able to, although Gangs are going to take out Rossi. Ooh. And Ye going to take out Dazzle, while Nerve helps take out Governor. Adder able to take out Ye, so, you know, prevents a little bit of damage, but it is now going to be a 2v4. Although Adder and Weeded each find a pick, which will even it out. Now it's a 2v2. Weeded down to 74 HP, though. It's going to put him in a little bit of a tough spot. And now Weeded is dead. Clear takes him out. Now it's going to be a 1v2 from Adder. His spike. Gonna get ready to go down. Although Adder's actually pushing into Alley. He catches Exalt off guard for sure, able to take him out. Although he does take quite a bit of damage, down to 22 HP. There's a Cypher Cam. And clears in Heaven, but he's playing back, waiting for the spike to get. Or I imagine he can hear that cam, or he probably knows there's a cam, so he's just getting ready to hear that spike going off. And now he's going to start pushing into Heaven. That cam goes off, and immediately Clear just going to push through and take Adder out. This round, going to go to Disguise. It's a good start for Disguise. Again, defense-sided map. They take the first round of the defense. If they would like to secure a win here, this is the best way to do it, I'll tell you that. It's to start it off good with the pistol round. Turtle Troop, going to be a little bit in a little bit of a bad spot here, because if you really want to start to put on a good show on the offense of a defense-sided map, you need to take the first pistol round, because you need to start to get some of those rounds built up, especially if you can gain that first pistol round. You can get that lead you need, or you can get, what am I trying to say here? You can get it built up, like you can get the start of this half built up for you. You can get those rounds for your side built up if you can secure that pistol round, because then you get another round. And then, although it's defense-sided, you're able to try and damage or lessen the blow that could be given early on. But Disguise taking that first pistol round makes it difficult for Turtle Troop. We're now going to need to put in even more uphill battle, or put up an even more uphill battle, now that they're already at that early disadvantage, or early round differential loss. This round, Turtle Troop deciding to take mid control and push once again through B Heaven. Know where Clear is, and Clear jump peeks out, and now he's just going to back up. Spectre and Gangster not going to do a whole lot long range looking at Heaven. Clear going to be able to take out Weeded coming in from Alley, but it gets taken out by Governor. Rossi going to be able to take out Gangsta. Now it's a 3v4, but the Nerve takes out Adder and is traded off by Governor, which makes it a 3v2. So Turtle Troop able to pick up some guns, and they have that player advantage. Oh, and Ye just doesn't clear Heaven. Dazzle going to be able to take Ye out. Now down to Exalt in a 1v2. He's going to get double flanked. Definitely not anticipating both of them there. He's almost gets away with his life, but Rossi going to take Exalt out. And although I said it was a bad start for Turtle Troop to lose the first pistol round, and that Disguise is probably going to get another round off of that, Disguise didn't get another round off of that. So Turtle Troop, who was taking a save round, secures a win. They're able to pick up some guns. Their econ gonna take a really massive bonus here. So Disguise not looking great here. If I'm Turtle Troop, I'm definitely gonna be pretty happy about winning that round. Looks like Turtle Troop gonna be a little bit of util usage in B Garage. Now they're challenging mid a little bit. pretty much doing a split push here. They've got one posted up in sewers, one looking A main. Yay, gonna be able to take Adder out. It's a free gun. But Turtle Troop now going to be taking control of mid, coming into B Heaven. Now there's 3 on B, 1 or 2 watching Heaven. Clear going to be able to take out Governor. Now it's going to be a 3v5 for Turtle Troop. Rossi able to take out Clear, evens it out a little bit. Still going to be the player advantage for Disguise. Ooh, Nerve looking to do some damage, but all he has is a classic. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot. Just good damage to Rossi, but Weeda going to take out Ye and Exalt. Now it's just down to Gangsta and a 1v3. Just gonna be looking for as many kills as possible here. Get those ult points up.
Got the tunes in it. Maybe we'll just opt into just jamming out here. Maybe he'll look for Ninja Defuse of their own. I think with that happening in this game,
and Dazzle just gonna shoot through the smoke. Good timing, I guess. Take out Gangsta. Turtle Troop takes the round. They should have won. And they do it with the majority of their players alive. They do still lose 2, which isn't great, but their econ is in such a good spot, it doesn't matter. And now Disguise gonna be on a bye, but it's gonna be tough for them. They need to start to destroy this econ momentum that Turtle Troop has been able to start to build up. Turtle Troop has a Neuro Theft to use this round, if they can find a pick. Now again, it's a defense-sided map, but Turtle Troop was not really able to take advantage of what makes this so defense-sided, which is just how hard it is to push into like these sites because the entrances are just so long. But Turtle Troop on their defense just wasn't able to deny the pushes onto the sites regardless, and Disguised may not be able to do the same here. They're letting Heaven be pushed into. Just gonna play back, and that's not really what you want to do on the defense, because if you end up playing back and you have to play retake, you'll get caught in those choke points. Dazzle, a little bit of a slow reaction time there. Yeah, you're gonna take Dazzle out. Now it's gonna be a 4v5. Nerve doesn't know where to look, but he's still able to find a pick. Weeded and Governor return with 2 picks of their own, though, and Governor finds another, and that means now Turtle Troop has the player advantage. And now, not only does Disguise have to play the retake, which again, you're going to get caught in these choke points, but they do have a player disadvantage as well. So this is just not looking good for Disguised here.
We tied up once more. Resurrection available. See if Rossi feels uncomfortable enough to use that.
I mean, it's so hard. You have the wall that you have.
So you're going to take out Weeded. Now it's a 2v2. The Showstopper comes out, and it will be traded off, and then Rossi with the op going to be able to take Gangsta out. This round going to go to Turtle Troop, although they lose all but one of their players. It doesn't matter, because as expensive as it was for Turtle Troop, it was more expensive for Disguise. So this guy's going to be on a save round here. Turtle Troop's econ still in a pretty good stable spot here, so overall Disguise just not looking like they're going to be in a good situation. Rossi has a Resurrection to use. Blade Storm for Governor. From the Shadows for Weeded. Neural Theft for Adder. We've got Knives for Yay, the Blade Storm. And then we've got a Cosmic Divide for Nerve. But it's a save run from Disguise. So I doubt we'll see those ults come out. Other than, you know, the Blade Storm, which of course will come out on the save.
You see the idea out towards B too, right? Where
and Turtle Troop getting ready to approach this B hit. And it looks like they want to send 3 through mid. 2 coming in through Garage. The Operator and Governor are going to be able to clear some space here. Now Disguise getting ready to try and challenge it, but Disguise just gonna have more firepower here. Turtle Troop's gonna have more firepower here. They should be able to take sight. The From the Shadows is used by Turtle Troop. Now they know where 1 is. The Blade Storm battle comes through, and Ye actually wins it, but he's gonna get wall banged. Takes quite a bit of damage there. Able to get away with his life. Down to 24 HP after that encounter. Now Dazzle going to be able to take out Clear. Ooh, Yay, looking for more. But Gangsta and Nerve going to help lock it down. Rossi going to take out Gangsta, so that does mean the player advantage is lost for Turtle Troop. But Rossi going to be able to take out Res Governor, so that does make it a 2v3. But Nerve and Yay each find a pick. And all of a sudden, 3 kills for Nerve. And this round is in the hands of Disguise. The save round turns into a win. Cosmic Divide did go down from Nerve. And it was, I'd say it was used well. The Blade Storm from Ye was, I would say, used well and found quite a few good picks. And now there's a Showstopper for Dazzle to use this round. But Turtle Troop used the majority of their rounds on the previous, or their ults on the previous round, which was a save round from Disguise. Which does mean, although there is a showstopper for Turtle Troop to use to try and gain some ground here, it's going to be very, very difficult to play against. Especially since Dazzle can't even afford a gun. Because, again, although Turtle Troop did have a pretty good win streak going, they were still expensive rounds, and so over time that does degrade your economy and prevent good econ stability. So Turtle Troop can mostly full buy here, but it's not going to be a complete full buy. Turtle Troop pushing into these sites here. The showstopper does come through, and it's going to find the pick on Gangsta. Governor able to take out Clear, turns around, takes out Nerve. Now it's a 2v5 for the remaining Disguise players, and they were not able to deny the push on to B this time around. Not only that, but the 2v5 retake not going to be able to be played, so Yay and Exalt just going to save here. The Operator going to get saved, and Disguised, you got to start looking worried if you're a Disguised fan, because Turtle Troop going to be inching closer and closer to the win here. Disguised is looking like they're fumbling it. They go into this half with the advantage, but just being on the defense, and it was evened out. It was a 6-6. Disguise was on the defense, which has the 53% advantage, but it looks like neither of these teams really knew how to play their defense very well, and so that means it just comes down to who can play a better offense, and that's what's happening here. Disguise, or sorry, Turtle Troop putting up a little bit of a better offense than we saw from Disguise. That being said, Disguise was in a position to take the lead in the previous half, and then Turtle Troop still came through to tie it up. So we could see the same thing come through from Disguised, but still not looking great from them. Guys, taking a timeout here. It's their final timeout. It's a good choice. For the obvious reason, or the simple reason that Turtle Troop is, I mean, they're just in a better spot here. Disguise has a lot of holes in their defense. The main one being they're not denying the entries onto these sites. Like, typically, you'll see pro teams having to push through mid and then through main on split. But they don't have to do that here because Disguise just isn't taking advantage of the fact that when Turtle Troop pushes through those main entrances, so through B Garage or through the entrance onto A, they are caught in a choke point, but Disguised isn't able to just take advantage of that. They're not able to just, like, smoke it off and then spray through the smoke and get some kills. They're not able to throw util through that prevents the push in. It's just, like, allowing Turtle Troop pretty much to just push through those main entrances, and then Disguise is left to play retake, or at least try and stop them from pushing in, but you get overwhelmed when there's only 2 people on site and 5 players are pushing in. So what Disguise really needs to be doing is just denying aggressive take of those sites, and the Viper's Pit is going to be used by Gangsta defensively in mid. And I would say this is a good choice, except that, like I just talked about, mid isn't the area Disguise is really struggling with, because Turtle Troop hasn't really been taking mid control, and even when they do, Disguise has been doing a decent job of defending it. So, I don't know. I feel like that could have been saved to be reflexively used, or used off of some contacts on one of the sites. Clear able to take out Dazzle, but Rossi takes out Clear. And the Viper's Pit has been entirely cleared. Nerve going to be trying to defend a site. Not going to be able to. Adder going to find a pick. Down to 5 HP, but... Oh, Gangsta going to be able to defend the push through vents. Able to find 3 before getting traded off by Weeded. Now Weeded's in a 1v2. It was a 1v3. Finds that early pick. Tries to TP into his smoke, but just caught a little bit short. And Exalt going to take advantage of that, peeking from heaven. Definitely didn't, again, I don't think that Viper's Pit needed to be used mid, and honestly, it wasn't really used mid well, but Gangsta was still able to defend the push through mid onto site, and again, that's what I was saying, like, their mid control is not what's lacking. What's lacking is when Turtle Troop can just push through the main entrance onto site, and, like, the choke point isn't used effectively by the defense. That being said, I will still give Disguise credit where credit is due. They defended mid well. But, big but, the Turtle Troop push through Garage and through these choke points needs to be abused by Disguise. The Operator is a good way to do that. Ye does find a pick, but they're gonna try and chase him down. Okay. Alright, I'm not... I don't have words for what I just witnessed, but Gangsta gonna find a pick to keep the player advantage in the hands of Disguise after Ye gets picked off. Rossi gonna take out Clear. 3v3 now. But the Seekers do come through, which provides added pressure to Turtle Troop. Now they know Exalt with the flank, not gonna be... Or he is able to find the pick, but it's very chaotic. Rossi gonna take out Nerve. It's a 2v2. Rossi's very low on HP. He doesn't have a heal to use. They push him. Now it's on a Governor in a 1v2. Almost wins it. Not quite. Exalt gonna take Governor out. And Disguise is gonna be able to tie it up. Now still, the push onto site was not halted, or it wasn't stopped. Like I said, it sort of needed to be done. But Disguise's retake did come through. You know, they were able to find an early pick there with Ye, and then... Okay, you don't need to show that. And then Ye was... and then Gangsta was able to find another pick to keep the player advantage in the hands of Disguise. So it was still played well, but again, they're still struggling on what I said they needed to work on, which was locking down those choke points. Taking advantage of the fact that they're caught in those choke points. And again, that operator's a good way to use it, but like we saw earlier, it can just be either flashed, or you can find the pick, but then it can just be rushed down.
Another angle for Ye, Blades. First up, Cloud burst down. Turnoy goes through, out goes Governor. Okay, breaking things up.
Ye with the shorty looking for a pick, not gonna find it. Weeded able to take out Ye and punish the fact that he has an op and he's holding so close. Weeded gonna take Gangsta out as well. This will make it a 5v3. The push has been denied, and now it's a retake that Disguise has to play as those choke points were not used. Yep. And, Exalt gonna be able to take out Rossi. The retake starting. Adder gonna take out Exalt, though, so player advantage still there for Turtle Troop. And Adder able to take out Exalt and Nerve. Leaves Clear alone in a 1v3. Adder gonna take Clear out, and again, I keep saying it. I don't know why I'm saying it like they can hear me, but I'm gonna keep saying it because it keeps being a factor. They are not playing to the strengths that the defense has on split. This guy needs to be taking advantage of the fact that there's choke points are there. I mean, they've got an Astra. You can place some Astra util there. Try and smoke it off so that way Ye can play back with that operator. Or, you know, I don't know, use that concuss, use that stun to prevent them from pushing so aggressively off of that first contact. They're just not able to do it. I mean, they put a star there, but I mean, last time it smoked Ye off, so he couldn't even do anything, and then he got taken out. It was just all confusing and chaotic there. So it's just disappointing. And now Disguise not going to have Econ, so they're on a save here. And Turtle Troop is actually going to be pushing into Ye. Quite a bit of contact on B, though, does leave Disguise with so many over on B when the push is actually coming into A. So Disguise now gonna have to play retake. It's a 4v5 retake. And, yeah, this guy's probably not gonna win this one, or this round. Rossi just gonna be able to take out Gangsta. Clear gonna take out Adder, traded off by Governor, though, and now it's a 1v4 for Exalt. Who's pushing in through screens. Exalt gonna take Rossi out, now it's a 1v3. Now he's gonna rotate over to Heaven, but again, I don't know if I don't know if this is it. I'll be honest with you. There's just if Disguise does end up taking the loss on this map, I mean, I'll just be disappointed, and you know, because there's just so much Disguise could have been doing here. They take the loss here. Exalt dies to the spike. He does that. I'll explain it as I've explained it before. He does that in order to get the old point up. Because, you know, although I think maybe he already had his ult up, but at that point, like, the money you get, it's just not worth, like, surviving, because there's just no point to it. Anyways. Now we're moving into what needs to be a 2-round win streak from Disguise, deciding to use his Viper's Pit in B main, and this is one of the first good decisions I agree with here from Disguise. they decided to put the Viper's Pit in B main. I like this decision because not only is B main already a choke point, but now B Garage is pretty much you're pretty much unable to push through it. However, Disguised, who's usually able to take good mid control, they give it up, and so that means that Turtle Troop is able to take mid control and just push through B Heaven. Adder are going to be trying to challenge Gangsta, but Gangsta able to take out Adder, which will keep it in even 4v4. Spike has gone down. The retake going to have to be played by Disguise. Ye able to take out Dazzle. Rossi going to take out Ye and Exalt and get the ult up for the res. Governor going to take out Gangsta. Nerve able to take out Dazzle, but Governor takes out Nerve. And this round goes to Turtle Troop, and Split goes to Turtle Troop, and yeah. I mean, that was just, you know, I will say it. Disguise fumbled that, and that was I said, going into this series, Disguise needs this if they want to try and qualify for playoffs, but losing that right there was one of the key reasons why, or losing this series in particular could be one of the key reasons why Disguise doesn't qualify for playoffs. This could have been the only win that Disguised gets, and they had a good chance of doing it, or it gets in Split 2. And they had a good chance of doing it, and now Disguise is going to have they're going to have to struggle. They're going to have to play against M80 and TSM, both of these teams which we know they're not good at beating. So, if you're a fan of Disguise, I don't want to say it's over, but that was a pivotal series for them to try and win, to try and scramble together to make it to playoffs, and not winning that is going to be a really big loss for them. Because again, that could have been this and their play against Shopify Rebellion were some of their only chances to try and get a win, or to try and get into playoffs, and just didn't come through. So yeah, I hate to say it's over for Disguised, but it might be. Yeah, we're gonna move into this next series. I'm gonna turn this up. I'm gonna go use it. Never mind, somebody else just decided to use the bathroom, of course, as soon as I say I want to use it. So yeah, there's a lot to talk about in that series. We'll do a quick little analysis. I'll take a break to use the bathroom, and then we'll get ready and gear up for the next matchup, which, albeit probably isn't gonna be as close, but should still be an exciting match. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Disguised versus Turtle Troop on Split. Ye has a 263 average combat score coming into this split, or coming into Split. Clear went 20 and 19. Both of these duelists really shining through for Disguised, but let's go ahead and look at Turtle Troop. Rossi doing really good for Turtle Troop, 25 and 14, and that's your Sentinel. That is the Sage player. Talk about a battle Sage, and that's what we saw there. I mean, this was just disappointing to see from Disguise, because again, they could have won that. They kept it tied going into the second half, where they were on the defensive Split, which is a pretty defense-sided map. And I said exactly what Disguise needed to be doing. And then they finally decided to do it in that last round. But that, of course, was the round, or that is also, for them, meant, okay, let's give up mid control as well. Which, you know, you can, apparently for them, you can either take main control or be garage control, or you can take mid control. And, well, you know, of course, Turtle Troop, alright, B Garage is giving up. Let's just go through mid, and that's exactly what they did. They just waltzed on through. This guy should have known, alright, we're gonna use that Viper's Pit in B Garage, and so we should focus more towards challenging mid, which will be the only other entrance into B, and they just didn't. So yeah, I'm just disappointed in Disguise there, because yeah, that should have been that should have been a win for them. And it wasn't. And, yeah, I hate to say it, but I think Disguised, I think their run is over here in North American Challengers. That was the series. If they didn't win here, there was pretty much, it's gonna be a very bad hope for them. They're gonna have to hope and pray as we move into the rest of Challengers, because, I mean, look at this. Look at this. -15, 2 and 6. I believe TSM can 2-0 Disguised. I believe M80 can 2-0 Disguised. I think Disguised is, unless they can somehow win against TSM, I think they're just going to have to hope and pray that they get lucky. And they're going to have to get really lucky, like unbelievably lucky. I just don't think they can. So I'd say if you're a Disguised fan, you might want to pack it up. If you like the streamer back to teams, you might want to just start rooting for Moist Moguls at this point, because I just, like, Disguise just is not going to be able to pull through here. I don't think. I think it's over for them, unfortunately. Again, as sad as it is to say, as I do love Disguise, it is what it is. I'm going to go ahead and play this for you while I go use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Just quick. Alright, so yeah, let's get into the next matchup of the day. I will turn this down. I'll put it like right here. Once the player interview happens, I'll cut back to that. But yeah, let me change my title, and then we'll get ready for the next matchup, which is OR Esports versus Faze Clan. Now this match, I'll show you my pick'ems once again, but it should be pretty. It should be a pretty open and shut case. And although, you know, if you'd shown me this matchup, let's say at the beginning of the split, I'd probably say, okay, it'll probably go to Faze. With the way OR has been playing, I mean, this is genuinely one of the strongest comebacks I think I've ever seen. Like, OR is looking so solid. I mean, I look at my pick'ems. So I'll show you these. I think OR is going to take it, and there's a pretty massive reason I think that here. Look at this. The guard is 2-0. Sure, you know, that's easy to look at. They beat G2 2-1. Okay, FaZe Clan lost a map to Mad Lions, who currently is looking to be the worst team in North American Challengers right now, so that doesn't bode well for FaZe. But let's go ahead and look at the guard game. We'll look at G2 first. This one's also going to be interesting to look at, but versus the guard. I mean, oh, I accidentally clicked on. But it's 13-9. Split went 13-4. All right, okay. You know, not great. And then you go to Lotus, and it's 13-4. This is dominant. 13-9, sure, not as dominant. Split, all right, dominant from G2. Lotus went 13-4. I wanna hammer that into your minds. OR Esports, the 12th team in circuit points right now, went 13-4 against G2 Esports, number 3 in circuit points right now. They went number 2 in the midseason face-off, and OR went 13-4 in the decider map against them. That is unbelievably impressive. Then you go over to the guard versus OR. And after this, 13-9 isn't super impressive. Split 13-4, that's not great of a loss. 13-4, yeah, sure, that's great, but also, it's the first week of Split 2. You could say a lot. War versus the Guard went 13-11 on Haven, 13-11 on Split. That is really good. Now, you're like, all right, yeah, but it's 2 losses in a row.
Everyone,
Yeah,
and welcome
but I'll
back.
remind you it's against the Guard. I'll get back into it. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the player interview.
Coming out on top, and we're going to sit down and talk with Governor a little bit more about it. First off, congratulations. You win the series. It was definitely a long one, though. Spirits seemed high, though, for your team throughout. How are you feeling now that it's over and done with?
Feeling really good. That was a lot of close maps, but it was good. It was fun.
It started off with a really close one too, because Lotus Disguise almost take that victory so close on the failed defuse, and then you go into 3 rounds at overtime. Were you stressed going into this overtime? How is the team feeling?
Honestly, I saw the way Adder, my teammate Jack, was holding angles. This guy had I think I checked the scoreboard. This guy's 30 kills. This guy has the most incredible lyrics, and I was like, all right, they're just gonna win me the game. I wasn't nervous, but I just had so much faith in my teammates there.
And then, how is it being able to play with this team that you do have this faith in? You can just pull up their stats and just know, hey, no matter what happens, they got me.
It's definitely a good feeling. Honestly, this is probably, trying to think of my old teams, but this team probably, I think anybody on this team has the potential to, win a 1v3, a 1v4. I just have so much faith in this team, everyone. It's definitely a good feeling to have going into matches when I know they got me.
What about a little 1v5 in that ninja defuse that happened over on Split? Because I was losing my mind. Casters are losing my mind.
That was honestly a fever dream. I look back, I didn't react to it, but I was honestly just shocked myself that they let that happen.
Yeah.
So the fact that you
this guy, they should have won Split. I'm just disappointed in Disguise that they were not able to take Split. All right. Pretty basic questions were you stressed? Are you nervous? Are you friend? Do you like your team? But yeah, let's go back to the topic at hand. OR went 13-11 in the 2-map series against the Guard. Sure, they didn't take the wins, but it's the Guard, number 3 in mid-season faceoff, number 2 if you're just looking at number 2 if you're just looking at what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? Number 2 if you're just looking at the circuit points. There you go. But still, one of the top teams right now in North American Challengers, and OR nearly took them to overtime on both maps, not just their map pick, but also on the map pick of the Guard. That is unbelievably impressive. Now, I said it before, I don't know if that says more about the Guard or about OR Esports. I'll say it says more about OR right now. When we're talking about the Guard against Moist Moguls tomorrow, I'll dive more into if it says more about the Guard or OR, but for now, I'll just say, yeah, it says more about OR and how powerful they are looking to perform. And against Faze Clan, who I'll bring up Faze Clan's history so far in Split 2. 2-1 against Mad Lions, who, by the way, is definitely not performing as well as OR is coming into Split 2. He went to a 3-map series. That's not great considering, again, Mad Lions is not a good-looking team right now, especially compared to the rest of the teams in Group B. And then you look at Faze against the Guard, 13-5, 13-5, versus OR against the Guard, which went 13-11, 13-11, right? So I'm thinking OR should be able to take this, and I honestly don't think it's going to be as close as maybe you might expect, considering who if you're just looking at Split 1, you'd be like, oh, Faze got this. But we're not looking at Split 1. We're talking about OR in Split 2, who, I'll point this out, because this is important. OR comes into Split 2 with 1 circuit point. 1 circuit point. Right now, if this split was to end, alright, OR would be in in let me see, 4, so plus 3, 4, so 4, 3, 3, 0. The OR would be in, trying to think, 4th, 5th, 8th place, which would grant them 9 additional points, which would grant them 10 points, which I think wouldn't be enough to qualify for mid-season. But it would still be 8th place, which, considering they were number 12th at the end of the previous split, that's pretty damn good, and they're looking like they're going to continue to win. So, what needs to happen for OR is they need to beat FaZe Clan, and they need to beat Mad Lions. I'll remind you, coming into Split 2, this is a team that had a flawless loss streak. 5 series lost in a row from OR coming into North American Challengers after Split 1. Now we're coming into Split 2. They beat G2 Esports 2-1. They went up against the Guard and went 13-11 in both of the maps. Again, the Guard is the Guard. I'll point out the Guard changed their logo, by the way, back to this like purple black. I like it. But yeah, it's really, really interesting, to say the very least. Now, again, what OR needs to do is they need to beat FaZe and they need to beat Mad Lions. They're going up against FaZe right now in like 30 minutes. Then they're going up against, I believe it's Moist Moguls next week. Am I wrong about that? Yes. Then they're going up against Moist Moguls, and they don't need to beat Moist Moguls if they want to qualify for playoffs. But if they can, that'd be even better. Although I don't know if they'll be able to. But they also need to beat Mad Lions, and if they can, bare minimum, they beat FaZe and Mad Lions, OR could make a comeback of a century and make it to playoffs. Okay. If they beat Moist Moguls, almost certainly they're going to make it to playoffs, in addition to them beating FaZe and Mad Lions. So, yeah. The gist is OR needs to beat Moist Moguls, or sorry, not Moist Moguls. OR needs to beat FaZe, OR needs to beat Mad Lions, and I think they can beat both of them. And so, there's a lot riding on this for OR, whereas FaZe, I mean, yeah, they need to start to pick up the pace if they want to qualify for playoffs. But I think they're in a good spot to qualify. They did already beat Mad Lions, so they've already got a series up. At that point, they're in a good spot, assuming, Disguise doesn't beat TSM. FaZe should be in a good spot to qualify for playoffs. So there's not as much riding on the line for FaZe, right? So I think, to me, this is a pretty open and shut case of FaZe beats OR. OR beats FaZe. Both because OR has more pressure on them. They're sort of backed into a corner here. And in addition to that, OR is just looking stronger than FaZe right now. Let's go ahead and ask ChatGPT, though, as always, who will win between OR Esports and FaZe Clan. It's like this, right? FaZe. And then we'll do this. Let's see. Yeah. Alright. See what ChatGPT has to say. FaZe Clan will come out on top. And you know what? I don't think ChatGPT has access or is able to read the stats from Split 1. But I wouldn't blame you for picking FaZe here. But yeah, I just don't think it's gonna go to FaZe here. So yeah, that's pretty much it. There's not a whole lot of additional analysis or insight I can provide. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of rank duel. Again, as always. Go. Alright, yeah, let's go into it. Valorant rank duel. Here we go.
Hey.
Allez Nico, tu peux le faire.
See this.
8.
Allez, Nico, tu peux le faire. Oh, oh, oh. Ace, ace, ace. Ah, dans le bac, dans le bac, dans le bac. Allez, dans le bac, Nico. Nico, dans le bac.
Not a whole lot of comms.
Oh.
Let me see this again.
8.
Allez, Nico, tu peux le faire.
I mean, the aim is decent, and like stopping or like not like holding down is definitely higher than like silver, but like you're not counter strafing. The aim isn't great. There's not a whole lot of comms, so I'll go gold here. Yeah. If the aim was a little bit better, I'd probably give it to plat, but the aim just like slightly off. So yeah.
One more.
Marshall shot comes through. Shoots back up.
One more.
Good comms. Good crosshair as well.
Oh my fuck. One more.
Good aim. Mechanically, he's playing very well. The way he's crouching when he's like he's playing a little bit more stationary.
Oh my fuck.
Let me see that again.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I'm trying to like tell if he's counter strafing. He is a little bit, but like, it could also just be diamond. 80 medium, mighty, mono, the comps are a little bit better. I'll say it's ascended. Ah, dang it. Okay. All right.
Erased.
Yes, sir.
Left-handed.
Put down.
He's immediately ADS.
I'm only main right now.
They walled up. Be walking out.
Playing low graphics as well. Like this is
One enemy remaining.
optimized.
That's right.
Down.
That's it.
Erased.
Yes,
Erased.
sir.
Put down.
I'm only main right now.
They walled up. Be walking out.
One enemy remaining.
I'm tough. Like it could definitely be Radiant. I'll go Immortal though, just because like statistically there's more Immortals than Radiants. So yeah. That's one of my best ones yet. Dang it, I was so close to 100%. Oh man. Alright, let's go ahead and look at any clips. Oh yeah, I don't think I brought this up, but it was just that. No, I think I did. It's just that Scott's wasn't making any changes. Coming to this, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the clips here.
Overtime, surely on the docket. Two players flashed up, taken down. Exalt will capitalize on the site though. Nerve. First of all, as Exalt finds another, they're running out of time. The Seekers are out, the weapons are in hand, but here comes Adder
This
on the
could've
site
been
with the
it right here.
backstab.
Player
And Gangsta just
standing.
has to stick to the fuse. There's no other way about it. And I don't know if he has the time. He hops off for a second, and that might do it.
Why
Yes,
does he
it
get
does.
off?
The clutch onto the
Like,
site
he needed
here.
to just rely on his
Overtime
teammate there, bro. Like he should not have gotten off.
of the essence, pressuring Rossi to try and get this spike planted as the nano swarm is
10
popped.
seconds left.
10 seconds left on the clock, just around the corner. Exalt goes down. 4 seconds now. Will he try to do it through kills? No, yes, he does. We'll see. Does
Yeah.
we've seen most of it's been
One enemy
in this
remaining.
series alone, players holding an angle and then leaving it. We saw a lot of it on Lotus. We got a little bit of it on Ascent.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't even say this is a clutch or anything. That was just That's just embarrassing. Looks like we've got this guy's toast reaction.
Nice, Jay. One more there. You know there's one more there. Nice try.
You know he's there. You know he's in. You know he's in. You don't know he's in. You know he's in.
Nice, Nerf. And he halved it.
Yes.
Oh.
He held his nerve. Wow. He held his nerve.
Dude, he look he's always like so nervous all the time.
Oh my god. It's done. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What do you think was different about that game?
A lot.
Like what?
Like, for one, they shot back. For two, they played together. You want me to go on?
Yeah, keep going.
For three, I felt like they were talking to each other. For four, they looked like they believed.
Don't line up.
Mm-hmm.
For five,
don't line up, and it didn't matter.
I felt like they were more positive than usual.
Like 2 heads gone.
Wait, how do you know I was more positive?
That is
because you weren't saying anything.
Keeping it. We saw a lot of it on Lotus. We got a little bit of it on Ascent.
Yeah.
No way. No way. He's got enough time, Dryad. They have to kill him. He's got enough time, Dryad. God. Governor with the ninja. And then leaving it.
All right. Yeah, it looks like that's all the clips. We can do this trivia, I guess. Yeah. Do the trivia, I guess. I'm like running out of stuff to do. When did Breeze release? Oh man. June 8th, 2021. That sounds right. I'll say June 8th. I don't know. I've gone like I didn't really play a whole lot of Valor last. Oh man. Yeah, I'll say June 8th. Same thing. It's like close enough. Team 1 in NA LCQ. Wait, is LCQ... Oh, last chance qualifiers. 2021 last chance qualifiers. I don't know. I wasn't watching. V1. Actually, no. Cloud9. Boom. I'm just that guy. Which team won 14 straight pistol rounds in the VCT 2022 Stage 2? Man. EG. Yeah, that sounds right. EG. Pretty good. They're pretty good. Sometimes. Not this year. Dude, I'm so good. I wasn't even watching competitive play last year. Pro play last year. How much does Jets updraft cost? 150. Right? It's 150, I think. This is easy. I mean, you know. I just play a lot of Valorant. It's whatever. 150. I actually haven't played very much Valorant recently. Mostly just been watching pro play. When did Sky release? She released with... I thought she released with... Oh man. I thought she released with Breeze. That's crazy. October 27th sounds right. October 27th, 2020. How did I know? I'm just that good. Who won the most MVPs of Valorant Champions 2022? Istanbul? God. Yay? He was 2022 Streamer Awards, or Game Awards Esports Athlete of the Year, right? So it's gotta be Yay. Right? Right? Yep. Boom. How much does Viper's snake bite cost? 150, I think. Yeah, I think. That sounds right. 150. It could be 200, but I'm pretty sure it's 150. I mean, I don't know. This seems pretty easy. $200? I knew that. I was just messing around. What is the reload speed of the Phantom and Vandal? Hold on. 1.8. That sounds right. Yeah, 1.8. Yeah, I'll say 1.8. 2.5? It is not. That's just not true. Which pistol got the most kills during pistol rounds? VCT 2022. So this was... I think this was classic, probably. Although, actually, because Ye was there, it might be the Sheriff. I'll say Sheriff. I'll say Sheriff. It's either Sheriff or classic. I'll go Sheriff. Man. Who has the highest clutch percent during split 1? A Proto? I don't know. I feel like a Proto clutched a lot, right? I think it's a Proto. It's definitely not Supa. It's not Jonah. I'd say a Proto. Could be, I don't think it's Guru. I'll say a Proto. Alright. See, I was paying attention. What agent unlocks the Peacekeeper Sheriff through their contract? It looks like Chambers. But I've also already seen this one, so I know it's Brim. It looks like it would be Chambers, but it is Brim's Sheriff. So now we're seeing questions I've already seen, I think. We'll see if this next one I've already seen or not. 9, I haven't seen this one. 9 map win streak on Bind in VCT 2022. Optic. Sentinels, I think. Sentinels. This is a good way to pass time. This is a good choice. Whoever put the trivia, that's a good choice. The idea person over at Knights Arena. Optic? Isn't that what I said first? So I was basically right. Which team had a 6 map win streak on Split in VCT 20? Okay, this is I wasn't even watching, so yeah, I mean I'm sort of out of stuff. This might be a super long break. We might be back in like 2 minutes or something, but I'll take a quick break here. Cause yeah, I'm out of stuff to talk about, so yeah. That's pretty much it. I'll be right back when the match starts. There we go. Alright. I'll be right back.
Lately it's looking like everything perfect. Out the mud with it, I put the work and you can find me where the turf is. Pin precision like a surgeon. Bad ones used to curve me, showing up to the show when the curve split. She know that I'm worth it, I'm finna go from area. I got the hit stash, got a bracelet for impact. Real tricky, quick to flip a pretty penny to a thick stack, quick stat. Think fast and I talk real. I give a about how they feel. Me and Zay dropped the pro.
That's actually working. Zekro is finally able to pay off here. Nate drops down. He's
I've been the man with the blueprint. I won't stop till I own every brick. I used to lay out in the lounge just to feel the world spin on its axis. Now I got the access and the last laugh got it off of the passion. I keep it 100 on the dash now that we got us a
Welcome back, Valorant fans, to the Knights Arena.
All right, it
Valorant
looks like we're back.
Challengers
I'll just go ahead and listen to this for a little bit. Give me a little bit of an idea of what to talk about.
A match with the potential to for our next one. It's OR Esports going up against Faze Clan. This is so interesting, Tanner, because I feel like both of these teams so far have had quite an interesting split.
Yeah, you know, a team that we just saw in Turtle Troop, 2 of the players leave, they go play for FaZe Clan. And it's taken some time, but we've seen a lot of confidence and heard from the players. There's a lot of confidence for FaZe Clan. And on the other side, the way that OR Esports are playing, it would be hard to believe that they're not feeling confident.
Yeah.
100%. And looking into this matchup, let's start talking a little bit more about this FaZe Clan squad first, because this is one where 2 of their members, they took them directly from another team, but they're slotting in quite nicely. I'm talking about, you know, the 2 without the pictures here, Tig and Mame. It's quite interesting, especially too, talking to Mame last time we interviewed, talking about Tig taking a bit more of the IGL role, and then Poised here, Dan, doing a bit more of that mid-rounding, and hey, if it's working.
It is so interesting because from that week 1 to that week 2, it seems like they made that change and it just played out massively for that win against Mad Lions. I think the idea...
I mean, it's just been weird because I feel like FaZe taking 2 or poaching 2 of the players from Turtle Troop. I honestly thought, okay, you know, maybe it'll really help FaZe start to shape up here. But to me, it just seems like FaZe really hasn't pulled through nearly as much as I would have liked to see. I mean, I literally could not sit through the Mad Lions and FaZe game last week because it was just such poor play from both FaZe and Mad Lions. It was literally who was less bad that took the win there. It's just like,
For the team and for
it's just like, man,
momentum, I think, is
FaZe is such an insane, or should be an insane team with the roster that they have, but it's just like they are not it. And it seems like against a team like OR, again, if you just told me last split, like, you know, let's say it was FaZe versus OR last split, I would have been like, all right, FaZe wins, hands down. But it's like, I don't know if it's just like FaZe making these player changes has prevented them from finding their footing, or honestly, I'd say they're playing about as well as they did last split. It's mostly just that OR has really stepped up here. And as much as, you know, we could cope all day saying, you know, FaZe has started to bring in these new players, or FaZe has, you know, they have potential, they're starting to look stronger. It's just like after last week, it just was not it. I mean, it just like, as far as FaZe's gameplay last week, it wasn't enough to show me that they're gonna put up a good fight against OR, who OR is looking like, you know what? We had a really bad split, but we are back with vengeance. We would like to qualify for playoffs, and we want to do well in playoffs too. And OR really, I mean, I don't know if anybody's going to prevent them from getting that wish, and it's definitely not looking like it's going to be FaZe. They're just not a strong team. At the end of the day, I feel like FaZe just is not as well put together as we've seen OR be. OR is very well put together. I think at the end of the day, it's a good. The main reason is because OR has had since split 1 to practice with or decide on what changes they're going to make. FaZe had to go through all of mid-season face-off, and sure, it definitely was not a good run. They got out in the first 2 series, but there was still a good chunk of time in between split 1 and mid-season where they were practicing with the same team comp, and then they went from mid-season to split 2, and there wasn't as much time there. And in addition to that, they brought in these new 2 players where they needed to practice some more, so they just have not, Faze has not had nearly as much time as OR has, and it shows. Faze is not playing as well as honestly, maybe not even as well as they did in Split 1 or even in mid-season. And absolutely, I just don't think they're even close to to being at the level that FaZe Clan is.
They did so very well. And on top
Or sorry, that OR is. What am I saying?
Or I'm sorry, on top of not dying, he fragged. He's also the controller player. You couldn't ask for more from Supa, and Mummy even gave him his props too, right? Supa's crazy. The shots that he was hitting were out of the world last week.
I think the direct quote was that he's a beast. And I mean, we really did get to see it last week, and we'll have to see if that can continue up today going up against OR Esports, because this is a team, like every team that we've talked about today, that has had these changes coming into Split 2, but this really breathed the new breath of air into the team. We've gotten to see quite a drastic turnaround, considering that the Split 1 performance was, I mean, they went uncontested last in the group. Being able to see Physics IGLing for the squad was also someone that the team spoke really highly of here, Dan, of his IGLing capabilities.
Yeah, and it's nice to see this side of OR Esports that we've seen before, right? They've shown us that greatness that they can bring, but now it's in a more consistent way. Even last week, the match and the map that they played, 11-13, both of them that they lost against the guard, I mean, really went as far as they could in regulation. And obviously the first upset match that they got against G2. So you can see how good and how clean it's looking for OR. And I feel like for this matchup, I think it's perfect to see how the ideas are going to match up to the aggressive style of FaZe.
And you never know what you're going to get. We've seen this team swap back and forth between Jonah 6 and Nilly, IGLing now Physic to do it. So it's nice to see that they can come out confidently with the new IGL and say, hey, this is working.
And Dan, you were talking about it, but we're bringing this up again to really just stress this, because our esports, Split 1, not great, but looking at these map scores, they went up against G2 first in Split 2, and then going up against the Guard. And the Guard is a beast of a team that's taken down a lot of talented players. So the fact that OR Esports was able to take these losses at 11-13 is really, honestly, speaks to where OR Esports has grown.
Going against the big names and absolutely putting up a fight against them, as he was, like he said, G2 and the Guard for week number 2. And now for this week number 3, still a FaZe that, even though they haven't had the best results recently, even for the first split and for the past couple matches, is a FaZe that with the changes have been improving, have been getting that first victory that they got last week. And they, like Tanner said, they have the confidence they can continue it going. So we got to see how OR Esports are able to shut that down potentially.
And we've seen, I guess, the competition. We expect the G2 to be a bit more fierce of a competitor. They've had a slow start. But in week 1, we see a strong first map, a weak second map, and then a very strong third map, which just tells me, you know, they're finding their footings. And then they play the Guard, and they go the distance against the Guard. My first glance for this OR Esports squad is they play to the level of their competitor, of their opponent, I should say. And so today, I think, is going to be a big showing of, is this something we can expect? Can we expect strong performances, or are they going to play what is assumingly down to the level of FaZe after playing the Guard last week? Or are they able to like break through that, play their own game, and have these decisive victories?
Yeah, it was something that Sean Garris talked about in the Spike Down video, like right before we started our show here, was still kind of curious about this OR Esports squad, in the fact that, hey, did the Guard just let off the gas a little bit? So I think today is really going to be third time's the charm, right, for OR Esports. So it'll be really exciting to see. But someone who has definitely stepped up here in Split 2, well, and it's Nilly.
And we got to see the teams that they went against being G2 and the Guard, and the reason why those maps and those victories ended up going the way of OR, especially for that week 1, is this guy. Nilly has been so good consistently, and he is on the Sentinel role, something that we got to highlight early on today, with the massive role that it plays out to give those rounds for the setup OR. And Nilly is always at the top when it comes to kills and the information that he's helping his team get.
And there was a world right before for OR Esports, even though they went 0-5, they were still able to win some maps. They were able to have some close games. And that world that they were living in really felt like if Nilly doesn't do it, it's not getting done. And now it's completely different. This OR esports team, everybody is having strong performances on each of the maps. There's only been a couple of times where it's taken heroics. It was actually that first map of Haven against G2, where Nilly was kind of out and ahead of the rest. A very consistent performer here. He no longer has that
again,
IGL.
like this is why, like, I feel like this is not a matchup where I'm like, ooh, here's the strengths of this team, here's the strengths of this team. It could go either way. This is a matchup where I'm like, yeah, it's gonna go to OR, and it should be pretty cut and dry. If it isn't, I'd be surprised, because OR is looking so super solid. And honestly, like they said, like, if they do a strong performance against FaZe like I'm anticipating, that could be the showing that OR needs to get to playoffs. This could be the performance we need to see OR push through to playoffs. Like, if they can take this win here, it could be the start of that sort of surefire setting in people's minds of, yeah, this is gonna go to OR.
What's going on? I think Baby Bay is like an incredible player, and he has so much potential to just frag out. But for whatever reason, FaZe honestly does not look too great as a team. Like, I don't know if it's even before the 2 new pickups, they didn't look good. The 2 pickups they got now with Tig and Mame, I don't know what it is. Maybe they have growing pains now, but they still don't look very polished as a team, and they look very beatable. So I'm excited for the match. Very confident going into it.
I'm a fan of Pancakes and Jonah 6. You know, I've been trying to play with Pancakes since like Andbox days, and we were even trying to play with him on Turtle Troop. Like, he's a good player, and he keeps the mood up, and I enjoy playing with him, and I think the same goes for Jonah 6 as well.
I think they're very good. They're a very solid team. We're just gonna have to show up and play our game and play together. And I think our players, our players on our team are a lot better, in my opinion, mechanically. So we just need to come out and play together as a team, and I think we'll be fine.
No, I still think FaZe and our playstyles are very different. I think our team is a lot more methodical and together, and just watching back FaZe's games, they look to do a lot of heroics, and they don't look very well coordinated. So I think
it's fair.
We're very different, and it's gonna show like how much better we are in our match.
I'm gonna look out for Pancakes. I think his playmaking ability is crazy. He does a lot of crazy shit, and I applaud him for that. And also Zeldris, he's been on a heater. I think he's pretty nuts on that jet roll.
Yeah, so our keys to victory against FaZe is definitely gonna not let Baby Bay go crazy and take over the game, because he can easily do that in any match. He's just that type of player. And for us, it's just gonna stick to the game plan that we have with our IGL Physic and our coach Vapin, and we just play together. That's it. We play together more than FaZe, and yeah, we'll probably dominate.
Pancakes, you gotta change your name, bro. That's it.
Message to FaZe. I would just say to watch out for making those solo plays. I know we're gonna punish you guys, and you guys can try and do as many heroics as you want, but I know that we're the better team.
Damn.
Love the call out on a little bit of difference of styles there, and direct words, hey, like, we're not gonna let you do the heroics, we're not gonna let you have those one-off plays. I'm definitely excited for this match, especially to where we're headed to first, because there's a map back in the pool that we haven't gotten to see in a while, and that is going to be our
Alright, this map pick is going to be really interesting. Bind. Oh man, it's been a minute. First of all, I'm glad Icebox is gone. I didn't really touch on this yet, but yeah, I'm glad Icebox is gone. I don't like playing on Icebox. I don't like watching people play on Icebox, whether it's competitive, whether it's streaming, whether it's pro play. I just don't like Icebox. Bind, however, is a map I do enjoy, and I'm excited to see it back in pro play. It's definitely had some changes, and I'm glad we're finally going to get to see it picked up here after, I believe it was in last week. So after 2 weeks of having it in, finally we're going to get to see it here in pro play. Got it going to be picked up by OR here, and you know what? To pick it right out the bat, they've got to feel confident on it. To pull out Bind. I'm interested to see how it goes. Split being picked by FaZe. I mean, that could go either way. I expect a 2-0 from OR. if not a 2-0, a 2-1 that is pretty dominant for the most part from OR. Because OR is just a really solid team. Beyond beyond just being OR, like this is a team that is like just so powerful. And I think on any map against Faze, they should just be able to dominate. So yeah, I expect a 2-0 from OR, open and shut case. And seeing Bind here, I think Faze definitely would not have been anticipating a Bind pick. Obviously, they let it through, but I think they let it through because they're afraid of OR on Pearl, right? So yeah, I expect this to go I expect Bind to go to OR, and then I expect Split to go to OR as well. If we see a Decider, I expect Haven to go to OR, so yeah.
13-4, and then we get a 13-11 in favor of the Guard. Stronger team, but a stronger performance out of OR Esports. I don't know if they're going to be ready, though, for what Faze bring to this one with the Mummy, Raze, the Baby Bay Jet, that like the double dive. Sure, yes, we're expecting double dive, but it's the Faze double dive. Jonah 6 talked about it, right? This team likes to play crazy. They like to play fast. They like to go for these heroics, and although you're going to be expecting that, sure, actually finding a way to deal with it is going to be a different story on Split.
Especially, too, they also pinpointed the fact that FaZe has gone through a couple of these growing pains with the additions to their roster. But I feel like we got to see a couple of those pains kind of even out a little bit last week. And Dan, if they're already going through the growing pains, then what do we really expect then coming out of FaZe today?
Yeah, it's the same scenario as you saw for the match number 1, where it is now week 3 of Split 2, and you want to see how those changes and those little fixes that they've done are going to play out today for both of the teams. An OR that is coming really strong, a FaZe that also comes from a win, but a little bit more of a shaky one. And one of the things that is going to catch my attention here is going to be how the changes that they made are going to play into the compositions. FaZe, I remember all the way back into the Split 1, they actually were the first team to bring a Harbor into Icebox in Challengers, and that is actually one of those agents that is a possibility to see here on Bind, that we've seen other regions play. We've seen it in the Tier 1 in America's League, and I feel like it's still a possibility on the table. If you want to bring a change, it's got to be on the new map.
I also think, although we don't get the Lotus, and we've seen OR Esports play the Lotus, Gecko is also a pick that didn't exist back when Bind was a thing. So there's a world where a Wingman finds some values in the changes, maybe out towards the A.
Yeah, I mean, those are all things that definitely have some merits here, but let's just get ready to look at this agent select. We've got Nilias on the Viper. Hold on, I'll wait until everything comes through. Tig and Physic both on Sky, Jonah 6 and Mame both on Sage, Zeldris and Baby Bay both on Raze, and that's where the differences end. Or no, Poised and Nilias both on Viper. That's where the differences end. The only difference being Pancakes is on Omen and Supa is on Brim, okay? Now, I will point out, acknowledge, there's been some changes to Bind, most notably being the A site, I believe it's A site, where the bathroom entrance through bath into the opening site, that little cubby you could sometimes hide in that opening is no longer there. It's no longer a thing. And in addition to that, there's just been some changes on the site as far as making the site a little bit more open, changing the way the boxes are laid out. So there's been some changes, to say the very least. But let's go ahead and get into this. OR is starting on the offense. Now, previously, and I only have the previous before the changes data, it was a 51.4% in the favor of defense. So this map is slightly defense-sided. There's been some changes, but I don't think those changes would necessarily change too much. So I'd still say it's defense-sided, but for now, I'll just call it an even 50-50. Just to make things simpler. And then if we start to see it more go in the favor of defense, as Bind is played more and more, then in the future I'll bring it up more. But for now, I'd say it's more of a 50-50. Alright, so OR is starting the take of B site, and site has been given up, so it's going to be up to Faze to play retake. We've got 2 coming in through elbow here. We're going to figure out how they want to play that. All of Faze now backed up into CT, coming in through Hall. And they just need to figure out how they want to play this retake, because site's been entirely given up, and the spikes Taking down, they gotta start doing something. Pancake's gonna be able to take out Tig. Baby Bay gonna take out Pancakes, and the push through Elbow gonna start furiously now. Physic gonna be able to take out Supa, but Supa gets one before he goes down. Zeldris though gonna take out Poise. Mame gonna find a pick. Zeldris takes out Mame. Baby Bay takes out Jonah. It's been trades all around. It's 1v1, and Zeldris takes out Baby Bay. 3 kills for OR. Started off, or for Zeldris to start it off good for OR in this round. Or this half starts off well for OR. Getting that first pistol round does allow for another round off of that. It's going to be some interesting play. I've never done casting over bind before, so if I get callouts wrong, I apologize. Although I did study up a little bit. But yeah, off of that pistol round, it's going to be a forced buy here from OR, so we should see OR start to take some of these, or they should be able to take an early lead here. We should see some pretty standard econ play just to start off these first few rounds. Sky Dog does come through, clears bathroom, and now Tig is, or not Tig, and now Physic gonna just back up. Uses a little bit of util to make some sound, and now OR is going to start pushing into B for going in through long. And pushing into tree here. Gonna push in. There's actually 3 on site to lock it down. It's a good read. Poise is going to be able to take out Zeldris. No more entry there. Now it's going to be 5v4 here for Faze. And the entire team is on B. The TP could definitely just be taken. Although Physic is in hookah, they may not want to let him go.
Drop that one in a tricky position. Supa happy to secure that. No worries, sports. Hut noise, but defense still here. Another cloud.
Jonah gonna be able to take out Baby Bay. Physic takes out Supa. Nilias gonna take out Tig. Mame able to trade Nilias off. Pancakes takes out Mame. Poise gonna take out Physic, but Pancakes takes out Poise. So 2 players left alive for OR. Doesn't make it a great round, but it is still a win. Now we're coming into the next round, which will be a bonus for OR, and only having 2 guns to bonus, or 2 rifles to bonus with, isn't gonna make it a very good bonus to combat the full buy from Faze. So the econ from OR not going to be great, or the gun's not going to be great coming into this round. Shouldn't be too big of a hindrance, though, and we will see how this bonus does end up playing out. But yeah, Faze should have a slight edge here. Or not a slight edge, a pretty good edge here in the gun advantage. Mame going to be locking down hookah, but he does get blinded. He's going to have to play back just a little bit. The wall comes out. So just tries to break it, not quite going to be able to before the second phase comes up, so now he's going to have to whittle it down, and he does. Now that wall's been entirely broken, so no more hookah control, but there's 3 on B, 2 planted up in hookah, and now for OR, 2 are going to be headed all the way through cave, and now they're going to be going into bathroom, it looks like, just to make some noise, or possibly gain some footing, because OR could definitely still rotate out of that B hold that they're looking like they're gonna try and push.
45 seconds here to work with. Like you said, the spike never really moved from that.
OR still not, they don't really catch anybody on A, so now they're backing up, turning their attention back towards B. It's been a while, or it does need to commit somewhere. So just trying to figure out how they want to play this. Hookah's now been smoked off, but that does allow OR to gain control of Hookah. Now they're going to start pushing in. Zeldris trying to entry, gets taken out by Mame. Jonah going to take out Supa, and Pancake's able to take out Mame, but Tig going to take out Pancakes and Jonah. Now it's down to just Nilias. Not going to find any additional damage. 3 players after life for Faze makes it a decent win, but they do still lose 2 of their players. So now OR going to be in a position where they're up against a full buy, as Faze will be able to get guns for those players that died, and it's going to be the first full buy for both sides. And we will see if OR will be able to defend their title here. Physic not gonna. Oh no, he barely buys there. I thought he wasn't gonna buy, but it actually looks like Suba will not be picking up a gun. Interesting choice there.
Okay.
TP comes through and they wall off that A shower. Definitely an interesting choice as OR is not going A, they're going B. Very aggressive early defensive hold. That's an interesting tactic. To say the very least. It's a good use of the new map layout, or at least it's a use of the new map layout. Physic gonna take Poised out, and now site's starting to get cleared. There's still 2 to lock it down, but one's pushed very far back in CT, and one was on or watching tree. It does get taken out, and now the one in CT and Supa, who only has a sheriff, is gonna have to wait for his team to try and play retake. There's still 4 players left alive for OR, so it's gonna be a 4v3 for them. Physics still on 5 HP though. This could definitely be difficult for OR to play. And he's just counter strafing here in tube. Supa gonna come around the back. Able to take out Niliaz. Now it's a 3v3, and a reminder, Physic is low on health. So now Faze looking to be in a pretty good position here. Baby Bay able to take out Pancakes, and then the resurrection comes through. Supa and Baby Bay find a pick, and this round is gonna go to Faze. And now OR gonna be looking a little bit worried. Their econ's gonna start to struggle here. The buy round definitely didn't go the way they thought it would go. Looks like Faze may have practiced bind a little bit more than maybe we would have expected. But also they knew bind was going to be coming in here, so of course they were going to be practicing it a lot. 2 ults for either side to use, but it's a save round from OR, so I doubt we'll see the res or from the shadows come through. Now OR looking like they're going to finally try and challenge A, and it looks like Faze might be ready for it. They've got 3 on A this time around, and the wall comes through in showers or in Bath, which does prevent OR from pushing in through Bath, although only one was really looking like they were thinking about it. Now OR going to be pushing into site here. And Pancake's able to take out Baby Bay, no entry there, but, or sorry, it denies the denial. What am I saying? A pick comes through from Supa, which will keep it even in a 4v4. And again, OR is low on guns, so they need to really be trying to low on guns, meaning they are at a gun disadvantage. So they need to be trying to find some good grounds here. The wall breaks in showers, and Mame is ready to defend it as Physic pushes through. That being said, OR is actually pushing into B here, but the smoke comes off, and now they can't really push through Hookah like they would have wanted.
He was still sitting inside the spawn. Sky smoke, dust cloud makes it.
Now OR just gonna have to figure out how they want to push this. It's 3v4. They're at a player disadvantage. They get together. Sight's been given to them. They will be able to plant, but there is one in elbow, one in back sight or in hall.
2 flashes for that Sky for take. Still gonna be available. So playing
This
the
is
way
played.
the was doing on the round before.
Supa gonna join Tig, and it looks like there's gonna be 2 pushing in through elbow, and possibly 2 coming in through CT and hall. Supa takes out Jonah. Now it's gonna be a 2v4. Nilias takes out Mummy. Now it's a 2v3. Tig takes out Nilias. Zeldris takes out Poised, and the player disadvantage is big. Zeldris pulls out the showstopper. Not gonna do anything with that. He gets shut down. This round goes to Faze. They've taken the lead, and their econ and round momentum is really starting to pick up here. They've won 3 in a row, and OR not really, or hasn't really been able to try and stop them. It's going to be a full buy here from OR. If they lose this, I'm going to be worried about if OR is going to be able to win bind. OR picked this map, but it looks like Faze may have practiced it a lot more than anticipated. Seekers for Tig to use this round, a res for Jonah to use this round, as well as a from the shadows and Pancakes. Although I don't know how effectively that will be used. Zelda's gonna take out Baby Bay. That same strategy we've seen before where the TP gets taken early to try and wall off showers does come through, but now Mame just gonna get walled off. Supa gonna take out Pancakes, prevent the entry from by Pancakes. Be a 4v4. Physic gonna wallbang Mame, no more Sage. Now the player advantage in the hands of OR.
We'll see how Faze read it.
And OR so far really struggling to get that space into the side. That's a problem of the utility, right? On the defense.
Now OR getting ready to rotate, although like maybe they just want to play back a little bit and hope that Faze will push them, which they do. Tig gonna get taken out by Nilias. Are they expecting Supa to be there as well? Possibly not, but Supa's still gonna get taken out. Gets one before going down though, but when Faze is down so many players, you can't really afford to trade. And now Poised gonna be alone in a 1v3. The res comes off though, and now Poised gonna be alone in a 1v4. Viper's Pit is up by Nilias, but I doubt that'll be used here.
Poised is gonna try his hand at it. Look.
And Poised is coming through to flank OR. I don't think OR is ready for it, but now they're ready for it.
Should be the first one here to make contact. Sends a flash the other way though, so not really sure it's gonna be.
Poised gonna win the exchange with Physic. Now it's a 1v3.
Every angle needs to be cleared. All three players
Not ready to clear Cubby there. Jonah takes Poised out. This round gonna go to Faze, or sorry, to OR, and they tie it back up, and that's a good round for them to win because it was a bye round for both sides, and OR just needed to start to find their footing here if they wanted to get some good momentum going in this half, and they were able to. It's gonna remain tied here in a 3v3. Or sorry, not a 3v3, in a score of 3-3. There's a Viper's Pit for both sides to use here. Of course, offensively, the Viper's Pit is going to be a little bit more useful, but you do have to get the spike down first. And we'll see if the Viper's Pit does come out from Poised. And it does. He's going to use it in Hookah, and somehow, I've never understood how the physics of the Viper's Pit works. But it wraps around all the way honestly into Fountain a little bit, but into that connector there.
I don't even know what to call it.
Which like is, I mean, that's just impressive. I have no idea how again, that might be a bug. But you know, Faze will call it a feature, so we'll see how OR decides to play around that. Yeah, definitely an interesting Viper's Pit there is what I'll say.
Yeah, the angle's really small here.
Now OR getting ready to push. Looks like maybe they're gonna rotate over towards A. Maybe not. There's just so much room that Viper's Pit covers that OR has to be worried about. And OR, once again, OR has been taking so long before they start these pushes, and that's still true here. Seekers come out. They all go through that Viper's Pit, and so they're all destroyed. Now, now, OR gonna have to start pushing through here. Ooh, the Brim ult comes through. It's gonna find a pick. Zeldris finds one, and then the pick comes through from the sky.
They just can't get that space. They try to on B. They tried on the A side to get shut down.
Orbital Strike. There you go. I was trying to remember what the name of it was. But once again, because of how long OR took to rotate, they're not going to be able to, to push. They're not going to be able to find a pick there. So Viper's Pit for Nilias to use. And OR takes their first time out. It's going to be a buy from OR, but the econ stability is, there's still no econ stability for OR. And yeah, it's still gonna be a problem as we move further through this. So do you have to figure out how they want to play this? Faze looking like they're pretty solid here, considering, you know, I thought OR was gonna have a dominant win here, but Faze seems to have studied well on Bind. So this is a little bit interesting to see that OR picks Bind, and I imagine they just wanted to get the element of surprise of like Faze not being as prepared as maybe OR was hoping, but Faze was definitely very prepared for this, and now OR has to figure out how they want to play around that.
Wasn't quite there, but now we're starting to see it again.
So Viper's Pit for OR to use here.
For the team.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 and 5 here, playing defense. Outside of the kills, right? Looking at the util usage, like you mentioned, that orbital strike in the last rounds previous where
See if it'll come through. But again, OR needs to get on site, which they've definitely been struggling to do. They've just been they've been playing so slowly is the way to say. I would say patiently, but it's not like they're waiting for anything. They're just playing slowly, not really waiting for a whole lot. They use some util and then doesn't come up with anything, so then they wait a while for that util to be used again or to be able to use that util again. Scott or the Sage Wall gonna come through in showers, which does push OR back a little bit or prevent them from pushing through showers at least. Or will get picked up. Now OR once again playing very slowly here, trying to figure out how they want to approach this.
Faze is just so ready to receive any
Skydog does come through and they destroy it.
with no fear of being overwhelmed.
Apologize if you can hear my dog. Zeldra's gonna take Baby Bay out, Supa takes out Physic, and then Niliaz takes Supa out. It's gonna be a 3v4. Zeldris with the Showstopper looking to do some damage. It's going to take out Mame, but not before Mame takes Zeldris out. And now that Viper's Pit can come out. Like I said, they have some trouble getting onto the site, so I didn't know if that Viper's Pit was going to come out. But they do get on the site to get that spike down. The Viper's Pit does have the opportunity to come out. Tegan Boys now going to have to play a 2v3 through the Viper's Pit here. Ilias gonna take Poised out. Now it's down to Tig in a 1v3. Oh, able to take out Pancakes. Getting through the smoke. No, it seems to know where Nilias is, but Nilias is still gonna be able to take Tig out regardless. And OR has tied it back up. Now I did say before the changes, this was a defense-sided map, although very slightly. Because of the changes, I'm just gonna say it's an even 50-50. So it staying even here is, you know, kind of what we would expect.
When we get to see that race, trying to create a little bit more space with that showstopper.
And yeah, it's looking like Faze. Again, looking like they've prepared much more than I would have expected, considering the fact that, you know, Bind just came in. So I would, and OR picking it made me think, all right, OR will probably know what they're doing. But the fact that they that Faze has put up more of a fight than I think OR was expecting doesn't bode well here. Sorry.
Tig's timing with that is it's everything you could ask for.
He knows.
Now OR getting ready to push in through B long and into B. Skydog comes through, the birds come through, and this entry starting, they catch Tig, and they're able to take him out. Poi's going to try and lock down the site, able to find one, but Jonah 6 going to trade it off. Pancake's going to be able to take out Supa as well, and now it's going to be a 2v4 for Baby Bay and Mame, who decided to just save their guns, and I can't blame them, their econ's not looking super strong here. So OR, OR pushing in that aggressively, finding those picks does mean Faze needs to save these guns if they want to start to try, or not start to, but trying to maintain some econ stability. This is good though. This is what I wanted to see from OR. They'd been struggling the first few rounds, or especially in that win streak that Faze had. OR was struggling to get onto this site. They could not play fast enough to actually get on the site, and it definitely showed there. And so, yeah, I'm, you know, OR pushing this aggressively in this round is good. That's what I would have want to see, is some aggressive play here from OR. We'll see if Faze is able to play against that. Although that wasn't necessarily what happened this time around. OR, again, OR, for some reason in those first few rounds, was just waiting so long. And I could say playing patiently, but I'm choosing not to, because it wasn't playing patiently. They weren't waiting for anything necessarily. It was just like pushing super slowly. It was just sitting, waiting for I'm not entirely sure what, right? And so now that OR has, in these past 2 rounds, even if it's just only been 2 rounds, I can point out that OR has started to pick it back up, has started to get more of that aggressiveness that, you know, maybe they've been lacking. Faze taking a timeout here. And I like the decision. There's definitely a lot that they could be working on here. As far as like, there's definitely a lot to be working on here. Yeah, there's yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say. There's definitely a big element of Faze needs to be denying the aggressive push from OR, right? They did a good job of taking advantage of the fact that OR was playing really slowly, and, you know, not getting too impatient themselves. But now that OR has started playing more aggressively, how can they deny that and play around that? I apologize, I'm thinking really slowly now because first series went for so long. Now OR gonna get ready to push into A here, it looks like. We'll see through short.
And this hit obviously looking about the same with the Vipers. But the Viper wall just great and make it through, and that delay on the other side that's not gonna do too much
Looks
early on,
like,
but, you know, they're definitely aware that the players are gonna be showers.
it's like OR just gonna be able to push in through short. There are 2 in showers, and it looks like OR may be ready for that. The spike's gonna go down. The spike planter is defended well. So now Faze has to play a retake. 2 coming in to flank those that are in shower. So Super is able to defend showers. It looks like it. Super able to find that pick on Physic. That's down to Niliaz. Niliaz going to take out Super. Poi's going to take out Jonah 6. Pancake's going to take out Tig. Still going to be a 3v3 here. Another pick comes through from Pancakes. They know Baby Bay's in Hookah. Or sorry, in U-Haul. Pancake's going to take out Baby Bay, and then Zeldris takes out Mame. And it's going to be 3 players left alive for OR, which makes it a pretty successful round. They've taken the 6th round, which means now it's impossible for Faze to take the lead going into the next half. And OR is in a pretty decent spot here to take the lead themselves. If they can continue to get some good momentum moving. And I believe Faze is going to have to be on a save here. So OR should be able to get some good momentum moving. Oh, maybe Faze won't. I don't think Faze does have to take a save. Guess they've got more econ stability than I was realizing. So it will be another buy from Faze. So if Faze can secure this round, they can deny OR from getting the lead here. But if OR gets this round, they may be able to get a good lead going to the next half. Niliaz is going to take out Baby Bay. They're ready for Faze to be pushing out a little too aggressively here. Niliaz wants to deny the res. The wall comes out, and they're trying to res, but not going to be able to. Zeldris going to take out Supa. Mame is concussed, but it doesn't matter. Still going to find 2 picks. Pancake's finally going to take out Mame. So Faze still going to be down a player. Mame did lessen that blow a little bit, but will still be a 2v3 here. Now OR has that spike down. They just need to defend it.
The timing to get this position, Tig.
Niliaz watching. Waiting for the flank, and Tig comes through, and he's ready for it. Poise now in a 1v3. I have to figure out how he wants to play this. It looks like he wants to go for a save and just watch exits. He's going to go ahead and try and flank OR here.
There's no way in. Or poised here in this one. I also want to give Nilly a shout.
Looks like OR might be able to pinch him here.
And when Pancakes was fighting demons on the site,
he's ready for Niliaz, who's just running, but it doesn't matter. Niliaz is going to take Poised out. 3 kills for Niliaz. Now, like I said, if Faze loses that, OR may be able to take a substantial lead, and the reason I'm saying that is because Faze not going to be able to full buy here. Could mean that OR may be able to, if they can secure this round, they may be able to take the 8-4 lead. And it could definitely be good for OR. So yeah, if OR can take this round, they'll be in a pretty good spot going into the next half. Where again, it's a pretty even, you know, this map is not particular, it doesn't favor one side over another, so, you know, OR's already taking the lead, so it definitely puts them in a decent spot here. Sorb comes through off of the boom bot. Mame with the judge, just going to be holding this hookah entrance. OR going to be pushing in They're getting ready to push down B long.
One more chance here for Faze to make it to 5.
Skydog comes out and it's pushing in.
Third one on the half is gonna be available. And that was something that created that delay that wasted
The Sage Wall in Hookah gonna get destroyed. OR still gonna play back, and this is sort of what we started to see when they were losing rounds, was just they weren't pushing quickly, and that's absolutely happening here. Line comes through, and you can tell OR is not anticipating Faze to be pushed out that quickly or that aggressively. Now the Omen ult comes out, and OR has actually been able to take B site, but the spike is over on A.
Because of how slow these rounds have been for OR.
30 seconds left.
Pancakes able to take out Tig. The Brim ult comes out, which will take out Physic, and meanwhile Supa is able to take out Pancakes, and then the Res is going to come through from Tig. We're on to Tig. The spike is going to be able to go down, although taking their sweet time. Spike will go down. It's planted for showers, and there is a player advantage for Faze, but the gun advantage not really there for Faze. So just peeks out right now. He'd be able to catch Poise, but he doesn't. It's going to be up to Jonah 6. So he backs up a little bit. Now Zeldris gonna be able to flank Poised there. And it's a 3-man flank coming in from short. It's walled off, although this wall is now gonna drop. Good timing there. Jonah holding that box. Gonna mow him down. Takes out Tig and Mummy. In addition to Supa. And this round gonna go very quickly to OR. Not quickly. It definitely wasn't a quick round, but it was a very sudden end to the round. Is what I was trying to get at. Now OR looking pretty solid here. And they're gonna have a 4-round advantage here, or a 4-round lead, being 8-4 going into this next half, and they definitely could be in a position here to win these rounds. Or sorry, to win this map. Although it definitely looked shaky to start off the half, or to start off this map, they were able to find their footing and show why they decided to pick this map.
Off to a great start.
Now Faze coming in. Looks like they're going to be pushing down B long.
The heroics will
start off this offense. They would like to start a little bit of what needs to be a little bit of a comeback. They need to get these rounds in their hands, especially this pistol round. Well, of course, they need to get rounds if they want to win. Duh. But they need this pistol round to start to get a good comeback going. Niliaz takes out Baby Bay. Stops the good side to take. Mame able to trade it off, but let's keep the player count even. The site is not entirely clear, as there are 2 in Hookah, and actually an additional one as well. Back up his team. Mame, Supa, and Tig all playing around container. Pancakes and Physic each trying to pick. Supa able to take out Zeldris. Tig gonna take out Physic. Now it's a 2v2. Jonah 6 able to take out Tig. Supa flicks to try and take Jonah 6 out, but Pancake's gonna be able to take advantage of the fact that Supa's no longer looking his way. And this round gonna go to OR, and that's a bad start for Faze, who needed to get those pistol rounds, or this pistol round, to start to get this map looking back in their favor, but it's starting to look like they're gonna struggle here. OR gonna be able to take this early lead here.
Turn it into more.
Off that pistol round, they should get another round after that. This round should easily go to OR, although, that being said, OR took the first pistol round in the previous half, or took the pistol round in the previous half, and then the second round went to Faze. They're able to win, despite being on a save and a big gun disadvantage. They're still able to turn it into a win, so you can definitely see the same thing here. Faze getting ready to push into B. Well, they are now backing out. Looks like they want to turn their attention more towards A.
Will not reveal.
I figure out how they want to approach this. There's 2 on A for OR, although Niliaz is now rotating over towards A to help out his team, and now he's backing up. He's just gonna sit in CT, it looks like, decide where he wants to go. Faze still not pushing a short. Pancakes is holding out that blind and getting ready. Off contact, he sends that blind out, and it's gonna hit everybody. Zeldris' grenade gonna take Suba out. Pancake's gonna be able to take out Mame. Baby Bay gonna take out Pancakes, but Zeldris gonna be able to take out Tig. Zeldris also gonna take out Poise. Nilias gonna take Baby Bay out. Only 1 player lost for OR. Makes that a really solid force buy. And now the bonus round from OR, it's gonna be a good one. They may be able to get a few good kills here onto Faze. This could be a good round for them.
One of the things that he talked about as well, it was the confidence that OR really showed they would have against Faze. And at the beginning, it was
we'll see though. Again, it's a bonus round for OR. They're definitely not expected to win this round, but they've got good guns to at least do some good damage. Faze gonna be on a bye here. They should be able to win this round. But again, they want to get the win with as many players alive as possible. Wall comes through, the flashes, and OR is pushing out aggressively, looking to do some damage. Poise looking to defend and prevent good damage done. Able to find 2, Physic and Zeldris. Poise going to take up Pancakes as well. 3 kills for Poise, and they defend that push. It's now going to be down to Niliaz, left alone to defend B site. Jonah 6 able to take out Mame, who took TP. Also peeks out, knows where Poised is. Jonah 6 tries to pop and swing out. Not quite going to be able to do anything there. Poise is going to take Jonah 6 out. Nilia is able to take out Supa to try and defend B site. Does get exchanged out. So 2 picks for OR. It's a decent round, but I believe those 2 players should be able to pick up guns here. So it won't matter too much. And now it's going to be a full buy from both sides. We'll see how this does end up going. Although it looks like maybe Supa won't buy. It probably should. Yeah, there he goes. So yeah, it's going to be a full buy from both sides, with the Physics still not buying yet. Maybe just trying to figure out how he wants to play this. Yeah, so it's going to be a full buy from both sides here. OR can secure this. They'll be in a pretty good spot, to say the very least. Faze getting ready to push. Looks like they want to do a little bit of split push, a little bit default. They do send that spike near B lobby, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be default. Just hoping OR will push them, but OR is playing it pretty safe. We've got 3 on A site, 2 on B. Still not a whole lot of contact for either side. The Skydog does find some vision with Fountain, which definitely helps Physic and OR know where the push might be. Some util and the bird used by Tig make some noise. Looks like Faze still not entirely sure where they want to push. Still no real contact or damage done to either side.
The best part about it, though, for OR Esports, they were
now Faze looking like they're going to center their push towards A. Pancake's going to defend it. Able to shoot through. I think he shot through the smoke to dig up Baby Bay. Maybe not. I think that is what happened. Which does now mean that Faze is going to have to do this push down a player.
Perfectly for the way that Faze is playing, right? Playing their jump spots, making sure that they're doing their due diligence.
Spike is getting planted. They're shooting at him through the smoke, but they're not going to take him out through the smoke. The wall is gonna, for the box there, gonna defend it, but Pancake's still gonna punish Mame. Jonah 6 gonna take out Poise, and now it's a 2v5 here for Faze to try and defend this spike. Off angle held by Pancake's, not gonna find a pick though. Super gonna take out Pancakes and Jonah. Now it's a 2v3. Ooh, the orbital strike comes through. It's not gonna do damage or take anyone out, but push them out of U-Haul. Is it going to take out Tag? Now it's down to Supa in a 1v2. Nearly wins it. 4 kills for Supa. The spike will be defused. I mean, 4 kills. That definitely could have been an impressive play. Still going to be denied there, though. And like I said, if OR wins that, it puts Faze in a pretty bad spot. And it does, but OR lost so many players there that their econ's not even going to get a chance to stabilize. They're still going to be able to buy here, but their econ going to... Again, still not able to stabilize. I believe Faze should be able to buy here. Maybe not. Faze taking a timeout because they know that OR is 2 rounds away from a win, and Faze is 8 rounds away from a win. A 6-round lead for OR. This is definitely not where Faze wanted to be.
On fire, you having himself a game. I definitely thought there was a world where we could get double dive from Faze here, where Baby Bay could play the Jet and Mummy could play the Raze, but different look, and seemingly the only player comfortable is Supa, which I guess it's hard to be comfortable when Pancakes and the rest of the team are doing things the way that they're doing it, right? Physic is tossing out a flash and just running you down and killing you, and Pancakes is inside smokes, both on the attack and the defense, spraying and
2 ults for OR. From the shadows, Pancakes. Sorry, I zoned out there a little bit. And Seekers for Physic. There's a Viper's Pit for Faze to use, but they need to get on site to use it.
To make sure that it's going wrong.
Definitely just trying to piece together. What could Faze really be doing better here? Maybe they're falling victim to what OR fell victim to in the previous half, which is just not pushing fast enough. Ooh, Jonah 6 is going to be able to wall and get the orb, which it does allow him to get his res up. She's now 3 ults for OR to use. And Faze has forced this round. Not all of them going to be able to buy. That's actually a little bit of a half buy, so they're going to be able to buy next round off of a loss. But, you know, if they lose, OR will be on the 12th round. Definitely not going to be a good spot for Faze to be in. He's getting ready to take site here. They send the dog through hookah. Baby Bay in hookah as well. Faze still just pushing pretty slowly here.
He's been absolutely struggling to find some space to work with on the attacking side.
They're gonna be able to take out Jonah. Physic gonna find 2. Pancakes finds 1, and then Physic finds another and a 4th. Well played from Physic to really lock down the site. It's gonna be the 12th round to OR. They are 1 round away from a win. There's 2 ults for either side. A Viper's Pit and a Resurrection for Faze. A Resurrection and a From the Shadows for OR. And this is not looking good for Faze, to say the very least. That was not a forced buy, but it was, you know, it was a half buy, so they'll be able to buy this round. But not great. You know, it's definitely not the position. So I was looking at Physics reaction. It's not going to be a complete full buy here from Faze. And of course, I was going to say Alpha lost 30 time will be in a bad spot, but if they lose, they lose. So yeah, but again, Faze's ults, they really need to be in a position to use them. The res, well, of course, the person needs to die in a position that can be resable, but the Viper's Pit, they need to get on site. So if OR can just deny the push onto site, which Faze has that spike playing back in offense spawn still. It's in cave, so it's still like you know, OR could definitely still not allow the push in.
Sits inside the poison cloud, expecting somebody to push up, eats the decay, but nobody home.
Faze getting ready to push here.
With the Faze has been playing really slower than we're used
Gonna
to
be
seeing
going.
this
It
kind of
looks
team.
like into B.
And the problem with this is the time is running out. 45 seconds.
A little bit of a flank from Physic. Not gonna find a pick. There's a little bit of damage to Mame. She's gonna heal himself. It is good vision that they might be doing a B hit. So now OR getting ready to prepare for that, or getting ready to prepare. OR preparing for that as they send another towards B. So now there's 2 on B rather than just 1. Push has started. The Viper ult does come out from hookah. It's not going to completely wrap the site, but Faze going to find 2 picks. Definitely helps him out there. Tig going to be able to clear Nilia's out. Pancake's able to find a pick, but gets traded off by Baby Bay. Now it's down to Zeldris. She's able to take out Supa, but Tig going to push Zeldris and take him out. This round going to go to Faze. They need 7 rounds in a row total. They just won 1, so now they only need 6 in a row. Still in a really tough spot here. There's a showstopper for Zeldris as well as a resurrection for Jonah for OR. And the exact same ults in the hands of Faze, a resurrection for Mame and a showstopper for Baby Bay. So Both of these teams have good util to use. It's going to be a force buy from both sides here. The stinger for Jonah may be an issue, though. Gun div may be the reason OR loses here. The Sky comes through the teleporter, and that's actually going to ward it Faze back. Zeldris jiggle peeking out, does get spotted. No damage done to either party. But it will push Zeldris back a little bit to hold Showers maybe a little less aggressively. The Boombot comes through. Does clear Showers a little bit. Zeldris going to play all the way back onto site. He's still trying to figure out how they want to play this.
It's only been the last couple of rounds where
It looks like they're going to be turning their attention more towards B now. Skybird comes through. I don't think it spotted anyone, though. Maybe it did. Faze is going to be playing a little weirdly here. Poised. Going to catch Nilias, who is coming in for the flank. The Showstopper comes out. Poised going to be able to take out Zeldris and Jonah 6. And that's it. 2v5. And OR not going to be in a good spot here. This round looking like it's going to go to OR. Or sorry, to Faze, as the remaining 2 OR players are going to go for a save.
I mean, what are OR esports doing? They've completely
You do have to wonder, why was OR doing so well, and then why all of a sudden are they not? Is it going to take out Tig? And yeah, now OR just going to back up. I think OR is just all of a sudden letting Faze outplay them. Like OR, one of OR's strengths is they weren't pushing into into Faze. OR was pretty good at just playing back, but they just started pushing into Faze. I mean, we saw it happen a few times now, and well, Faze is ready for it. Speaking of Faze being ready for it, one of the players remaining does get taken out, and it leaves Pancakes alone for OR. Baby gonna take him out, finish it off. There you go. Faye is gonna take another round, and it's an expensive one for OR. We're now gonna have to be on a save. Now they've got some wiggle room. They've got some room to breathe. They're gonna be okay with taking a save here. Not entirely sure why Poise was pushed there with. Like I mean, obviously they assumed he backed up, but I don't know why. You know. So. Yeah.
Trying to, make sure that you can go next, go split, try to close out this series with the advantage that OR could get into it, but because of that, you stop playing your own game, and it's something that teams absolutely struggle to do.
Now OR
that anxiety, that pressure to close it out.
Figure out how they want to play this save. They made a little bit of vision in A, but not a whole lot. Now Faze is actually going to be pushing in through B. They've got a few going long. Physic is jiggle peeking or jump peeking out. Faze looking to punish it, not going to be able to, and now we're just going to play back, and Faze going to get ready to figure out how they want to approach this. It looks like now they're going to be rotating over towards A. Be interesting to see if OR is going to be able to find any picks. Marshall and Zeldris. He does get smoked off. Not going to be able to do anything about that. The grenade comes through. Now it's going to be... now they know there was one in U-Haul, and they push him way, way back. Spike still isn't down, though some util's been used to keep them off of planting that Spike. So I'm just going to take out Baby Bay. The Marshall is good for 1. Spike's going to go down, although the wall nearly gets destroyed. The res going to come through, so Baby Bay does get rezzed. So Mummy takes a little bit of damage. Grenade gonna finish Pancakes off of paint shells. Zeldris gonna take Poised out. Now it's gonna be a 4v4. Jonah 6 did get low, but oh, there you go. Zeldris gonna take out Jonah 6, gonna find a pick, and Baby Bay gonna take out Nilias. Baby Bay also gonna take out Jonah 6, keeps it even. Is it gonna take out Baby Bay? Now the player advantage there for OR. Spike gets tapped. The orbital strike comes through, and now it's a 1v2. Guns have been picked up. Zeldris gonna take Suba out, but there's no time to defuse the Spike. So although this round does go to Faze, it's expensive, but they have the money to survive it. OR able to pick up some guns there. It'll boost their econ a little bit. It's a It's a save that turns into a win, so of course that definitely will always boost your econ a bit. But yeah, OR was in a position to win that. They did get the orbital strike usage, which definitely will be to the benefit of OR. Now they don't have to worry about the orbital strike. However, they do have to worry about a showstopper, which is in the hands of Baby Bay. There is a Viper's Pit, in the hands of Nilias, and there's a Res for Jonah 6 to use in this round. We'll see if OR will be using it. All 5 of Faze's players coming in through short to catch Pancakes, trying to punish him. Not going to be able to. Now the showstopper coming through. Nilia is going to take Baby Bay out. No chance to use the showstopper. Pancake's going to take out Tig, who is pushing through U-Haul. It's going to be a 3v5 here for Faze. Paint shells do come through, and the spike's not going to go down. It's too dangerous. The smoke does drop, which means now there's no time. The teleports come through. Physic going to try and flank. He's going to be able to. He takes out Poise, who was worried that maybe someone would follow him through teleporter. Now it's going to be a 2v5 for the remaining Faze players. Spike still isn't down.
And Faze know, right? They have to find something.
Supa able to take out Pancakes. Pancakes does take out Mummy, though. Supa's in a really tough spot here. Spike isn't down. They're just trying to find a pick to allow them to get that Spike down, but it's going to be tough here. He definitely could take TP, although OR would definitely be ready to rotate. Spike's going to have to go down. You've got 16 seconds to do something. He's going to try and stick it looks like. Ooh, Physic going to try and punish. Not going to be able to. Supa going to take Physic out. Spike's not going to go down either. Zeldris going to take Supa out. Map 1 goes to OR. Maybe a little bit more of a fight from Faze than I was anticipating. And probably more than OR was anticipating, considering they picked Bind. They've definitely put up a good show, considering it's Bind, and we hadn't seen them on it before, but it does still go the way of OR. And now we're going to the second map, which is a map these teams are a little bit more familiar with, of Split. I honestly think it'll be a 2-0 from OR. Maybe that's wishful thinking. See if it goes to a third map. I don't think I'll be able to watch it. But I don't think it'll go to a third map, so we'll see. See some stuff here.
Proficiency here on Bind. Signs of life there at the end of the map for Faze, but it just was not quite enough. And I do still have that question, right? Faze call a time.
Yeah, let's go and do a little bit of analysis there. I mean, that was interesting, to say the very least. I think OR had a lot of flaws there in how slow they were pushing on their offense. They definitely found their footing towards the end of their offense, to their credit. Their defense definitely had some holes in it, but by that point, they just had such a strong lead that it's not like Faze was going to be able to take good advantage of it. So, yeah. You look at Faze, and you got Supa with 23 kills. He went 23 and 18. Then you look at the rest of his team. The next highest rank is 13 and 15, and you go, all right, that might be why Faze was struggling. Because, you know, people always talk about how strong Supa is, and he is, but you can't really carry your team. You can't really have a carry. It just doesn't really happen. It's in pro play. The thing is, if you've got a carry, it's gonna weigh on the rest of your team, where the rest of your team is not gonna be able to pick up their own weight, and that's sort of what we see here. It's like once Supa was just denied, he wasn't really able to do a whole lot for his team. So on the defense, it was really where he's shown through, but yeah, it's just like there's not a whole lot he can do there as far as carrying the rest of his team. Versus you look at OR, you got 20 and 20 for both Zeldris and Pancakes, and then it goes 17, then it goes 15, then it goes 11. Like, these are really similar frags. That's what you want to see. You want to see similar frags because it means that your whole team is playing at a similar level, which means you're going to be putting up a good fight. And especially when that level is high frag, high ACS, where most of your team is above 200, that's a good. That's really good. That's what you want to see. And yeah, it's just gonna be interesting as we go into split. I just don't think FaZe will be able to put up that good of a show. I know FaZe's split is good. Is it enough to beat out OR? I don't think so. Yeah, I just don't think so. Should still be interesting to see though, and again, I think I will go after this map regardless of if it's a win or a loss. Just cause this is definitely not one of the matchups that I'm more excited for. One thing I do want to talk about, and this is something I've been sort of hyping up a little bit, is the Guard versus Moist Moguls. I talked about it last week. This is a matchup I'm really, really excited for. I'll talk about it now, and then of course I'll talk about it again tomorrow. But the reason I'm excited for this is because this is a big match, okay? This is a really, really big match. Because Moist Moguls has been playing so strong so far, right? And like all of a sudden, like I've talked about it before, but like a lot of these teams, you see them coming into challengers, and it's like this, all right? They come in, they get a little bit better, and then it just dips down. For Moist Moguls, they just keep going up and up and up and up. And I've talked about this so much, but in mid-season, the fact that they were able to get a map up on M80, they nearly beat M80. I mean, it was 13-9 on Ascent. That's really, really close. Like, this is a show, like Moist Moguls is putting up a show that is far more than I think most people anticipated, especially coming out of Split 1, where, sure, they were great, but they, you know, only a +5, like, round differential, that's not great. Versus, you know, then you see them in this mid-season, they get shut down so quickly by G2, but they've already, in Split 2, beaten G2 Esports. They've already destroyed Mad Lions, and now they're going against the Guard, and I think it's going to be a really even fight. If Moist Moguls can take the Guard, I think Moist Moguls will be pushing to try and get top 2, trying to push for Ascension. And I think Moist Moguls has the power to do it. I think this is a team I'm excited to see how they play. Again, tomorrow's going to be a really deciding factor, so that is a series I'm excited for, and I think will mean a lot. So yeah, it'll definitely be interesting because obviously other matches in challengers like this one, for example, OR versus FaZe, they're interesting, but like these are not teams who we're talking like. I don't think OR's top 2, right? Like they're not even fighting for top 3. Like this is not a team that's going to be fighting for Ascension necessarily in playoffs. More so just fighting for a good spot. Same thing with FaZe. Like this is definitely not a top 2 team. Definitely not top 4 or top 5 even. This is just like fighting to get into playoffs and like have a decent playoffs run, right? That's sort of the situation that FaZe and OR are both in, and so that's why I'm like starting to not be as excited about these matches necessarily. Like I mean, if you saw me at the end of last week, Mad Lions versus FaZe, I was honestly, I don't know why I was so annoyed during that series in particular, but I was just so ready for that series to be done, because it was just so like man, it was just such poor play. So yeah.
Map, and they're going to be taking that first map victory. I'm not gonna lie, Tanner, after the first few rounds I was a little worried because it kind of looked like they were struggling a little bit to break through against FaZe, but they got it together and they pick up the win.
Yeah, my first note was FaZe retakes good. FaZe was retaking really well. I think a lot of it was Supa finding kills that, much like Mummy said last week, the guy has no right finding. And then that started kind of falling apart. And it wasn't necessarily something that Mummy was doing, or not Mummy, excuse me, Superman was doing. It was something that OR Esports was doing. It was the way that they started to layer this utility, making Supa feel uncomfortable to fight on the site and to try and have that stall factor. Yeah, once that was figured out, once they were able to find their time. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen Bind. This is a new OR Esports team, so it looked a little shaky at first, much like it did for FaZe before they started to whip it on. Unfortunately, the 8-4 deficit at the half was just a bit too much.
Yeah, and it was one that they definitely had their opportunity near the end there, as OR was kind of switching things up a little bit, but OR were able to find their footing and close out the match before things spiraled too far out of control over on the first map there, Dan. I mean, hey, it's always the first map that you got to be ripping off that band-aid, get over the jitters with, and then keep on trucking.
And more than anything, the adapting here that we saw for OR, like you guys were saying, that on the first couple rounds we're struggling so much against this Faze defense because it didn't even feel like it was the entirety of Faze, but Superman alone, with the way that he was using those smokes and the rest of the utility to deny that space that OR wanted to take into the late round, right? It was 30 seconds, 45 seconds, if anything, remaining when OR wanted to take that side control. So Superman just played onto it and just benefited from it so much early on. Almost got an ace, almost got a clutch, but obviously not what we got to see for this side of Faze. As OR, they win that map pick that they were so excited to play again for this map.
Yeah, I feel like Superman on this one, true to his name there, was just like the definition of heroics. It was just not quite enough in a lot of cases. I mean, managed to get 23 kills there despite the 13-8 loss there, Tanner, is pretty impressive, but it's not quite enough. But hopefully, heading on into our next map of Split, we can see everybody come together to bring us into that map 3.
Yeah, Split, a good map for Faze, a strong one at that, a strong one for the players individually. I've noticed
it's also a strong one for OR though. That's why I'm like if I believe OR and the guard played against each other, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know why I closed the OR stats, but I believe OR played not G2, maybe against G2 on Split. Yeah, they did, and they won, or no, they lost 13-4. It's pretty dominant, but I want to look at this one, right? Yeah, so they did play against the guard on Split, and it went 13-11, and this is against the guard, right? So clearly OR's Split isn't horrible. They did get destroyed against a G2 on Split, but also it's G2 on Split. Like, they have a reputation on Split for a reason. And it is that G2 is just a really strong Split team. And I'm not saying Faze isn't a strong Split team, but is it better than what OR can put up? I don't think so. If OR was really that scared of Split, they would have banned it. Let's be upfront and clear about it. Like, if OR was that scared about Split, they would have banned it over Fracture, but they didn't, and that's because OR knows that they're a decent team on Split. And I think OR is definitely not playing at the level I thought maybe they would coming into this series. They're definitely not playing as well as I thought. But also it was on Bind. It's a new map. It was going to be an interesting map regardless. But now that OR is playing on a map that we've seen them on before, it's a map we've seen Faze on before as well, but that's also good for OR, because they have some data to study Faze on. They also knew coming into this they'd probably play against Faze on Split, especially if they're not planning on banning it, right? So I still expect OR to take the win here, despite it being a strong map from Faze, and, you know, OR not having taken a win on Split yet, in Split 2, it's still just like, it's like, again, we saw them against the guard on Split, and they did a really strong performance, right? So now I'm like, alright, OR against Faze, I do expect it to be a strong Split, even if they're not, you know, it's not their best map, but again, they let it through for a reason, and it's not because they think Faze is going to be playing poorly on it, but it's because OR thinks they can play good on it. And again, they know it's going to come through, so they knew to prepare for it. So I expect OR to be ready for this fight. I'm not saying it's going to be a steamroll from OR, but I do expect it to be a win for OR and make this a 2-0. I almost just like, I want this series to be over, so it's a little bit of wishful thinking, but we will see how this does end up going. Let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select here as we started off. It looks like Baby Bay going to be on the Jet, Pancakes on Omen, Poised on Viper, Zeldris going to be on Raze, Supa on Astra, Niliaz on Cypher, Tig on Sky, Jonah 6 on Sage, Mame on Raze, and Physic going to be on Sky. So the differences here are the similarities here are Tig and Physic both on Sky, Mame and Zeldris both on Raze. That's where the similarities end, I believe. It's going to be double Sentinel for OR with the Sage and Cypher. Over on Faze, they actually don't have a Sentinel at all. They've gone double Controller, which OR has not done. And so Faze is going to have a Viper and Astra. And then we've got an Initiator for both. We've got double duelist for Faze. This is common, double controller, double duelist. Now, I've talked about it, especially on the previous matchup between Turtle Troop and Disguise. You run double duelist because you want one of your players to be on the jet so they can play off, and then you want one of your players to be doing that entry duelist on Raze. That's what Mame is going to be doing. OR just not going to have a jet to op with, so it's going to be Zeldris on the entry duelist role here. Yeah, no operator for OR or no operator player. And again, they've got that double sentinel, so that Sage util in the heal. The wall is probably going to be the main benefit. Could definitely be used mid to help lock down mid control, something we've seen a lot of teams struggle with. We'll see if that's the direction OR decides to head in as we move into Faze, starting on their offense. It looks like they're gonna be, or they were taunting the B choice, thinking about it, but they are going to be taking it over towards A now. Get ready to push in here. Tig with the Sky Dog. Gonna be pushing into B here, it looks like. They do that concussion. They get some vision there. I guarantee you OR is not ready for the fact that Faze has decided to push into A. Baby Bay going to be able to take out Niliaz. Now it's going to be a 4v5 here for OR. Physic going to get seen by 2. Mame going to take Physic out. Pancake's going to take out Mame for a little bit of a trade. Poison, Baby Bay each going to find a pick. Zeldris finds 1. Now he's in a 1v3. Does some good damage to Tig. It looks like he wants to aggress that. He's moving around to approach Tig. He knows Tig is probably low. Tig is on 10 HP. But doesn't matter. Tig with the headshot going to finish Zeldris off. And this round does go to Faze to start it off. The split is a defense-sided map because it's really... You have to push pretty quickly onto the sites. The entrances onto the sites are really long. Both the garage and then just through a main if you want to push through heaven and even onto the site, which does force you into these choke points that the defense can take advantage of. And so that's why it can be a little bit defense-sided. So we will see if that will reign true here. Starting it off strong, though, Faze going to take the offense, which will prevent that defense-sidedness from coming through, at least to start it off. Faze going to be able to get some good guns here off that pistol round. We actually see 2 Phantoms. That's pretty rare. With light shield, so it would definitely be difficult for them. The Faze, or for OR to play against, is what I meant, not for Faze. For Faze, it should be an easy. Faze going to be challenging mid, and they do take mid control, and they're pushing into vents, it looks like. Both duelists coming in here. Neither of them going to find any picks, though, and now backing up, and it looks like they would like to take Male into B Heaven. They're just waiting a little bit here. And there's actually 4 on B from OR, and it's a good read. At least it's looking like it's going to be a good read. And yeah, Faze does continue to aggress B, so it will be a good read from OR. Let's get ready to... OR is going to have to play this retake here. The flashes come through, shooting through the smoke. Tig going to find 2. Physic finds the pick on Tig, but Mame going to trade Physic off, so it's going to be a 2v4 now for OR, who still needs to play this retake. They may just want to hold exits here. They may not be able to, you know, take a win here. Looks like they will be pushing through it. Zeldris going to be able to take Suba out. Uve definitely considering pushing out here. And he does, but Niliaz's going to be the one to get the pick on Baby Bay. Now it's a 2v2. They've evened it out for sure, but Mame going to be able to take out Zeldris. Now it's down to Niliaz and a 1v2. Not going to be able to do a whole lot. The grenade holding him back. And Mame pushing up, going to be able to take out Niliaz. That being said, that was a force buy from Faze, and they lost the majority of their players, which does mean that the bonus, which is the round they're moving into now, isn't going to be great. Although Faze's econ is really surprisingly strong, so they may just be able to buy here if they want, and it looks like that's what's going to happen. Although Mame and Tig going to be taking a little bit of a bonus, and Supa doing the same. They're still going to be able to get rifles at the very least. OR going to be on a full buy. OR is going to have better guns here, but Faze is going to have some good guns to do some damage with. Could definitely find a pick or 2. And obviously, when you're at this gun disadvantage here, Faze's job is just to get a few good kills. Very common Cypher setup there, which of course is immediately countered by just sending a Skydog through. Which does mean OR is in a little bit of a tough spot here, as they just have to give sight up. Which means they're not going to be able to take advantage of those choke points. This is something we saw Disguised really struggle with on split against Turtle Troop earlier. Nilias and Physic each find a pick though. Boy's gonna return with 2 picks. Super finds 1, but then Nilias finds 2. Tig finds 1, and now it's a 1v2, and Nilias is still on full HP, but so is Tig. It's Phantom and Light Shield for both of these players. The ring around the Rosie. Tig coming through here. It's an encounter where both are looking at each other, but Tig wins the exchange, although barely. Which does mean OR's off to a really bad start, as not only does Faze have such strong econ momentum, but OR has no econ to work with here, and it's looking like, I did say I thought OR was going to take split, but it's looking like Faze may just be able to here, as OR just is not gaining any ground here. It's definitely not looking too strong here.
With that pressure, not much that you can do.
Seekers come through from Tig, or Tig has Seekers here. There's also Neural Theft for Nilias to use. It's just going to be so difficult for OR to play through. Again, OR needs to be preventing mid control. They need to be preventing the aggressive take of sites, because that's how you take advantage of the defense-sidedness of this map. But again, we saw Disguise struggle against Turtle Troop on split in the previous series today, and that's why Disguise lost. Took a loss there, and it looks like OR may be doing the same thing, where they just let these mid control be gained, they let sight be taken, and then they just have to play retake, which, you know, when you're trying to play retake on split, you end up in those choke points where they know exactly where you're going to be coming from. There's not a whole lot of like peeker's advantage you can use, and it's just a bad spot to be in. Now Faze getting ready to attack B. They've taken mid control, and now they're going to be sending 3 through main, 2 through mid into B. They break the Sage wall, and now OR needs to recollect themselves to watch both main and heaven. Baby Bay and Tig each going to clear out the 2 players holding sight. Pancakes and Zeldris gone. Now it's a 3v5 for OR to try and play retake. The site was taken. Is it going to be playing the long con, going for a flank? Jonah 6 able to take out Supa. Boy's going to take out Nilias. Now it's a 2v4. It was a 3v4. It was a 3v4 before. You know where Jonah is. Boy's going to take Jonah out. Now it's down to Physic in a 1v4. And Baby Bay's ready for the flank. Gonna take him out. This round gonna go to Faze. Only losing one of their players makes it a pretty successful round. OR save did not really come up with anything for them to grasp onto. It's looking like Faze will be taking a very dominant map here. Like I said, I will probably just end stream after this map. Because, yeah, I don't know. I also just don't like watching lower, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. OR's gonna take a timeout here. It's definitely a good choice. They just lost that save round, but they also lost a full buy from both sides. Faze is on a 4-round win streak so far. They've yet to lose a round this map, and you know, no team wants to be in a position to get 13-0'd, and that's honestly the position that OR is in right now. So OR does need to start pushing through this a little bit here.
One of my favorite additions to the squad. This initiator role playing so well for Tig, and it seems like
Waiting. I think the main thing, I already touched on it, but OR needs to deny these pushes onto site. Take advantage of those choke points. Use your util to push them back when they're trying to push through those main entrances, and deny good mid control. You need to allow, or you need to prevent, you don't want to allow mid control from being taken. You've got a Sage Wall. Use it mid. You've got Omen util. Send smokes out, be main. I mean, these are things that should be done that OR isn't really doing. Faze is getting ready to push into A here. Coming in through heaven.
Into heaven. 3 defenders here. 4th just around the corner.
Paint shells come through. Supa gonna take Physic out. It's gonna be a 4v5. Zeldris takes out Mame. Baby Bay gonna take out Zeldris. Now it's a 3v4. I just realized this is happening. I apologize. Pancake's gonna find 2. Poise finds 2. Now it's a 1v2. Jonah takes out Tag. Now it's a 1v1. The health advantage there for Jonah. Spike still isn't down, but the Viper's Pit and the health advantage that Jonah did have is gonna be destroyed. Poise is gonna be able to take Jonah out. In this round, gonna go to Faze. There you go. That was the buy round that OR needed to win, and they didn't. OR is going to start to look very, very dire here.
One of the only teams as well recently that hasn't been playing this.
As it looks like Faze may even be able to 13-0 this. This is just not looking strong from OR. Or at the very least, take 12-0 going into the next half, because, like I said, OR needs to be denying mid control. But most importantly, you just can't let them push through the main entrances onto the site. You need to take advantage of the choke points, and OR just hasn't been able to do that.
OR Esports going to be waiting for that next buy round, which will come in round 7. 4 ultimates online. If they could find something cheeky here, maybe we see those ults expended. If a few players stack up, Zeldris might look to send that showstopper. It all seems a bit far-fetched here. Sheriffs and Stingers, all they have to work with.
I'm playing aggressive. Superman is gonna know this push, or attempt of a push as well from B main wanted to come through, so he's playing all the way back. But there's barely any space.
Baby Bay with the op gonna catch out Zeldris, who was trying to go for the flank. Sorry, I'm zoning out a little bit. It's gonna be a 4v5 here for the remaining OR players. This Faze is getting ready to push in through mid. Trying to take A here, it looks like.
Healthy 100 HP. Armorless, but has the operator, so
it's fine.
No harm, no foul.
OR not really gonna be able to do a whole lot here.
They already knew that it was gonna come from all the way back and immediately gets shot down. Mome as well going into the side.
Baby Bay gonna be taking sight with those knives, able to find a pick. Pancakes and Ilias each find a pick. Poise gonna take out Pancakes. And Poise also going to take out Nilia, so now it's a 1v3 for Jonah. And the spike is going to go down. It's just, I mean, it's just disappointing to see from OR. When you went 11-13 on split against the guard. This is definitely not how I was expecting it to go. Tag going to take Jonah 6 out, and 2 rounds, or 2 players left alive for Faze. Going to make it a really solid round. Faze is taking the 6th round, which means it's impossible for OR to take the lead going into the next half. But Faze is definitely in a position to take the lead themselves. And there's 5 ults for OR to use this round. I imagine we'll see most of them come out. From the Shadows is difficult to use, but the rest should probably come out. We'll see if they do.
Composition, right? That usually benefits the attack side a little bit more.
Again, OR, deny mid control, deny the aggressive pushes onto site, or don't. Baby Bay takes Zeldris out.
Down so quick. This is one of the things that Juna 6 talked about. We cannot.
Now it's gonna be the res is gonna come through. Played there, and the wall is gonna come through as well. But they've given up mid control in order to get that res up. So, you know, like I said, don't allow them to push onto site. Don't allow them to take mid control. Jonah and Zeldris each going to find a pick. Baby Bay's op going to find a pick, though. And now it's going to be a 4v3. Pancake's going to take Baby Bay out. Now it's a 4v2. Physic going to take Super out. And now it's a 4v1. Poised, all alone. In a 1v4. And it looks like Øneheart, finally, for the first time, is going to deny an adequate push by Faze.
In order to keep the streak going.
Finally, something to be found for OR.
Although OR can't take the lead going into the next half, they can try their best to tie it up.
To Baby Bay. Right after the rest, gets one to get shot down, but also at least he's able to support that side of OR a little bit more in a
Vision is gained.
has been struggling quite
Boy's
a
just gonna have
lot.
to save himself. I don't think there's time for him to get to
No
A.
chance here for Poise though.
Yeah, no, there just isn't time.
10 seconds
He also has to be cautious. And yeah, no time. He can get the spike down for some money though.
Well, he'll get the plant money. Yeah, that was.
But that's not going to secure him the round. So OR, 4 players left alive. That's a good amount of players left. You get the round. Three ults still for OR to use. They only used 2 of them in the previous round. They've got the Showstopper, which did not have the opportunity to be used. They also have a Neural Theft and the From the Shadows. We will see. Those do end up coming out. Here OR is going to have to try and use them.
Yeah, the time there is good.
And yeah, this is just really starting to look weak.
It is reminding me a lot of when we used to see that Raze operator on Pearl. Really struggling to find some value. And really struggling to be in the right place. Just it seems like the Jets with the ability to dash away are always one step ahead. So we gotta see how this ends up evolving for OR.
Faze going to be taking mid control, and OR not going to deny it other than putting a wall B heaven.
Potentially a couple at least for
And they are watching vents, so B control or mid control is okay to give up here if they're going to be able to defend it adequately.
For the mid control.
We will see.
Not really knowing where
Faze getting ready for an A hit, it looks like, as they've been able to send those 2 through mid, and it looks like they will be pushing through vents. Pancake's going to be there to try and watch vents. Dog comes through and it goes under the tripwire. Pancakes is there to destroy it. Now it actually backs up, so Faze will be allowed to push through vents. And now they're actually backing up. It's going to be a B hit. They're hoping they baited out OR, which they didn't. OR still has 2 on B. They've actually got 1 rotating to watch B heaven. Jonah 6 going to take out Baby Bay. Looking for more. Gonna find it. Meanwhile, Physic able to take out Tig. Zeldris with the Showstopper takes out Poise. Super gonna be able to take out Zeldris, but it's traded off by Physic. In this round, gonna go to OR. Could they be getting a comeback going here? A reverse sweep to tie it up, perhaps? So Neural Theft for Niliaz.
It is the read that it might take some time for OR, but once they do it, they're gonna really put up a fight against this Faze attack side. That is taking their time. They're taking that mid control, and when OR does not even fighting up close for it, just because of the way that they're able to pull into the B side and even the A side with that Cypher U2 that we've seen over and over again. Hasn't really been a need to change it around.
Now Faze getting ready for an aggressive A hit, and of course OR not going to deny that. They've done a pretty bad job of locking down those main entrances like I've been talking about, and nothing changes here, so Faze just going to be able to push onto the site. Nobody going to stop them. The site is entirely clear. It's been given up. Now the retake going to have to be played by OR. Boys looking to flank those coming in from heaven down ramp. Nilias going to take out Mame. Tig takes out Nilias for a trade. Super going to be able to take out Pancakes. Boy's going to take out Jonah 6. Now it's a 2v4. Boy's going to be able to take out Physic. And now it's a 1v4. Zeldris not going to get away with his life. And another round comes in for a win from Faze. And like I said, OR was not good at denying the pushes from those main entrances. And nothing changed. The only difference in those 2 rounds that OR did win was they denied mid control. Or pushes through mid, which was good. Again, those pushes through those main entrances were never stopped or adequately defended.
For the defense phase, they get to 7 and they look better and better.
This is not looking good for OR.
Seltry's also holding one of his own. And we saw this going the way of Baby before. Seltry's on a different angle though.
So Neural Theft for Nilios to use this round. I believe he's had that Neural Theft for quite a while now. So we'll see if it does get used. The operator on Baby Bay, as well as the operator on Zeldris, narrowly miss each other using that Astra smoke to help push up here. Zeldris spots the gun.
To creep up, and if anything's gonna happen from B main, it's gonna be timing from B heaven as well, but not the case just yet. Supa and Baby Bay will just bide their time while they wait for the team.
Zeldris gonna take Baby Bay out. Now it's a 5v4. We're gonna have to, or gonna have to figure out how he wants to play this. How they want to play this. Faye's gonna have to push through this. They've taken mid control. They're gonna be pushing through B heaven. Will the push through heaven be denied? We'll see. Which is operator still watching B main. Does back up, but Jonah gonna be able to deny the push through heaven. Zeldris able to find a pick on Supa. Boy's gonna take out Jonah. Also able to take out Zeldris. Doesn't have the spike though. He's gotta push for it. Or not watching it, but Boy's doesn't know that. Now time's running low. Boy's just gonna pick up an op and get away with his life. So OR starting at this comeback a little bit. Still not a great position to be in, but they're doing okay. It's a defense-sided map, and Faze is taking the lead going into the next half, but if OR can just deny that as much as possible, if OR can make it a 5-7 and then just get the pistol round next half, I mean, they can just tie it back up, and that'll be a good start to denying Faze some good momentum here, but we will see. There's a no theft for Nilios to use still. There's a Viper's Pit for Poise.
On the attacking side.
Both teams have decent econ stability at this point. Which definitely helps both of these teams out. Baby Bay gonna be defending his push. Not quite gonna be able to take out Zeldris. He's looking a little too low there. That pick does come through, so now it's gonna be a 4v5 for Faze, and the heal is gonna come through, so Zeldris no longer that low. He does get walled off, but wall is destroyed. Pancakes, meanwhile, going to be taking out Poise, who has pushed up into a ramp. That's going to be a 3v5 for the remaining Faze players. The Neural Theft finally comes through, and now they know that, okay, there's 2 in B garage, there's 1 in mid. Alright, how do we want to play this? Operator on Zeldris has moved heaven. Not going to find a pick, and now they're going to try and aggress it. He's not going to find one. Physic, though, going to take out Supa. They think they've cleared out the only player watching heaven, but there's 2. Mame going to take out Jonah, and now it's going to be a 2v3. Mame going to get taken out, and then Physic going to take Tig out, and it looks like OR may be inching closer. They just need 1 more round, and it'll be 5-7, and the econ not going to be great for Faze coming into this round. So OR may be able to get to that 5-7. I would not be surprised. There's 3 ults for Faze to use: Blade Storm, Viper's Pit, and Cosmic Divide. I imagine we'll see the Blade Storm come out on Baby Bay. Well, of course, it's the last round. We'll probably see all these ults come out. There's a res for OR to use, as well as Seekers. Boombots and meet each other. So Garage Vision is denied.
Love at first sight.
Never seen Boombots meet each other like that.
Ooh, is this gonna be expected, Baby Bay?
And now Faye is going to be taking mid control. We'll see if OR can deny the pushes out into B heaven to start it off. Ooh, is Zeldris going to get punished for pushing up so closely with that op? Baby Bay going to take out Jonah, and the push through mid has not been denied, and it looks like Faze may be able to take this round. Mame going to take Physic out. Poise going to take Pancakes out. Nilia's going to take out Poise, so no more Viper's Pit in heaven. But still not great here for OR. This is going to be a difficult retake for Nilias. Let's see if I can take Nilias out. With halftime, I'm going to end the stream because, well, I said if it goes to that third map, I don't want to be here, and yeah, it's looking like it's going to go to the third map. So That's gonna be it for me. If you guys enjoyed, make sure to scroll down, see if you subscribe. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I'd hope you consider it. I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a really big day. I'll be a little bit late. Probably missed the first map of the first series, but should be there to finish off the first series, and then I'll definitely be there for the second series. It's gonna be a big series, so see you all tomorrow. Thanks for watching.